Chapter 1. 13 years after Kyubi attack. Throughout the blood-soaked history of the shinobi world, his clan had always stood at the apex, regardless of the cost. During the Warring States era, the world was in distress, a chaotic wilderness where the only law was kill or be killed. His clan, the Senju Lords of the Forest, emerged victorious against the mighty Uchiha. Yet they chose a path that baffled their enemies: restraint, peace, and stability over continued bloodshed. Guided by these principles, they forged a truce with the Uchiha and founded Konohagakure no Sato. These were not just historical footnotes to him. They were the ideals he had absorbed since before he could speak. The pride he held in his heart as he gazed upon his village, and the terrifying fear of failing to live up to its standards, served as his moral compass. His home was built by the Shodai Hokage, stabilized by the Naidame, and finally saved by his father, the Yondame. They had directed their efforts not toward the vain glory of the clan, but toward something far greater, an enduring village where the will of fire would burn longer than any single name. I shall protect this peace, the peace you all died to preserve. The words were mumbled softly by a blonde figure standing atop the Yondame's stone head, watching the sunset bleed across the horizon. He had long, spiky blonde hair, with bandaged bangs framing a determined face. Standing at 168 centimeters, he was tall for his age, cutting a striking silhouette against the dying light. His outfit was simple, a reflection of his modest nature. A zipped black hoodie emblazoned with the Senju emblem on the back, black pants, and standard shinobi sandals. But most importantly, the black headband tied securely around his forehead declared his allegiance to Konoha's ninja corps. He was Senju Naruto, son of the Yondame Hokage and, for all intents and purposes, the Prince of Konoha. Growing up, he became acutely aware that he was adored and respected by everyone in the village, civilian and shinobi alike. At first, the attention was startling, even uncomfortable. To have masses of people bowing to him and murmuring Naruto-sama felt alien to a boy who just wanted to be part of this big family. However, he found a small mercy in the distinction. While the civilians treated him like nobility, the shinobi respected him as a comrade. They did not bow, nor did they use honorifics like Lord, a fact he deeply appreciated. Living in such an environment should have produced a spoiled brat, yet Naruto's thoughts always ran far deeper than gifted shirts or free dango from smiling vendors. Praise did not intoxicate him, nor did privilege blind him. Instead, it pressed a quiet, heavy weight onto his shoulders. He understood, even at a young age, that admiration was fleeting, but responsibility was permanent. Naruto was not some parvenu who had recently stumbled into fame and wished to bask in it until it faded. No, his name carried history, sacrifice, and expectation long before he could fully grasp its meaning. Every bow, every respectful greeting, served as a stark reminder. He was living not for applause, but for a purpose yet to be fulfilled. Like the men whose shadows loomed over Konoha's very foundations, he learned early that power meant nothing without restraint. Just as his grandfather, Hashirama, had done decades ago, Naruto chose discipline over indulgence and humility over arrogance. He trained not to be seen, but to be worthy. He listened more than he spoke and observed more than he acted. In a village that treated him like royalty, he resolved to walk as a shinobi first, guided not by entitlement, but by duty, conviction, and the quiet resolve to protect what others had built with their lives. And then, one day, he would earn the right to have his face sculpted on this mountain alongside them. This was his ninja way. Unknown to him, a solitary slug watched from the shadows, observing the young blonde in silence. Tenzaka-gai. Tenzaka-gai was the beating heart of vice in the land of fire, a sprawling playground of casinos and parlors that never slept. It was less of a city and more of a massive altar dedicated to gambling and excess. Inside a dimly lit bar, far removed from the celebratory noise of the streets, sat a blonde woman. To the casual observer, she appeared to be a vibrant beauty in her 20s, yet beneath the surface, She carried the weight and years of a woman in her 50s. Tsunade was a striking woman with long, blonde hair tied into two low ponytails and honey-colored eyes. Despite being in her 50s, she maintained the appearance of a woman in her 20s, marked only by the small, violet diamond seal on her forehead. She wore a sleeveless gray kimono blouse, dark trousers, and simple strapped sandals. Most notably, draped over her shoulders was a lime green heir that featured the black Senju clan emblem on the back. "I see. So he finally graduated," the blonde woman mumbled, her words slightly slurred as she swayed in her seat. Katsuyu, the small slug resting on the table who had been observing the boy from afar, replied dutifully.
Hi, Tasunda-sama.
He finished at the top of his class. Unlike Tsunade, who merely hiccuped in response, Shizun beamed with pride, as expected of Naruto-sama, but her smile quickly faded as she turned toward her intoxicated master, her brows knitting together in concern. "Tsunade-sama, don't you think we should have been there for him?" Tsunade scoffed, drowning another saucer of sake in a single gulp. "Humph, what's the point? He despises me, my only living family, and he despises me." "That's not true," Shizun interjected, cutting her off. "It is the truth," Tsunade muttered bitterly, staring into the bottom of her empty cup. "And I can't blame him. He is better off without a failure like me." Shizun and Katsuyu exchanged worried glances but remained silent, unable to bridge the chasm of her grief. However, in the dim light of the bar, neither noticed the single solitary tear that rolled down the Sanin's cheek. Naruto's apartment was far from luxurious. It was a functional space, large enough for a single occupant, let alone the village's prince. It held a compact bedroom, a cramped kitchenette, and a living area that struggled to fit both a small couch and a dining table. Yet, what the room lacked in size, it made up for in discipline. Every surface was immaculate, and every item was deliberately placed. I must say, having his books alphabetized, Kakashi sounded genuinely astonished as he scanned the spines lining the Rookie of the Year's small library. He might be even more meticulous than Minato-sensei. The selection was heavy for a teenager: history of the shinobi nations, advanced chakra theory, fuinjutsu dynamics, and various ninjutsu scrolls. But nestled among the war manuals were, interestingly enough, several well-worn cookbooks. He has lived by himself for 13 years, Kakashi realized with a sudden pang of sympathy. Of course he learned to cook. Hiruzen chuckled softly as he eased himself into the only chair. "Look all you want, Kakashi, but don't touch. He hates having his system disturbed." Kakashi snorted softly, the sound barely audible in the quiet room, a mixture of amusement and a profound, quiet pride. "I can see that," he murmured to the empty air, his voice thick with a nostalgia he rarely allowed himself to feel. He leaned against the doorframe, his lone visible eye curving into a crescent shape, the signature eye smile that softened his usually guarded expression. His gaze drifted from the window to the top of the modest dresser, where he noticed two framed photographs, kept pristine and dust-free. The first was a window into a past that felt like a lifetime ago. It captured Senju Minato and Uzumaki Kushina in a moment of happiness. The yondaime was out of his uniform, with a protective hand resting gently on Kushina's swollen abdomen. Kushina was beaming, her smile radiant enough to outshine the sun, oblivious to the tragedy that awaited them. Beside it sat a more recent memory, one that spoke of the village's enduring lineage. It depicted a younger, shorter Naruto standing between two titans of the shinobi world, Jiraiya the Toad Sage and Senju Tsunade. In the frame, Jiraiya was laughing uproariously, a heavy hand clapping Naruto on the shoulder, while Tsunade looked on with a smirk that didn't quite hide her fierce affection. And there, in the center, was Naruto smiling happily. Kakashi stared at the images for a long moment before shifting his gaze back toward Hiruzen. "Anything else I must know?" "He is his father's son," Hiruzen stated with a tone of finality. He groaned slightly as he stood up, straightening his robes to leave. I trust this is enough? Kakashi's gaze lingered on the quiet, orderly room one last time. I think so. You look good, Naruto. I must say, the forehead protector really fits you, Hiruzen said warmly. He looked down at the small ID photo in his hand, then back up at the young man standing in front of his desk. He carefully stapled the picture to the official ninja registration form. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, a shy smile breaking across his face. Thank you very much, Hiruzen-sama. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his pipe letting out a small puff of smoke. He eyed the boy with a sincere, grandfatherly smile. Standing there in his black uniform, Naruto looked every bit the part. He was the true heir of the village founders and the successor to the fourth. Hiruzen felt a heavy feeling in his chest. He was getting old and his bones were tired. He wasn't sure if he would live long enough to see Naruto become a full-grown adult, but he silently hoped he would be around to witness at least a glimpse of the great ninja the boy was destined to become. However, his peaceful thoughts were cut short when the office door suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. A small blur dashed into the room. It was a young boy, maybe 7 years old, wearing a yellow shirt and a blue scarf that was way too long for him. He held a wooden shuriken high in the air, looking ready for battle. Oh boy, Hiruzen thought, closing his eyes. Here we go again. The boy screamed at the top of his lungs, pointing dramatically at the Hokage. Today is the day, old man. I, Konohamaru-sama, shall defeat you right here and now. But he never finished his war cry. As he charged forward, his foot got tangled in his own long scarf. He tripped and went flying, face planting onto the wooden floor with a loud thud. Naruto watched the scene unfold with a look of pure disbelief, a metaphorical sweat drop sliding down the back of his head. Is this for real? He wondered. He blinked in surprise as the boy scrambled back to his feet, dusted himself off, and immediately whipped around to point an accusing finger at him. It was you who tripped me. What vile tricks did you use? Konohamaru demanded loudly. He had no idea who the stranger was, but seeing his grandfather speaking so kindly with him was enough to make him a target. If I'm not mistaken, that must be the Sandame's grandson, Naruto thought, piecing it together. Naruto looked down at the boy with amusement dancing in his blue eyes. I don't think you should wear a scarf that is longer than you are, Naruto said, gently teasing the shrimp. Before Konohamaru could shout a reply, a man wearing dark sunglasses burst into the room, looking frantic. Honorable grandson, how many times have I told you not to run off where I cannot see you? Ebisu declared dramatically. He stopped to catch his breath, finally noticing the spiky-haired teen watching them with interest. Ebisu's eyes widened behind his shades, and his panicked expression instantly shifted to one of deep respect. Naruto-kun, it is a pleasure to see you here, and congratulations on your graduation. Thank you, Ebisu-sensei, Naruto replied with a polite smile. He recognized the man immediately from his time at the academy. Konohamaru stood frozen, his mouth hanging slightly open. He looked back and forth between his strict tutor and the blonde stranger, completely dumbfounded. He had never seen Ebisu act so nice to anyone before. I must excuse myself, Sandame. I have a long day tomorrow, Naruto said, turning back to the desk to offer a short, respectful bow. However, just before he walked out the door, he paused and looked down at the little boy. He flashed him a charming, friendly smile. It was nice meeting you, Konohamaru-kun. Konohamaru's eyes went wide, and he stood frozen in place. For the first time in forever, someone hadn't looked at him and seen the honorable grandson. That guy had looked him in the eye and called him by his actual name. He whipped his head around to face his grandfather, practically vibrating with excitement. J.I., who was that guy? Hiruzen took a slow, calming puff from his pipe before answering. That was Senju Naruto. He just graduated from the academy at the very top of his class. As he spoke, a sudden thought crossed the old Hokage's mind. Naruto was disciplined, patient, and cool-headed. Maybe, just maybe, he is the one who can handle this boy's madness? Stars practically sparkled in Konohamaru's eyes. Whoa, super cool. He honestly didn't know what a Senju was, but that big brother looked strong, confident, and totally awesome. He didn't yell and he didn't lecture, he just smiled. Now, listen here, Honorable Granso, Ebisu started, pushing up his sunglasses to begin another long speech. But Konohamaru wasn't having any of it. He had no intention of listening to his sensei's boring lectures. Without a second thought, he spun around and dashed out the open door, his long blue scarf trailing behind him like a tail. Wait up, boss. Arg, not again, Ebisu cried out in pure frustration. He scrambled to turn around and sprinted after the boy, his sandals skidding on the floor as he panicked. The office finally fell silent. That kid will be the death of me, Hiruzen sighed, the exhaustion settling deep in his bones. He reached into his robes and pulled out his crystal ball, placing it gently on the desk. He rubbed his aching temples as the image in the glass flickered to life, showing the hallway outside. I really hope Naruto can knock some sense into him. Next day, 5 a.m. The air was crisp and biting, a pre-dawn chill that cut through the silence of the sleeping village. While most of Konoha was tucked warmly in their beds, Senju Naruto was already awake, his sandals rhythmically slapping against the pavement as he ran laps around the village perimeter. It was a habit he had developed years ago, a physical outlet for a mind that refused to be quiet. The burning in his lungs and the ache in his muscles were the only things that effectively drowned out the darker thoughts lurking in his subconscious. Specifically, the thoughts about his family. Why am I even thinking about her right now? The image of a blonde woman, likely passed out in a tavern with a sake bottle in hand, flashed through his mind. Was he angry? Was he resentful that the legendary Tsunade Senju, his only living blood relative, hadn't bothered to send a letter, let alone attend his graduation? He gritted his teeth, forcing his legs to pump harder. She chose the bottle over the village. She chose running away over me. He shook his head violently, letting the cold wind whip the hair from his face. Suddenly, his sensory radar pinged. Someone's coming. Naruto narrowed his eyes, not slowing his pace, but shifting his weight, ready to defend himself. However, the figure that emerged from the morning mist was not an enemy. In fact, it was perhaps the most visually jarring thing Naruto had ever witnessed. It was a man, tall and fit, wearing a standard jounin flak jacket. But underneath, he wore a skin-tight, emerald green spandex suit that left absolutely nothing to the imagination. To top it off, he sported a bowl cut so precise it looked like it had been measured with a ruler. Good morning, young man. The shout was so loud it likely woke up 3 different city blocks. Naruto was taken aback by the sheer, unadulterated voltage of energy radiating from the stranger, but his training took over. He didn't break stride, offering a polite, breathless nod. Good morning, sir. The man matched Naruto's pace effortlessly, running backward just to face him. He grinned, a blinding flash of white teeth that seemed to sparkle in the dim light. Senju Naruto, Might Guy thought, his thick eyebrows wiggling with interest. The prodigy assigned to Kakashi. I can see the fire in his eyes. How beautiful to witness such a display of youth so early in the morning, the man bellowed, giving a thumbs up. I am the sublime green beast of prey of Konoha. The name is Might Guy. Naruto blinked. The man was weird, but there was no denying the terrifying physical strength hidden beneath that ridiculous outfit. Senju Naruto, he replied respectfully, keeping his face neutral. It is a pleasure to meet you, Guy-san.
Naruto-kun.
I can sense your greeting fueled by the flames of passion. Guy looked at his wristwatch and gasped melodramatically. As much as I would love to join you on your youthful jog, I am behind schedule. I must complete my 500 laps around the village before breakfast. See ya. With a roar of effort, Guy spun around and accelerated. He didn't just run. He exploded forward, vanishing in a blur of green and leaving a literal cloud of dust swirling in his wake. Naruto stopped running. He stood frozen in the middle of the empty street, staring blankly at the settling dust cloud. The silence returned to the street, but the moment lingered. Did? Naruto muttered to himself, doubting his own ears. Did he just say 500? Can't you at least pretend to be excited, Shikamaru? Naruto asked, leaning back in his chair with a sigh. Beside him, his lazy friend was practically melting into the desk, looking as though he were counting the seconds until he could return to unconsciousness. Shikamaru scoffed, not even bothering to lift his head from his folded arms. Troublesome blonde. What exactly is there to be excited about? We're just trading a boring classroom for dangerous missions. It just means less time to sleep and watch the clouds. It's a drag. Naruto offered a weary smile, a metaphorical sweat drop forming at his temple. How does this guy have the energy to come up with such elaborate excuses for being lazy? Realizing that conversation was a lost cause while Shikamaru was in power-saving mode, Naruto turned his gaze outward, scanning the classroom. If they were to be assigned squads today, he needed to assess the variables. He immediately ruled out the trio beside him. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were an impossibility. The Ino Shikacho formation was a legendary tactical unit maintained since the very establishment of Konoha. Tradition dictated they would stay together, which left Naruto with a pool of 5 potential teammates: Kiba, Shino, Sakura, Hinata, and Sasuke. His eyes landed on Kiba first. The Inuzuka was loud, brash, and volatile. He was always demanding spars, treating everything like a competition for dominance. Naruto didn't mind the physical challenge. He actually enjoyed their bouts. But the thought of dealing with that noise level on a long-term stealth mission made him shudder. Having him as a permanent teammate would be a nightmare for my sanity. Then there was Shino. Naruto frowned slightly. He knew absolutely nothing about Aburame Shino. The guy was a complete enigma, hidden behind high collars and dark glasses. He was silent, stoic, and frankly, managed to be even more brooding than Sasuke, which was an achievement in itself. His gaze drifted to the girls. Haruno Sakura was academically brilliant, easily passing the written exams with flying colors. However, she lacked the practical killer instinct of a shinobi, something she would have to learn the hard way in the field. On the bright side, her obsession was entirely focused on Sasuke. She had zero interest in Naruto, which he counted as a massive tactical bonus. Then Hyuga Hinata. She was a puzzle he couldn't solve. She was the heiress to the most prestigious clan in the village, possessor of the Byakugan, yet she was painfully timid. She would barely mutter a word in his presence, and if he looked at her too long, she looked ready to faint. For a clan that prides itself on seeing everything, she can barely look anyone in the eye, Naruto mused. He wondered briefly what kind of pressure led to such anxiety, but decided it wasn't his place to pry. Finally, his eyes narrowed as they landed on Uchiha Sasuke. That was a complicated story. He would often catch the Uchiha glaring at him from across the room, a mix of rivalry and intensity burning in his dark eyes. In sparring practice, Sasuke demanded to fight Naruto exclusively. It wasn't that Sasuke ever won. Naruto's skills were superior, but the Uchiha never stopped trying. Naruto leaned his chin on his palm. It's the energy of the Uchiha and Senju rivalry, he concluded. Naruto chuckled nervously to himself, shaking his head as he looked over the eclectic group of misfits. This will be really troublesome. The low hum of chatter in the classroom died down instantly as the door slid open with a sharp clack. Yumino Irika stepped inside, a clipboard tucked securely under his arm. His expression was a complex of stern authority and barely concealed pride as he scanned the faces of the students he had watched grow for years. Naruto straightened his posture, nudging Shikamaru awake with a sharp elbow to the ribs. The Nara groaned but sat up, blinking bleary eyes as he tried to look presentable. Congratulations, Irika began, his voice projecting clearly across the room. As of today, you are no longer students. You are genin of Kanahegakure. You have worked hard to get here, but I must warn you, the path ahead is far more treacherous than any exam you have taken within these walls. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over them. You will be formed into 3-man cells, led by a Jounin commander. These teams will be your family, your shield, and your sword. You will live together, fight together, and if necessary, die for one another. Naruto listened intently, his face impassive. He respected Irika. The man was a good teacher. Now, for the assignments, Irika announced, lifting the clipboard. The tension in the room skyrocketed. Ino was practically vibrating, Sakura was clasping her hands in prayer, and Sasuke. Well, Sasuke was brooding as usual, chin resting on his interlaced fingers. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Kiba let out a confident bark of laughter, while Hinata seemed to shrink into her seat. Shino remained a statue. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Told you, Naruto whispered. Beside him, Shikamaru just sighed, as expected. How troublesome. Ino let out a groan of despair, seemingly mourning her separation from Sasuke. Irika cleared his throat, his eyes drifting toward the center of the room. He lingered for a moment on Naruto, then shifted to the Uchiha. Team 7, Irika announced, his voice carrying a sudden gravity. Haruno Sakura. Sakura's head snapped up, hope flaring in her eyes. Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura let out a squeal of victory, throwing her hands up, while Sasuke merely smirked, his eyes shifting sideways. And Senju Naruto. Silence descended on the room for a heartbeat. Naruto closed his eyes and let out a long, controlled breath through his nose. Of course, he thought, a faint, wry smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The universe has a wicked sense of humor. It was the most volatile combination possible. The obsessive civilian, the vengeful Uchiha, and the Senju heir. It was a powder keg waiting for a match. That concludes the team assignments, Irika said, rolling up the scroll. Your Jounin sensei will arrive shortly to collect you. Until then, good luck. As Irika left, Naruto felt a gaze burning into the side of his head. He turned to find Sasuke staring at him, dark eyes narrowed with intense scrutiny. It wasn't hatred, exactly. It was the look of a predator sizing up its only real competition. Naruto met the gaze calmly, his blue eyes cool and unbothered. The rivalry of the founders was alive and well, it seemed. Well, Naruto muttered to himself, leaning back in his chair. This is going to be interesting. Hokage Tower. The office of the Hokage was thick with tension and tobacco smoke as the village's elite jounin gathered around the heavy oak desk. All eyes were fixed on the crystal sphere, the telescope technique, which displayed the classroom of newly graduated genin. Asuma Sarutobi was the first to break the heavy silence, shifting his weight as he stared at the image of the volatile Team 7. I have to say, Pops, Asuma grumbled, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a casual flick of his lighter. He took a long drag, exhaling a cloud of gray smoke. Handing Kakashi both the Senju heir and the Uchiha survivor? It looks a lot like you're playing favorites. He gestured vaguely at the orb, where Naruto and Sasuke sat in stoic silence while Sakura cheered. That's a powerhouse team on paper. A bit unfair to the rest of us, isn't it? Asuma, Kakashi drawled, leaning lazily against the wall with his hands buried deep in his pockets. He offered his signature closed-eye smile, his voice infuriatingly chill. You got the legendary Ino Shikacho trio, didn't you? Aren't you happy with continuing the tradition? Asuma's eye twitched visibly. He knew exactly what Kakashi was doing. He had read the files on his assigned team, and he wasn't exactly thrilled. The Akimichi was obsessed with food, the Yamanaka was obsessed with boys, and the Nara... Well, Asuma had just watched Naruto elbow the kid in the ribs just to wake him up. "Don't give me that," Asuma shot back, his frown curling into a mocking smirk as he turned to face the copy Nin. "Just make sure you don't ruin them. We all know your track record." The room erupted in low chuckles. Kurenai hid a smile behind her hand, and even the Sandaime cracked a grin around his pipe stem. It was an open secret among the Jounin Corps. Hatake Kakashi had never passed a single genin team. He was notorious for failing every squad assigned to him, sending them back to the academy in tears. "Go ahead, show us how fast you'll send this batch back to academy," Asuma teased, tapping the ash from his cigarette. "I give them a day, maybe two." Kakashi didn't rise to the bait. He simply turned his gaze back to the crystal orb, his lone visible eye focusing intently on the image of the blonde boy sitting calmly amidst the chaos. He saw the discipline in Naruto's posture, the way he observed his surroundings, so unlike the other rookies. Kakashi snorted softly, a sound of genuine intrigue. "Well," he murmured, his voice dropping to a serious register that silenced the room. "Maybe not this time." Sasuke Uchiha was many things, but he was not a fool. He possessed the eyes that saw the truth, and the truth was a bitter pill to swallow. Senju Naruto was stronger than him. From their very first year at the academy, the gap had been undeniable. Naruto demonstrated a level of capability and raw talent that eclipsed those of all his peers. It wasn't just his skill, it was his blood. He was the grandson of Shodai and Nidaime Hokage, and the son of Yondaime. He was shinobi royalty. But Sasuke was an Uchiha, an elite among elites, and he was not the type of person to accept second place, destiny or not. For years, Sasuke had trained until his muscles screamed and studied until his vision blurred, desperate to bridge the gap. Yet, no matter how much he honed his skills, he could never quite close the distance. He had never defeated Naruto in a spar, nor had he bested him in the written exams. Naruto was a wall he could not scale. Then came the night of the massacre. The world shifted, and Sasuke found his existence defined by a singular hatred. He found himself running a race against two ghosts, Uchiha Itachi, the traitor who destroyed his past, and Senju Naruto, the prodigy who overshadowed his future. But now is different, Sasuke thought, a cold, calculating smirk touching his lips as he glanced at the blonde boy sitting a few desks away. "Now we are teammates. I will watch him and discover what makes him so powerful." Naruto, oblivious to the dark thoughts of his brooding teammate, took a deep breath and resumed the rhythmic tapping of his finger against the wooden desk.
Top, top, top.
It had been 3 hours. 3 hours since the Jounin commanders had arrived to collect their squads. 3 hours of staring at the chalkboard. It was a blatant display of disrespect and a terrible start for a newly formed cell. It seemed his female teammate shared his sentiment, though she lacked his restraint. "Where is he?" Sakura shrieked, her voice cracking with frustration. She dashed back and forth across the front of the room, her boots stomping loudly. I don't mind spending extra time with Sasuke-kun, but this is ridiculous. There is a limit to how late a person can be. Naruto ignored her outburst, his eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, his finger stopped mid-tap. He felt it, a suppressed, yet potent chakra signature approaching the corridor. Naruto's eyes snapped open, locking onto the classroom door just as it slid open with a harsh rattle. A man stepped inside. He was tall, dressed in the standard Jounin flak jacket, with a shock of gravity-defying silver hair. His face was obscured by a dark mask, and his forehead protector was pulled down to cover his left eye, leaving only a single, bored-looking dark eye visible. Naruto's composure cracked for a fraction of a second, his blue eyes widening in genuine shock. Him, Naruto thought, his mind racing. The copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, my Two-Sans student. He quickly schooled his features back into a mask of indifference, but he wasn't fast enough. Kakashi, who had been scanning the room with a lazy gaze, caught the micro-expression. His visible eye narrowed imperceptibly. So, he knows exactly who I am. Interesting. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, scratching the back of his head as he looked over the three genin: the fuming girl, the brooding Uchiha, and the composed Senju. Team 7, Kakashi asked, his voice dragging with lethargy. Seeing 3 nods in return, he offered them a closed-eye smile that felt entirely unearned. My first impression of this group. He paused for dramatic effect, looking them over one by one. You guys look like an interesting bunch. He pushed himself off the doorframe and turned around, hands in his pockets. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Don't be late. Don't be late? Is this guy serious? The wind whipped across the academy rooftop, carrying the scent of leaves and dust. By the time the 3 genin arrived, Kakashi was already perched casually on the railing against the backdrop of the Hokage monument. He looked bored, his single eye half-lidded as he read a small orange book. Good, you're all here, Kakashi said, snapping the book shut and tucking it into his pouch. Let's start with introductions. I want to know who I'm dealing with. Sakura tilted her head, confusion knitting her brow. Introductions? What do you want us to say, sensei? The basics, Kakashi shrugged. Likes, dislikes, your hobbies, dreams for the future, things like that. Why don't you go first, sensei? Naruto suggested calmly, crossing his arms over his chest. Set the example so we know how it's done. Kakashi eyed the blonde boy, assertive, but polite. Me?
I'm Hetaki Kakashi.
Things I like and things I hate. I don't feel like telling you that. My dreams for the future. Never really thought about it. As for hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. The 3 genin stared at him blankly. Can't believe he is reading this book so shamelessly, thought Naruto. Was this really the copy ninja? He basically just told us his name, Sakura whispered to Sasuke, who didn't respond. Okay, your turn, Kakashi gestured to the pink-haired girl. You first on the right. Sakura straightened up, stealing a quick glance at the Uchiha beside her.
I'm Haruno Sekure.
What I like, or rather the person I like is, she blushed furiously, looking at Sasuke. My hobby is, she giggled, burying her face in her hands. And my dream for the future is, she let out a high-pitched squeal. Kakashi sighed internally. Great. Girls at this age are more interested in love than ninjutsu. And what do you hate? Sakura's expression instantly soured. Ino pig, and waiting 3 hours for a teacher. Fair enough, Kakashi drawled. Next, you, the gloomy one. Sasuke sat forward, clasping his hands together. The air around him seemed to drop in temperature. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, and I don't like anything in particular. Sakura's smile faltered. Naruto watched him from the corner of his eye. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality, Sasuke continued, his voice cold and sharp as a kunai. I will restore my clan, and I will kill a certain man. A heavy silence fell over the roof. Kakashi's eye narrowed slightly, just as I thought. Okay. Kakashi broke the tension effortlessly. Last one, the blonde. Naruto stepped forward. He didn't slouch and he didn't fidget. He stood with a natural grace that reminded Kakashi painfully of his deceased sensei. I am Senju Naruto, he began, his voice steady and deeper than his years. I like the village my ancestors built, maintaining order and cooking. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Cooking? That's unexpected. I dislike. Never gave it much thought, Naruto continued. My hobbies are studying history, fuinjutsu, and meditation. His gaze drifting briefly to the stone faces on the mountain before returning to Kakashi. He placed a hand over his heart and smiled deeply. My dream is to protect this village and become Hokage. The wind picked up again, rustling their clothes. Kakashi stared at Naruto for a long moment. It wasn't the boisterous declaration of a brat wanting attention. It was the solemn oath of a shinobi. Sensei, your child became a terrific kid, Kakashi thought with pride. Good, Kakashi said aloud, his eye curving into a deceptive smile. You're all unique, and you all have your own motivations. We're going to have a lot of fun together. He pushed himself off the railing. Your first mission begins tomorrow. It's a survival exercise. Survival exercise? Sakura asked. But we already did that at the academy. Kakashi chuckled, a low, ominous sound. This isn't like the academy. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 will actually become genin. The other 18 will be sent back to the academy. In other words, this is a pass or fail test, and the probability of failing is 66%. The color drained from Sakura's face. Sasuke's fist clenched. Naruto merely narrowed his eyes, calculating the odds. Meet at the designated training ground at 5 a.m., Kakashi ordered, turning his back to them. And bring your ninja gear. He paused, glancing over his shoulder with a sadistic glint in his eye. Oh, and don't eat breakfast, or you'll puke. Next day, 4:30 a.m. Naruto hummed a low, tuneless melody as he walked through the quiet streets toward Training Ground 7. The sun had barely crested the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pale violet and orange. His stomach gave a quiet grumble of protest, but he ignored it with practiced ease. He had debated the merits of disobeying Kakashi's order to skip breakfast. It was a common psychological tactic, create physical discomfort to test mental fortitude. However, Naruto ultimately decided to comply. It wasn't that he feared vomiting, as Kakashi had warned. Rather, he understood the chain of command. If his superior shinobi gave a direct order before a mission, even a nonsensical one, there was likely a reason behind it. And if there wasn't, well, a few hours of hunger was nothing. Arriving at the training ground, he found the clearing empty. The dew was still heavy on the grass, and the only sound was the chirping of early morning birds. I'm the first one here, he noted, checking the position of the sun. He shrugged, adjusting his headband before leaping effortlessly onto a high branch of a nearby oak tree. He crossed his legs, settled his hands in his lap, and closed his eyes, slipping into a meditative trance to conserve energy. Judging by yesterday, Naruto thought, his mind drifting to the silver-haired Jounin. I highly doubt Kakashi-sensei's tardiness was a one-time occurrence. A man who reads erotic novels in front of his students doesn't strike me as a stickler for punctuality. He prepared himself for a long wait. 30 minutes later, his sensory range picked up a familiar, slightly erratic chakra signature approaching the bridge. His eyes snapped open. Sakura? He raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Before Sasuke? That's unexpected. He stayed at the branch of the tree just as the pink-haired Kunoichi walked onto the bridge, looking tired but determined. She spotted him sitting at the top of the tree and brightened up, though her eyes immediately darted around him, searching for someone else. Good morning, Naruto. Naruto offered a polite, charming smile, the kind that made civilian shopkeepers give him discounts. Good morning to you as well, Sakura. Sakura fidgeted with the hem of her red dress, her gaze scanning the empty tree line again. So, Sasuke-kun isn't here yet. Naruto felt a metaphorical sweat drop slide down the back of his head. There really is no hope for you, is there? We are about to face a Jounin in a survival exam, and your priority is a boy who ignores you. Outwardly, however, he kept his tone encouraging. I'm sure he will be here soon. As if summoned by her sheer desperation, the Uchiha heir arrived exactly 5 minutes later. He walked onto the bridge with his hands in his pockets, his face set in its permanent scowl of indifference. The air around him seemed to drop a few degrees. Sakura practically vibrated with excitement. She smoothed her hair and leaned forward. Gee, good morning, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke didn't break stride. He didn't even look at her. HN. The grunt was dismissive, cold, and utterly lacking in social grace. He walked past them both and leaned against the railing on the far side of the bridge, staring out at the water as if they didn't exist. Annoying prick, Naruto thought, shaking his head slightly at the display. He thinks brooding makes him look strong, but it just makes him look like a child throwing a tantrum. Deciding that engaging in conversation with a wall and a fangirl was a waste of breath, Naruto sighed and closed his eyes again. He crossed his arms, leaning back against the wood, and returned to his meditation. They had a long morning ahead of them. The sun had climbed high into the sky, banishing the morning chill and replacing it with the creeping warmth of midday. 5 hours. They had been waiting for 5 agonizing hours. Naruto's stomach gave a violent growl, a stark reminder that he had skipped breakfast as ordered. Beside the railing, Sasuke's patience had visibly eroded. His tapping foot was the only sign of his agitation, but the dark aura around him suggested he was plotting murder. Sakura, meanwhile, had gone through the 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and was currently circling back to a seething, silent rage. Naruto, who had spent the last 2 hours balancing a kunai on the tip of his finger while perched in the oak tree, finally sighed. He opened his eyes, staring at the empty spot on the bridge where he knew their sensei would eventually appear. He's testing us, Naruto reasoned, though his brow twitched with irritation. Or he's just incredibly irresponsible. Suddenly, without a sound or a warning ripple of chakra, a cloud of white smoke erupted in the center of the bridge. As the smoke cleared, Hatake Kakashi stood there, one hand in his pocket and the other raised in a lazy greeting. He looked fresh, well-rested, and completely unbothered by the fact that his students had been starving for half a day.
Yo!
The silence that followed was deafening. "You're late," Sakura shrieked, the sound scaring a flock of pigeons out of a nearby bush. She stomped forward, thrusting an accusing finger at the Jounin's masked face. "We've been waiting here since dawn. How can you be this late?" Naruto hopped down from the tree branch, landing softly on the grass. He didn't yell, but his blue eyes were narrowed into a glare that was far colder than Sakura's fiery outburst. He crossed his arms, his posture radiating disappointment. "Seriously, sensei?" Naruto asked, his tone flat and unimpressed. 5 hours? That's not just tardiness. That's desertion." Kakashi didn't even flinch. He simply rubbed the back of his neck, his visible eye curving into that infuriatingly innocent eye smile. Now, calm down," Kakashi drawled. "A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around to avoid bad luck. You understand, right?" "Liar," Sakura screamed. He walked past them toward 3 wooden stumps in the middle of the clearing, placing an old-fashioned alarm clock on the center one. "Anyway," Kakashi said, his tone shifting slightly, signaling the end of the banter, "let's get started. I have an alarm set for noon." He reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 silver bells, dangling them tauntingly in front of the 3 genin. They chimed softly in the wind. "Your assignment is very simple," he said, his eye narrowing. "You have until noon to take these bells from me." Sakura frowned, doing the math. "But there are only 2 bells, and there are 3 of us." "Correct," Kakashi said cheerfully, "which means that at least one of you will end up tied to a stump and will go without lunch. And that person will fail the exam and be sent back to the academy." The atmosphere on the training ground instantly shifted from annoyance to deadly seriousness. "So," Kakashi said, holding the bells up, "come at me with the intent to kill. If you don't, you'll never get them." Now, seeing his students get ready, he continued, "Begin!" Concealed within the dense large bush, Naruto kept his breathing shallow, his blue eyes fixed on the silver-haired Jounin standing openly in the clearing. Kakashi looked bored, lazily turning the page of that orange book while the bells jingled softly at his hip. Naruto frowned, One of us gets sent back to the academy? As he analyzed the parameters of the test. He narrowed his eyes further. Standard tactical squads are always formed as 4-man cells, 3 genin and 1 jounin captain. A 2-man genin team disrupts standard formation protocols and rotation schedules. It doesn't make sense. And continued his train of thought. He paused. He is bluffing. The threat of failure is real, but the condition of splitting the team is a lie. Before looking back at the teacher. So, if the premise was false, what was the true objective? Naruto watched as Kakashi yawned, looking completely unconcerned by the 3 killers in training hiding around him. Then, it clicked. He knows it's statistically impossible for a fresh genin to take a bell from an elite jounin in single combat. The only variable that shifts the odds in our favor is numbers. And he finally understood. It's a test of teamwork, he realized. Naruto let out a silent sigh, rubbing his temple. Great, I have to cooperate. As he glanced toward the distinct chakra signatures of his teammates, getting Sakura to cooperate was plausible. She was desperate to pass and would follow a lead if presented with one. But Sasuke? Naruto scoffed internally. That guy is drowning in his own arrogance. He thinks he's an avenger who needs no one. If I approached him now, he'd just sneer and tell me to stay out of his way. And shook his head. Naruto shifted his weight, gripping a kunai. He couldn't force teamwork on someone who didn't want it. He had to demonstrate the necessity of it. Naruto decided, I'll engage Kakashi-sensei alone first, as his muscles tensed for a strike. I need to show Sasuke the gap in power. Once he sees that even I can't touch him solo, maybe then the Uchiha will realize that working together is the only way to survive. He concluded. Kakashi was thoroughly enjoying the latest twist in Ika Ika Paradise, chuckling softly to himself as the protagonist found himself in yet another compromised situation. However, his literary enjoyment was abruptly cut short when the sharp whistle of cutting air reached his ears. Without lifting his eyes from the page, Kakashi tilted his head to the left, then swayed his torso to the right. 3 shuriken embedded themselves harmlessly into the tree trunk behind him. He sighed, snapping the book shut and sliding it into his rear pouch. He looked up to see the blonde genin standing openly in the clearing, hands empty but posture relaxed. So, you've decided to come out, Kakashi said, his tone casual. Standard ninja tactics usually suggest hiding and striking from the shadows, don't they? Naruto's eyes narrowed as he drew 2 kunai from his holster, testing their weight in his grip. You already knew exactly where we were. Hiding was pointless, he replied calmly. Besides, there is nothing wrong with testing the waters directly. Is that so? Kakashi mused. Here I come. With a sudden flicker, Naruto vanished. Kakashi's eye widened slightly. Fast. It wasn't a teleportation technique, but pure, explosive body flicker speed. Naruto reappeared instantly within striking range, his kunai sweeping horizontally in a vicious arc aimed at Kakashi's midsection. Reacting on instinct, Kakashi leaped backward, his sandals skidding across the grass as he created distance. That was pretty fast, Anar. He stopped mid-sentence. A soft rip sound echoed in the clearing. Kakashi looked down. There, right across the sturdy material of his jounin flak jacket, was a deep, clean slash mark. If he had been a fraction of a second slower, that cut would have opened his stomach. Heh! Kakashi looked up to see Naruto standing 10 feet away, twirling the kunai in his hands. But now, the blades weren't just steel. They were humming with a faint, razor-sharp blue aura that distorted the air around them. So, you channeled wind chakra into your kunai to extend their cutting range? Kakashi observed, his voice losing its lazy drawl for the first time. It works, doesn't it? Naruto remarked, the blue light fading from the blades. As expected, Kakashi thought, genuinely impressed. Mastering elemental affinity at 13 is rare enough. but to channel the chakra only at the exact moment of impact to hide the technique until it was too late, that requires terrifying control. Impressive indeed, Kakashi said, his stance shifting into something much more serious. It seems I can't read a book while fighting you. Realizing that the wind-infused kunai trick had lost its element of surprise, Naruto instantly shifted tactics. He deftly holstered his weapons and settled into a heavy taijutsu stance, his center of gravity low. Taijutsu it is, Kakashi noted, slipping his hands out of his pockets. Naruto didn't waste breath on a reply. He exploded forward, aiming a sharp jab at the Jounin's throat. Kakashi tilted his head effortlessly to the side, letting the fist sail past, but Naruto was already moving into the next strike. A sweeping leg kick targeted Kakashi's ribs, followed immediately by a palm strike to the chest. Kakashi blocked the kick with his forearm and caught the palm strike with a dull thud. He's heavy, Kakashi realized, feeling the weight behind the boy's blows. He's not just fast. He hits harder than a genin has any right to. For the next few seconds, the clearing was filled with the sounds of combat, the rapid-fire smack of flesh against flesh and the whoosh of displaced air. They traded blow for blow, kick for kick. Naruto was relentless, flowing from one form to another with water-like fluidity, but Kakashi was a fortress. The copy ninja parried, blocked, and sidestepped with an economy of motion that spoke of decades of experience. Naruto saw an opening and pivoted on his heel, launching a vicious high kick aimed at Kakashi's head. It was a trap. Kakashi's hands snapped up, his grip clamping around Naruto's ankle like a steel trap. Too linear, Kakashi remarked. With a simple flex of his arm, Kakashi used Naruto's own momentum against him, flinging the boy high into the air. As Naruto spun helplessly in the ascent, Kakashi reached into his pouch with blurring speed. 5 shuriken materialized between his fingers. Let's see how you dodge this in midair, Kakashi thought, whipping his arm forward. The projectiles shrieked through the air, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Naruto, suspended in gravity with no leverage to dodge, didn't panic. His eyes narrowed in focus as he twisted his body, bringing his hands together in a blur of seals. Tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, snake. He inhaled sharply, his chest expanding, and snapped his mouth open. Wind style, great breakthrough. A visible shockwave of compressed air erupted from Naruto's mouth. It wasn't just a breeze. It was a gale-force blast that slammed into the incoming shuriken. The metal stars stopped dead in the air, trembling for a fraction of a second against the pressure, before being violently repelled backward. The wind tore through the clearing, ripping up grass and sending the shuriken flying back toward their owner at double the speed. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The projectiles buried themselves deep into Kakashi's chest and flak jacket. The Jounin staggered back under the force of the wind, his body slumping forward lifelessly. Naruto landed gracefully on the grass, his breathing steady. He stared at the fallen Jounin, his expression unimpressed. Poof! A cloud of white smoke erupted where Kakashi stood. When it cleared, the body was gone, replaced by a splintered wooden log riddled with shuriken. Kawarimi, Naruto muttered, straightening his posture. From the shadows of the dense tree, Sasuke's grip tightened on the tree bark until his knuckles turned white. He had watched the entire exchange, his Sharingan-less eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and burning frustration. Wind style, Sasuke thought, his jaw clenched. He can already manipulate elemental chakra? And to use a technique of that magnitude while suspended in midair. He looked at the splinters embedded in the log where Kakashi had been moments ago. That wasn't just raw power. It was tactical brilliance. Naruto hadn't just thrown a punch. He had controlled the entire flow of the battle. Sasuke felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had trained until he spat blood to master the fireball jutsu, thinking it put him leagues above his peers. Yet, here was Naruto casually tossing around C-rank Winjutsu as if it were a simple academy drill. The gap isn't closing, Sasuke realized, a cold sweat forming on his brow. It's widening. He slammed his fist quietly against the trunk. He couldn't afford to be impressed. He couldn't afford to be second best. My turn, Sasuke told himself, pushing the doubt down into the darkest pit of his stomach. I will not be left behind. With a flicker of movement, the Uchiha vanished from his hiding spot, hunting for the silver-haired Jounin. I must say, Naruto. Naruto looked up. Kakashi was crouched on a high branch of a nearby tree, looking down at him. There wasn't a scratch on him, but his visible eye held a gleam of genuine approval. You certainly live up to your reputation. To pull off a C-rank ninjutsu midair is no small feat. Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but Kakashi stood up, dusting off his knees. However, I have 2 other cute students to test, and I can't spend all day playing with you. So, Kakashi gave a 2-fingered salute.
Yane.
With a flicker, the Jounin vanished, leaving Naruto alone in the windswept clearing. Naruto did not need to sense Kakashi to realize where he went. Sakura's scream was enough. A roar. Naruto just sighed. It seems his plan had failed spectacularly. Naruto had hoped that by demonstrating the sheer gap in skill between them and their Jounin instructor, Sasuke would realize the futility of a frontal assault and accept a partnership. It was a logical deduction. However, Naruto had underestimated the sheer depth of the Uchiha ego. Instead of seeing reason, Sasuke had taken Naruto's display as a personal challenge. Rather than joining forces, the Uchiha had rushed off to hunt Kakashi alone, desperate to prove that he wouldn't be left behind by a Senju. The result was humiliating. Sasuke ended up buried up to his neck in the dirt via the earth style headhunter jutsu. Naruto had wasted precious time digging him out, only for Sasuke to spit a thank you and run off to get beaten again. Now the noon alarm clock was ringing, its shrill sound mocking them in the silent training ground. Naruto sat on the grass, his stomach rumbling violently. Beside him, Sasuke sat with his knees pulled to his chest, his clothes dirted and his pride shattered, finding the grass incredibly interesting to glare at. And then there was Sakura, poor Sakura, who was currently tied tightly to the center wooden post, looking exhausted and on the verge of tears. Kakashi stood before them, his single visible eye devoid of its usual mirth. The playful atmosphere of the morning was gone. I must say, Kakashi began, looking down at them with a cold, piercing gaze. You guys suck. The blunt insult hung in the air. The 3 genin said nothing, their heads bowing in collective shame. You ignore the basics, Kakashi continued, stepping closer. You act as individuals, not as a unit. Sakura, you were so obsessed with Sasuke you didn't even know where he was while you were wandering right into a genjutsu. Sasuke, you assume you can do everything alone. And Naruto. He looked at the blonde. You worked alone, too. You didn't even realize the meaning behind the tez. It was teamwork, Naruto interrupted, his voice quiet but firm. Kakashi paused, raising a silver eyebrow. If you knew the answer, why didn't you act on it? I tried, Naruto sighed, running a hand through his spiky hair. He cast a sideways glance at the brooding Uchiha. But teamwork requires a team. I realized that forced cooperation would result in failure given certain personality types. I tried to show them the gap in power so they would come to me, but he trailed off, shrugging. I miscalculated. Excuses, Kakashi stated simply. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum. That's true. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. The words struck a chord. Sasuke flinched visibly. Sakura looked down. Naruto clenched his fist. Kakashi stared at them for a long, uncomfortable minute. He saw the potential, buried deep under layers of arrogance, insecurity, and naivety. However, Kakashi's expression softened just a fraction. I'm feeling generous today. The three of you look pathetic enough. He walked over to the memorial stone, picking up 2 bento boxes. I will give you one last chance after lunch, Kakashi declared. The heads of the 3 genin snapped up in surprise. I'll make this an easy combat test. If you can take the bells, you pass. But, Kakashi added, his voice dropping an octave, becoming deadly serious. Under no circumstances are you to feed Sakura. If you do, you fail immediately. He turned on his heel, vanishing in a puff of smoke. I'll be watching. The silence that followed Kakashi's departure was heavy, broken only by the chirping of cicadas and the agonizingly loud growl of Sakura's stomach. The pink-haired girl flushed a deep shade of crimson, hanging her head in humiliation. She was tied to a post, hungry, and completely useless to her team. She expected mocking, or perhaps just cold indifference from the 2 prodigies sitting before her. Naruto sat silently, staring at the bento box in his lap. The rice was fluffy, the egg roll perfectly yellow, and the smell was intoxicating. He picked up his chopsticks, but he didn't eat. His mind replayed Kakashi's words, "Those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum." Then he looked at the order, "Do not feed Sakura." It was a contradiction, paradox. If they left her to starve, they were following orders but abandoning a comrade. If they fed her, they broke the rules but saved the team. A leader prioritizes the team over the rules, Naruto decided firmly. He stood up, walking calmly over to the wooden stump.
Sakura flinched, expecting a lecture.
Instead, she saw Naruto kneeling in front of her, holding up a portion of rice with his chopsticks. Eat, Naruto commanded gently. Sakura's eyes widened. But, Naruto, you heard Sensei. If you feed me, you'll fail. You'll be sent back to the academy. Kakashi is gone, Naruto replied, his voice steady and reassuring. He looked around to confirm they were alone. Listen, Sakura. The next test is combat. We need to take those bells. If you are starving, you'll be weak. You'll slow us down, and we will fail anyway. He smiled, a soft, genuine expression that lacked his usual stoicism. We need you at full strength. We are a 3-man squad, right? Naruto, Sakura whispered, her resolve crumbling. Here, Sasuke's voice cut in. Sakura turned to see the Uchiha standing on her other side, holding out his own bento box. He looked away, refusing to make eye contact, his cheeks slightly pink. He's right. You're annoying enough as it is. If you pass out from hunger during the fight, you'll just be a burden to me. So just eat. Naruto chuckled softly at Sasuke's clumsy attempt at kindness. He brought the food closer to her lips. Go on. Say it. Sakura looked between the 2 boys, both risking their futures just to make sure she didn't go hungry. Her vision blurred as hot tears pricked the corners of her eyes. Gee guys, she choked out, her voice trembling with emotion. She opened her mouth, accepting the food Naruto offered. She chewed, the simple rice tasting like the best meal she had ever had. But before she could swallow, the atmosphere shifted violently. The wind howled. The sky seemed to darken in an instant. A terrifying, oppressive pressure slammed down onto the clearing, freezing the 3 genin in place. You! A thunderous roar echoed around them as a massive cloud of smoke exploded in front of the stump. From the smoke, Hatake Kakashi emerged, but he didn't look like the lazy pervert from before. He looked like a demon. His lone eye was wide with fury. His hands formed into a seal, and the air crackled with killing intent. You broke the rules, Kakashi shouted, his voice booming like thunder. Are you prepared for the consequences? We are a team, Naruto declared, standing firm against the crushing pressure while Sasuke and Sakura nodded in fierce agreement. You said it yourself. Those who abandon their comrades are scum. The terrifying killing intent vanished in an instant, replaced by a cheerful, closed-eye smile. You passed. Chapter 2. Flashback, 5 years ago. Naruto wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, beaming down at the masterpiece steaming on his small kitchen table. After weeks of trial and error, he had finally nailed the broth ratio. The smell was divine, rich, savory, and absolutely perfect. Finally, he whispered, his mouth watering as he clapped his small hands together. Ita de Kamasu. He looked up, a bright, childish smile plastered on his face, only to freeze solid. The smile vanished, replaced by genuine, wide-eyed surprise. Standing directly across the small table, looming over his dinner like gargoyles, were 3 full-grown shinobi wearing the slashed headbands of Iwagakure. Naruto blinked, his brain struggling to process the intrusion. You guys aren't Ichiraka delivery, are you? The leader in the middle didn't answer. Instead, he slowly drew a katana, a low, rasping laugh bubbling up from his chest until it warped into a manic cackle. Ha ha ha, delivery. No boy. The ninja's eyes burned with unhinged madness as he pointed the sharp blade right at the stunned child's nose. We are your executioners. Today we avenge our comrades. Today, the yellow flash pays his debt. Oh. Naruto blinked slowly, letting out a long, weary sigh as he rubbed his temples. Look, I'm going to be nice about this. If you guys just walk away right now, nothing happens. I eat my ramen while it's hot, and you get to keep breathing. Deal? The 3 assassins froze, bewildered. The sheer audacity of an 8-year-old child speaking to them like that sent a cold shiver down their spines. There was no fear in his voice, only the mild irritation of someone dealing with a minor inconvenience. But the bloodlust of the Third War ran too deep to be quelled by a child's apathy. Die, you cocky brat! The leader screamed, his sanity snapping as he swung his katana down in a vicious arc meant to split the boy's skull. Yup, he's a madman, Naruto thought, completely unimpressed. Time seemed to slow. As the steel blade whistled toward his head, Naruto didn't panic. He simply tilted his head to the right, just an inch, letting the blade slice harmlessly through the air beside his ear. In the same fluid motion, his hand snapped out, grabbing a wooden chopstick from his bowl. The IWA Jonin had no time to process his mistake. He only saw a blur of motion before a sudden, biting pressure exploded in his throat. Thwack. The chopstick, humming with invisible, razor-sharp wind chakra, buried itself deep into the man's neck. The leader gurgled, eyes wide with shock, staring into blue orbs that held absolutely no emotion, only a void. He crumpled to the floor. Taicho. Naruto remained seated, calm as ever, as the 2 remaining subordinates roared in grief and charged toward him. Before they could take another step, the shadows behind them lunged. 2 identical copies of Naruto materialized from the darkness, kunai already drawn in reverse grips. There was no scream, only the synchronized, wet sound of steel slicing through flesh. The 2 men crumpled to the floor, dead before they even hit the ground. The room fell silent, save for the soft dripping of blood. Naruto looked at the corpses for a moment before his gaze was tragically fixed on his dinner. A spray of crimson from the leader's neck had landed squarely in his bowl, swirling into the perfectly crafted golden broth and ruining it instantly. His eyebrow twitched. As if the night couldn't get any worse, his sensory range pinged. 3 chakra signatures were rushing toward his apartment at high speed. One was old and powerful, the Sandaime, flanked by 2 sharp ANBU signatures. Naruto slumped back in his chair, dropping the remaining chopstick onto the bloody table with a defeatist clatter. You guys could have avoided this. For weeks after graduation. Oh, my poor little Tora-chan. Mama was so worried. Naruto actually winced as he watched the large woman crush the struggling cat against her chest. The poor animal looked like it was being squeezed to death. No wonder that stupid cat ran away, Naruto thought, feeling a rare moment of pity for the beast. I would run away too if I got hugged like that. However, his sympathy for the cat vanished the moment the third Hokage cleared his throat and looked down at a scroll. Now then, the Hokage mumbled around his pipe. For Team 7's next assignment, we have digging up sweet potatoes, babysitting the counselor's 3-year-old, or running groceries to the neighboring village. Naruto's eye twitched. He wasn't doing this anymore. He stepped forward, cutting the Hokage off mid-sentence. Actually, Hokage-sama, Naruto said with a smooth, polite smile. I believe Kakashi-sensei has something he wants to tell you. He slowly turned his head to look at his teacher. His blue eyes bore into Kakashi's single visible eye with intense pressure. The message was clear. You promised. Kakashi's left eye twitched visibly. He looked at the smiling boy, then at the confused Hokage. He let out a long, defeated sigh. Kakashi, the Hokage asked, raising an eyebrow. Is this true? Knowing he had no other choice, Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck and stepped forward. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, sounding like the words physically hurt him. I believe my team is ready for a higher-ranked mission. Wait a minute. Irika, who was organizing scrolls beside the Hokage, stood up abruptly. He looked at the elite jonin with disbelief. Are you sure, Kakashi-san? They only graduated 3 weeks ago. They are still rookies. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, his visible eye curving into a lazy smile. Relax, Irika-sensei. You don't need to worry so much. Trust me, they are more than ready. They are a special bunch after all. But before Irika could argue further, Hiruzen cleared his throat. The third Hokage took a slow puff from his pipe, letting the smoke curl around his hat. I find myself agreeing with Kakashi. If he says they are ready, then perhaps it is time to stretch their legs a bit. A C-rank mission shouldn't do any harm. Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. Beside him, Sasuke smirked, finally getting what he wanted, while Sakura shifted nervously but remained silent. Your mission is to protect a certain individual, the Hokage stated, gesturing toward the door. Send him in. The door slid open to reveal an elderly man swaying on his feet, a bottle of sake clutched tightly in his hand. He took one look at the 3 genin and scoffed in disgust. What is this? I didn't pay for a bunch of brats. He took a swig of alcohol, glaring specifically at Sakura. Especially the pink-haired one. Shouldn't she be in school or something? Sakura couldn't help but gaze around in wonder. The massive trees, the unfamiliar path, the air that tasted distinct from the air inside the walls. It all felt surreal. She was actually leaving the village for the first time. However, when she glanced at her blonde teammate, the magic faded slightly. Naruto didn't look excited, nervous, or even particularly interested. He looked bored. He walked with a casual slouch, staring ahead as if this were a routine grocery run rather than a journey into the unknown. Naruto, she asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Have you been outside the village before? Naruto blinked, pulled from his thoughts. He looked at her, then shrugged non-committally. Yeah, a few times. Sakura raised an eyebrow. She knew Naruto was an orphan, the prince of the village, sure, but still alone. Who would have taken him on trips outside the village walls? Her curiosity spiked. With whom? Naruto felt a prick of annoyance at Sakura's sudden fixation on his personal life. He opened his mouth to brush her off, but stopped when he felt the weight of multiple gazes. It wasn't just Sakura. Kakashi was listening intently. Tazuna had glanced back, and even Sasuke of all people, had slowed his pace slightly, waiting for an answer. What the hell? Naruto thought. Why is everyone so interested? He couldn't mention Jiraiya. That would raise too many questions about his training. He needed a name big enough to explain the travel, but distant enough to be plausible. Senju Tsunade. Immediately, he realized he had made a severe tactical error. He had forgotten that to the Kunoichi of Konoha, the slug princess wasn't just a sannin. She was a goddess. Sakura stopped dead in her tracks, stars practically exploding in her eyes. "No way!" she shrieked, clutching her hands together. "You traveled with Lady Tsunade. What is she like? I heard she's the most beautiful woman in the world." Naruto internally scoffed, a mental image of a drunk, gambling woman shouting for more sake flashing through his mind. Outwardly, however, he just let out a tired sigh. "How about we fangirl about Tsunade later?" Naruto suggested, gesturing down the path. "I think we should focus on guarding Tazuna-san for now." The group continued their trek in silence, the earlier excitement about Tsunade fading into the rhythmic sound of sandals hitting the dirt path. The sun was beating down on them, bright and unyielding. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky, and the ground was dry and cracked from days of heat. That was why the puddle stood out so blatantly. Naruto didn't break his stride, but his eyes narrowed slightly as he spotted the small pool of water sitting innocently in the middle of the path. It hasn't rained in a week, Naruto thought, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. That's not just a trap. It's an insult to the art of stealth. He glanced sideways at Kakashi. The Jounin was walking with his nose buried in his orange book, looking completely oblivious to the world. But Naruto saw the slightest shift in Kakashi's visible eye, a tiny flicker that said, "I see it. Wait." Naruto relaxed his posture, feigning ignorance, though his hand drifted inches closer to his kunai pouch. Sasuke seemed to notice something was off too, his gaze darting around, while Sakura was busy wiping sweat from her forehead, completely unaware. They passed the puddle. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the sound of splashing water broke the silence. Two figures erupted from the puddle like demons rising from hell. They were clad in dark cloaks, wearing breathing apparatuses and strange, clawed gauntlets connected by a razor-sharp chain. "One down." Before Sakura could even gasp, the chain whipped around Kakashi like a striking snake. The two assassins pulled in opposite directions with brutal force. Raya. Kakashi was torn to pieces instantly, his body scattering in a gory mess of blood and flesh. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura shrieked, her face draining of all color. The two assassins didn't pause. With their first target eliminated, they turned their cold, masked gazes toward the trembling bridge builder and the three genin. "Now!" one of them rasped, his voice muffled by his mask. "You're next." Naruto just sighed, looking at the spot where his teacher had died. "Show off." Without pausing, they separated. One launched at Sasuke. The other bypassed a terrified Sakura, aiming his claw directly at Tazuna. Sasuke moved fast, leaping into the air to pin the first assassin's chain to a tree with shuriken, effectively neutralizing him. The second assassin roared, "You're next!" as his claw descended on the bridge builder. Clang. Sparks flew as Naruto intercepted the strike with a reverse grip kunai, his stance low and perfectly grounded. His expression was razor-sharp and devoid of panic. "Too slow," Naruto stated coldly. With a fluid shift of weight, he deflected the claw, twisted inside the assassin's guard, and drove a precision palm strike into the man's chin. The ninja's head snapped back, and he collapsed, unconscious instantly. Naruto didn't celebrate. He remained standing over the body, kunai raised, his eyes scanning the perimeter for additional threats. "Yo!" Kakashi stepped out from behind a tree, eyeing the defeated attackers. "Excellent reaction time, Sasuke." And Naruto, "Flawless execution." Naruto simply nodded, keeping his guard up. "Sensei." This is obviously no longer a C-rank mission. Why you? Tazuna stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed accusingly at the silver-haired Jounin. If you were alive the whole time, why didn't you interfere sooner? We could have been killed. Kakashi turned slowly toward the client. Gone was the lazy, eye-smiling teacher. In his place stood a veteran shinobi. His single visible eye bore into the old man with piercing intensity. I needed to confirm their objective, Kakashi stated coldly. I had to know if they were targeting a Konoha ninja squad, or you. Tazuna's face drained of all color. He backed away a step, only to realize he was surrounded. For pairs of eyes were locked onto him. Kakashi's calculating gaze, Sasuke's suspicion, Sakura's fear, and Naruto's unyielding scrutiny. Why? Tazuna swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. Why would they be after me? I'm just an old bridge builder. Chunin-level assassins don't hunt bridge builders for sport. Sasuke cut in, stepping forward. He holstered his kunai with a sharp click, his expression hard. Cut the act. You tell us. Seeing he had no choice, he spilled the beans. Do you know Gato? Naruto watched the thick mist swirl around the small boat, hiding the dark waters beneath them. He couldn't help but shake his head internally. Konoha shinobi had a reputation for being soft, compared to the ruthless killers of Kiri or IWA. But this was ridiculous. Continuing a mission that had clearly escalated to A rank, all because an old man shed a few crocodile tears and spun a sob story about poverty? Perks of being the good guys, I guess, Naruto thought, a short, dry chuckle escaping his lips. Kakashi, who was sitting at the front of the boat, turned his head slightly. Something funny, Naruto? Naruto waved him off, leaning back against the wooden hull. Nothing, sensei. Just thinking. He shifted his gaze to the massive structure looming out of the fog ahead of them. The unfinished bridge was colossal, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. I must say though, Tazuna-san, Naruto added, his tone genuine, this really is a magnificent bridge. The scale is incredible. Tazuna puffed out his chest, his earlier fear momentarily forgotten in the face of flattery. A grin split his weathered face. Heh, of course it is. I told you, didn't I? I'm a super elite bridge builder. This bridge will be the lifeline of the land of waves. Sakura, sitting beside Sasuke, crossed her arms and let out a loud, unladylike snort. Honestly, we thought you were lying about your skills, just like you lied about the mission rank. Tazuna's face turned beet red. He sputtered, pointing a calloused finger at her. What did you say, you little brat? Keep it low, Tazuna. The boat driver snarled at Tazuna, who immediately apologized. The boat ride ended in uneasy silence, the group stepping onto the shore of the land of waves. But even on solid ground, the thick, unnatural fog clung to them like a shroud. First the demon brothers from Kiri and now this mist. Naruto thought, his guard raised. Suddenly, a massive spike of chakra flared on his sensory radar, moving at breakneck speed. His eyes snapped wide. Sensei, incoming. 12 o'clock. Kakashi didn't hesitate. He trusted his students' senses implicitly. Just as the terrifying sound of tearing wind reached his ears, he screamed, "Get down!" Naruto moved instantly, grabbing the back of Sakura and hauling her into the dirt before she could process the command. Sasuke dropped into a crouch on instinct, while Kakashi forced a bewildered Tazuna to the ground. Whoosh! A massive slab of spinning steel cleaved through the air where their heads had been a split second earlier. With a violent thud, the weapon embedded itself deep into the trunk of a tree behind them. It wasn't just a sword, it was a gigantic butcher knife. As the dust settled, a tall, shirtless figure materialized from the fog, landing silently on the hilt of the blade. He looked down at them with cold, dead eyes. Kakashi stood up slowly, dusting off his knees as he recognized the iconic blade. He stared up at the rogue ninja, his single eye narrowing dangerously. Well, well, Kakashi drawled, his voice deceptively calm. If it isn't Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza looked down from his sword, eyeing the silver-haired Jonin. I figured it was you from the hair. No wonder the demon brothers stood no chance, Zabuza said, his voice rough. Kakashi of the Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes widened. Sharingan. Zabuza ignored the kid and kept his eyes on Kakashi. I saw your entry in the bingo book. They call you the copy ninja, the man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu. He grabbed the handle of his massive blade and yanked it free from the tree with a heavy thud. It's an honor to meet you, Zabuza said, pointing the giant sword at him. Looks like you will not hand over the old geezer. So, I'll have to kill you. Naruto glanced at his sensei. Ha! Turns out you are actually famous. Kakashi sighed and reached for his headband, pulling it up to reveal the scarred, spinning red eye. Looks like I can't save this for later. Take Tazuna and run away. Don't worry about me. Naruto didn't move. He narrowed his blue eyes, coldly analyzing the situation. It looked like Kakashi had severely underestimated the rogue ninja. Getting caught in a water prison jutsu was a rookie mistake for a man of his caliber. He glanced sideways. Sakura was trembling so hard her knees were knocking together, and even Sasuke looked paralyzed, his eyes wide with shock. They were useless right now. Zabuza noticed the anomaly. While his real body held the water sphere trapping Kakashi, a water clone rose from the lake and stepped onto the shore, staring directly at Naruto. You, Zabuza rasped, pointing his massive sword at the boy.
Brat.
You seem unbothered. Naruto stood his ground, his posture relaxed but ready. You could say I have issues. He looked the demon of the mist in the eye, unfazed by the killing intent rolling off the man. And as for your graduation story, slaughtering your classmates doesn't make you a shinobi, Zabuza. It just makes you a psychotic killer with a headband. The air grew heavy. Zabuza's eyes narrowed into slits, rage bubbling beneath his bandages. He hated being lectured, especially by a fresh genin. You have a big mouth for a dead man, Zabuza growled, gripping his sword tighter. You are nothing but a wannabe in a world of killers. Now, hand over the old man, or I squeeze the life out of your precious sensei right now. How is he so calm? Sasuke thought, his body stiff and unresponsive. Cold sweat ran down his temples as he watched his teammate. The killing intent in the air was suffocating, thick enough to taste. Yet Naruto stood there with the same expression he wore during D-rank weeding missions.
En Naruto.
Sakura shrieked, her voice cracking with terror. What are you doing provoking him? He's going to kill us. Naruto ignored his pink-haired teammate completely. His blue eyes were locked onto the lake, his hands already blurring through a sequence of seals with practiced speed. This time, Naruto shouted, his voice cutting through the heavy mist to reach his trapped teacher. Do not underestimate him, sensei. Tiger, rabbit, dog,
Ram.
dragon. Naruto slammed his hands together, his chakra flaring sharp and dangerous. Wind style, wind cutter jutsu. What? Zabuza's water clone didn't even have time to raise its sword. Visible blades of pressurized wind tore through the air, slicing the clone into a harmless splash of water instantly. But the attack didn't stop there. The wind blades raced across the surface of the lake, cutting the water as they aimed straight for the real Zabuza's neck. A genin using high-level elemental manipulation. Zabuza's eyes widened in genuine shock. He had a split-second choice. Keep the prison active and lose his head, or let go and dodge. Cursing, Zabuza ripped his hand out of the water sphere and leaped backward. The wind cutter sliced through the space he had occupied a fraction of a second later, dissipating into the fog. Behind him, the heavy sphere of water collapsed with a splash, dropping a coughing, soaking wet Kakashi into the lake. Zabuza was mad. No, he was furious. to be forced to break his jutsu, not by the copy ninja, but by a fresh-faced genin with a loud mouth. It was humiliating. The demon of the mist felt his blood boil, his killing intent spiking to suffocating levels as he prepared to slaughter the brat where he stood. You little! His thought process was cut short by a blur of gray and green. Thwack! Zabuza didn't even see it coming. A heavy boot slammed squarely into his chest, winding him instantly and launching him skidding across the water's surface. He dug his sword into the lake bed to stop his momentum, coughing as he glared up. Kakashi stood between Zabuza and the genin, water dripping from his vest, but his eye curved into a genuine smile. Brilliant work, Naruto, Kakashi called out, not looking back. I'll take it from here. Naruto, standing on the shore, simply offered a thumbs up. Kakashi's smile vanished as he turned back to the rogue ninja. He pulled his headband tighter, his Sharingan spinning slowly, menacingly. The air temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees as he spoke, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl that sent a cold shiver down Zabuza's spine. Now, how about we finish what we started? Wonder who else is watching the fight, Naruto thought as he felt chakra hiding in the forest. Naruto watched the battle unfold with keen interest, his blue eyes tracking every splash and strike. He had to admit he was impressed. Kakashi wasn't just countering Zabuza. He was mirroring him perfectly, weaving hand signs in absolute synchronization, as if he were plucking the thoughts right out of the rogue ninja's head. He glanced to his side. Even Sasuke was transfixed, his earlier fear replaced by obsession as he watched the legendary dojutsu of his clan in action. So this is the true power of the Sharingan, Naruto thought, calculating the strategic value as he watched Kakashi unleash a water dragon. To simply look at a jutsu and make it your own, that would be incredibly convenient. It didn't take long for the copy ninja to end it. With a final, thunderous crash, Kakashi unleashed the water style. Great waterfall technique, a massive vortex of water that blasted Zabuza clear out of the lake and slammed him violently against a massive oak tree. Pinned and coughing up water, Zabuza looked up weakly at the man standing over him. The red eye of the Sharingan seemed to peer straight into his soul. "See, can you?" Zabuza wheezed, blood trickling from his lip. "Can you really see the future?" Kakashi raised a kunai, the steel glinting in the filtered sunlight. His voice was low, grave, and incredibly dramatic. "Yes, and in it, I foresee your death." On the sidelines, while Sakura gasped in awe and Sasuke stared in admiration, Naruto let out a long, silent sigh, a giant sweat drop forming on the back of his head. Wow, Naruto thought, unimpressed. He can be so corny. Just as Kakashi raised his kunai to deliver the final blow, a high-pitched whistling sound cut through the air. Thwip, thwip. Two long senbon needles embedded themselves deeply into Zabuza's neck. The demon of the mist stiffened, his eyes glazing over, before he collapsed sideways onto the dirt with a heavy thud. Kakashi froze, his Sharingan darting to the source of the attack. Standing on a high branch of a nearby tree was a boy, or perhaps a girl, wearing a striped kimono and the distinctive porcelain mask of a Kiri hunter nin. "You were right," the masked figure said, their voice polite and melodic. "He is dead." Kakashi lowered his guard slightly, moving to check Zabuza's pulse. He pressed 2 fingers against the rogue ninja's neck. Nothing. No breath, no heartbeat. "Hunter nin from the hidden mist, I presume?" Kakashi asked, standing up. The guy who was hiding in the forest Naruto analyzed with narrowed eyes. "Yes," the masked nin replied with a bow. "I have been tracking Zabuza for a long time. I thank you for your assistance." Sakura let out a breath she had been holding. "So, it's finally over?" "Looks like it," Kakashi said, pulling his headband down to cover his eye. Naruto, however, didn't relax as he scrutinized the hunter nin. Hunter Nin are supposed to destroy the body on the spot to protect village secrets, Naruto thought, his mind racing. They don't carry heavy corpses away unless they need something specific. And those needles, they hit the neck, but there was no blood. I will be taking the body now, the masked Nin said. In a swirl of leaves, they vanished, reappearing next to Zabuza's corpse. Hoisting the massive man over their shoulder with surprising ease, the Hunter Nin vanished into the mist. We should get moving, Kakashi said, turning to the group. We need to get Tazuna-san to his hoe. Kakashi took one step and suddenly crumpled. Sensei, Sakura screamed, rushing to catch him. Naruto sighed, walking over to help Sasuke lift the unconscious Jounin. He looked in the direction the Hunter Nin had vanished, a frown touching his lips. That was definitely a fake death, Naruto concluded, adjusting Kakashi's weight on his shoulder. Great, as if this mission wasn't annoying enough already. Tazuna's house was humble, built from sturdy mangrove wood, but it held a cozy warmth that contrasted sharply with the cold mist outside. In the guest room, Kakashi lay flat on his back, his single visible eye staring blankly at the wooden ceiling beams. His body felt heavy, drained of every drop of chakra. Are you certain you'll be all right, Sensei? Tsunami asked, her voice stern but laced with genuine concern as she adjusted the blanket over him. Kakashi offered a weak nod, his voice barely a murmur. I'll be fine, I just overdid it a little. I'll need about a week of bed rest to recover. A week? Naruto leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching his teacher with a knowing smirk. Well, you aren't an Uchiha by blood. After all, Naruto remarked casually, his tone teasing. It's no wonder the Sharingan drains your reserves so aggressively. You can't deactivate it, can you? Kakashi sighed, closing his eye. You know too much for your age, Naruto. Naruto chuckled softly, then shifted his gaze to the corner of the room. Sasuke sat there, staring out the window into the fog. He hadn't said a word since they arrived, doing nothing but brooding, likely stewing over the fact that a non-Uchiha had mastered his clan's eye better than he had. At least Zabuza is dead, Sakura said with a relieved sigh, breaking the heavy silence in the room. She sat on a small stool near the bed, wringing her hands. We can finally relax a little, right? Kakashi frowned beneath his mask, staring up at the ceiling. About that. He's alive, Naruto stated flatly, cutting straight to the point. Sakura whipped around, her eyes wide. What? But we saw him die. The Hunter Nin checked his pulse. Kakashi-sensei even confirmed it. I confirmed that his heart had stopped, Kakashi corrected weakly. But there are ways to temporarily stop the heart without killing the body. Naruto pushed off the doorframe, walking to the center of the room. Think about it, Sakura. Hunter Nin are disposal squads. Their job is to destroy the body on the spot to erase any secrets the ninja might hold. They don't carry heavy corpses away to a secondary location unless they have a very specific reason. Precisely, Kakashi agreed. And the weapon, Sunban needles. Unless they hit a vital organ, they rarely kill instantly. They are primarily tools for medical treatment, acupuncture, or inducing a state of suspended death. Sasuke finally turned away from the window, his brooding replaced by a sharp, dangerous focus. So it was a rescue mission. The masked ninja was his accomplice. Exactly, Kakashi confirmed grimly, which means Zabuza is still out there. And once he recovers from the damage I inflicted, he'll be coming for us. Sakura looked between the three males, pale-faced. But Sensei, you can barely move. If he comes back now. He won't come back immediately, Naruto interrupted calmly. Sensei hit him with a pretty nasty water vortex. Even for a frantic madman like Zabuza, that takes time to heal. I'd say we have a week. Kakashi nodded. A week. Which is exactly why I'll be starting your training tomorrow. Training? Sakura squeaked. But you're bedridden. Kakashi's eye curled into a closed-eye smile. I can't move, but I can still instruct. If we want to survive the next encounter, you three need to get stronger. Fast. What's the point of getting stronger? The sudden, quiet voice cut through the tension in the room. Everyone turned toward the doorway where a small boy, barely 6 or 7 years old, stood wearing a bucket hat and a striped poncho. His eyes were dull, devoid of the spark a child should have. Inari, where have you been? Tazuna exclaimed, his face lighting up with relief as he rushed to hug his grandson. The boy didn't return the embrace, just staring at the floor. Welcome home, Grandpa. Tsunami frowned, wiping her hands on her apron. She was clearly displeased with her son's lack of manners. Inari, greet our guests properly. These are the ninja who protected your grandfather all the way from the land of fire. Naruto, sensing a bit of Konohamaru in the kid, stepped forward with a friendly grin. He crouched down to be at eye level. Yo, nice to meet you, Inari-ku. They're gonna die. Naruto blinked, his smile freezing in place. Oh! He stood up slowly, looking dumbfounded by the sheer melancholy coming from such a small kid. Even Sasuke raised an eyebrow, and Sakura looked uncomfortable. No one can beat Gato and his men, Inari continued, his voice flat and hopeless. There's no point in fighting. You're just going to die, like everyone else who tries to be a hero. Now, Inari-kun, Naruto said, offering a small, disarming smile. He crouched slightly, trying to look less imposing. Nobody here claimed to be a hero. We're just professionals trying to do our job. He hoped the pragmatic approach would calm the kid down, but it had the opposite effect. Inari's glare intensified, his dark eyes filled with a cynicism far too old for his face. He scoffed, a sharp, dismissive sound, and turned his back on them. Inari, where are you going? Tazuna called out, frustration and worry warring in his voice. The boy didn't look back as he trudged toward the stairs. I'm going to my room, he muttered sullenly. I want to watch the sea. Damn, he is just as emo as you. Naruto whispered to Sasuke, making sure Tazuna and Tsunami would not listen. Sasuke glared at the blonde Senju for a moment before giving his trademark grunt. HN. The next morning, the group gathered in a dense clearing surrounded by towering trees. Kakashi, leaning heavily on a crutch, looked at his 3 students. All right, Kakashi began, his voice serious despite his injured state. To prepare for Zabuza, we need to improve your chakra control. So today's training will be climbing trees. Climbing trees? Sakura asked, confused. But sensei, we can already climb trees. Not like this, Kakashi corrected. You will be climbing without using your hands. You must focus a fixed amount of chakra to the soles of your feet to stick to the trunk. He shifted his weight, slowly walking vertically up the nearest tree trunk until he was hanging upside down from a branch. Like so. Sakura gasped. Wow! Kakashi dropped back down. This is essential for high-level jutsu and movement. Now each of you take a kunai, run up the tree, and mark the highest point you can reach before you fall. Go! Sasuke smirked, eager to prove himself. Chakra to the feet. Simple enough. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. Sakura did the same, furrowing her brow in concentration. Naruto, however, didn't close his eyes. He didn't even change his stance. He simply walked toward the tallest oak in the clearing. Without breaking his stride, he stepped onto the vertical trunk. Step, step, step. There was no running start, no frantic gathering of energy. Naruto walked up the perpendicular surface as casually as if he were walking up a flight of stairs, strolling all the way to a high branch, where he sat down and swung his legs. Is this high enough, sensei? Naruto called down, looking bored. Silence filled the clearing. Sasuke, who had managed to get halfway up before peeling off and landing on his feet, glared up at the blonde with grit teeth. Sakura, who had managed a few steps, looked up in disbelief. Kakashi smiled, not looking surprised in the slightest. Very good, Naruto. It seems you've already mastered this. Yeah, Naruto nodded. I learned it years ago. It's basic stuff. Good, Kakashi nodded. Then while Sasuke and Sakura work on their climbing, you will be responsible for Tenuza's protection. Naruto watched in silence as the drama unfolded on the unfinished bridge. The wind howled through the steel beams, carrying the voices of the arguing men. Tazuna, I can't do this anymore, Jichi pleaded, wringing his cap in his hands. Gato, he'll kill us. Is a bridge really worth our lives? What are you talking about, Jichi? Tazuna shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. This bridge is our future. If we stop now, the village dies anyway. But we will be alive. Jichi snapped back, tears in his eyes. He shook his head, turning away.
I'm sorry, Tazuna.
I have a family. As Jichi walked away, head hung low, Tazuna slumped against a metal girder. He looked old, older than he had yesterday. The fight seemed to drain out of him, leaving just a tired old man staring at an impossible task. Naruto approached slowly. He had seen that look of hopelessness before on Inari on the villagers. It gnawed at him. Tazuna-san. The bridge builder didn't look up immediately. He rubbed his eyes with a calloused hand. What is it, Naruto? If you're here to tell me to give up, save your breath. How many workers have left? Naruto asked, his voice steady and serious. Tazuna sighed, a heavy, rattling sound. He looked at the empty expanse of the bridge where a bustling crew should have been. 12 good men. Without them, we're months behind. We'll never finish in time. Naruto nodded once. He stepped back, raising his hands in a cross seal. His expression was set in stone. Don't worry about the time. Poof! A massive cloud of white smoke erupted across the bridge deck. Tazuna coughed, waving his hand to clear the air. As the smoke dissipated, his jaw dropped. Standing there were not just 12 but 100 Narutos. They covered the scaffolding, sat on the beams, and crowded the deck, all of them rolling up their sleeves in unison. The original Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't know the first thing about building, but I'm a quick learner and I've got plenty of stamina. Just tell us what to do. Yeah, put us to work, boss! A clone shouted from atop a pile of lumber. We got this, another cheered. Tazuna stared. His lips trembled as he looked at the sea of yellow heads. The despair that had been crushing his chest moments ago vanished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of gratitude. Tears pricked his eyes, spilling over before he could stop them. You stupid brat, Tazuna choked out. Without warning, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the original Naruto in a crushing hug. Thank you, thank you. It was getting dark. Sasuke was panting heavily, glaring at the tree marks that were still nowhere near the top. He wiped the sweat from his eyes, preparing for another run. Hey, Sasuke. Sasuke flinched and spun around. Naruto was standing at the edge of the clearing, hands in his pockets. Dinner is ready, Naruto said. Tsunami-san is waiting. I'm not hungry, Sasuke snapped, turning back to the tree. Get lost. Naruto shrugged, but he didn't leave. He pointed at the deep gouges Sasuke had left in the bark. You're using too much power. Sasuke paused, his eyes narrowing. What? You're kicking off the tree instead of sticking to it, Naruto explained simply. You're an Uchiha. Your chakra is naturally potent and aggressive. Stop trying to burn through the wood and just match it. Dial it back. Naruto turned around and started walking back to the house. Don't be late. It's fish tonight. Sasuke stood there for a moment, silence returning to the clearing. He looked at the bark, then at his feet. Dial it back, he thought, closing his eyes to focus. Naruto considered himself a cool-headed person. Tsunade often called him a smart-ass brat who always has an answer, while Jiraiya-sensei claimed he had the nerves to face anything, the sign of a truly gutsy ninja. But this kid, this brat, was testing his patience. Sakura, as usual, had stepped into something she shouldn't have. She asked about the torn family photograph on the wall, triggering a painful explanation. Inari's stepfather, Kaiza, had been publicly executed by Gato's men. It was a tragedy, certainly, but instead of honoring the man's memory, Inari seemed to use it as an excuse to lash out. As if on cue, the boy stood up, tears streaming down his face, trembling with rage. "Why, you don't know anything. You're all just gonna die. That's enough." The stern command cut through the room like a whip. Everyone froze, Sakura, Tazuna, Tsunami, even Sasuke turning to look at Naruto. He wasn't yelling, but his voice held an authority that demanded silence. He stared down at the crying boy, his expression hard. "Yes, your father died," Naruto said bluntly, "and that is a tragedy. But look around you, kid." He gestured to Tsunami, who looked heartbroken, and Tazuna, who looked weary. "You have a mother who worries sick about you every day. You have a grandfather risking his life to build a bridge to save your entire country. And what do? Naruto stepped closer, his blue eyes piercing. "You sit in your room and sulk. Did you ever think, even once, about stepping up? About helping your grandpa instead of crying about a past you can't change?" "Naruto," Sakura whispered, shocked by his harshness. "If you want to cry, do it," Naruto finished, turning away. "But don't tell us we're going to die just because you gave up." Inari stood there for a moment, trembling, his small fists clenched at his sides, knuckles turning white. He wanted to scream, to shout that Naruto didn't understand a thing, but the words caught in his throat. Instead, he shot Naruto one last glare filled with tears and raw hurt, then turned and bolted. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his feet pounding up the stairs echoed through the silent house, followed by the loud slam of a bedroom door. The silence that settled over the dining table was suffocating. Tsunami was looking toward the stairs with watery eyes. Tazuna stared down at his plate, looking older and more defeated than before. Even Sasuke and Sakura stayed quiet, glancing at their teammate. Naruto let out a long, heavy sigh, the stern tension draining from his shoulders. He slumped slightly, reaching up to rub the back of his neck. I apologize," Naruto said quietly, bowing his head slightly toward Tsunami and Tazuna. "That was out of line. I shouldn't have spoken to him like that in his own home, especially at the dinner table."
I'm sorry.
Naruto did not wait for an answer. He just stood up and left. Inari sat alone on the edge of the dock, his legs dangling over the dark, rippling water. The moonlight was the only comfort he had, casting a pale glow over his small, trembling frame. He hugged his knees to his chest, the earlier shouting match replaying in his mind like a broken record. "May I sit here?" Inari jumped, whipping his head around. His eyes widened when he saw Naruto standing there. The blonde ninja wasn't glaring anymore. His expression was soft, illuminated by the silver light. Inari hesitated, then gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. Naruto offered a small, grateful smile and sat down beside the boy, leaving a respectful distance between them. For a moment, neither spoke, the only sound the gentle lapping of waves against the wood. "I wanted to apologize," Naruto said quietly, breaking the silence. "I shouldn't have yelled at you like that." Inari looked down at his sandals, shocked. He had expected a lecture, not an olive branch. It's okay. It's just..." Naruto leaned back, staring up at the full moon. "I have a hard time tolerating people who choose to escape instead of facing their problems. Seeing you give up, it struck a nerve." Naruto's gaze grew distant, looking past the moon and into a memory. There was a person I loved dearly, Naruto murmured, his voice thick with emotion. She was everything to me, strong and legendary, but she carried a heavy pain, and instead of facing it, she chose to run. She chose to escape her past, burying herself in distractions just to forget. He looked at Inari, his blue eyes sad. She was just like you are now. Inari blinked, sensing the depth of the ninja's pain. Where is that person now? A faint, nostalgic snort escaped Naruto. An image of a blonde woman, likely losing a gamble or drowning in sake, flashed through his mind. Knowing her, she's probably doing exactly what she always does. She's so predictable. Naruto let out a long, shaky breath, the moonlight catching the moisture in his eyes. I miss her so much. The morning sun filtered through the window, illuminating a bizarre training session. Kakashi was face down on the floor, sweat dripping from his nose as he performed one-armed push-ups. Perched precariously on his back was Tazuna, looking equal parts guilty and impressed. 98, 99. Kakashi grunted, his arms trembling with strain. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, watching the spectacle with a relaxed, amused grin. I still have to ask, Tazuna said, gripping Kakashi's vest to steady himself. Why? I lied to you. I dragged you into an A-rank suicide mission on a C-rank budget. Why didn't you abandon me the moment you found out? Kakashi paused at the bottom of a rep, holding the position, but before he could answer, Naruto spoke up. His playful grin had vanished, replaced by a look of quiet conviction. The Yondaime Hokage used to say, to know what is right and choose to ignore it is the act of a coward. Naruto looked the bridge builder in the eye. We aren't just here for the money, Tazuna-san. We're here because it's the right thing to do. Kakashi pushed himself up, locking his elbow. Exactly, just as Naruto said. A true shinobi doesn't just wag their tail for whoever pays the most. Tazuna felt a lump form in his throat. He looked at the two-leaf ninja, a grateful smile spreading across his weathered face. You guys! Suddenly, Naruto flinched violently. He gasped, clutching his head as a rush of foreign experience slammed into his mind. It wasn't just a headache. It was the sudden, jarring return of a shadow clone's memory. Kakashi noticed the shift instantly, dropping Tazuna gently as he sat up. Naruto, what is it? Naruto's eyes snapped open, wide with shock and urgency. He looked toward the window, processing the image of mist and steel that had just been transmitted to his brain. My clones at the construction site, they just got wiped out, Naruto shouted, leaping off the bed. They attacked the bridge. It's Zabuza. Damn it, just die already. Zabuza roared in frustration, the massive executioner's blade cleaving through 3 Narutos in a single horizontal arc. Poof, poof, poof. White smoke filled the bridge, blinding and choking, but before it could even clear, 5 more brats leaped from the scaffolding, kunai drawn. It's endless, Zabuza growled, swinging again with enough force to shatter stone. It's like kicking a nest of cockroaches. Where is he getting this much chakra? Haku moved like a phantom through the chaos, his movements fluid and efficient. He ducked under a wild kick, incapacitating a clone with a swift jab of a senbon to the neck. As the clone dissolved into smoke, Haku's sharp eyes locked onto the symbol stitched onto the back of the jacket, a symbol he hadn't had the time to study during their first encounter. Zabuza-san, Haku called out, his voice calm amidst the bedlam. Look at his back. That emblem. It belongs to the Senju clan. Zabuza froze for a fraction of a second, his eyes widening behind his bandages. He looked at the next wave of clones, really looking at them this time. Senju, Zabuza spat, parrying a kunai strike with the flat of his blade. The Forest Clan? No wonder the brat is too good for his own good. One of the surviving clones wiped a smudge of dirt from his cheek, standing defiantly atop a pile of steel beams. He crossed his arms, looking down at the two rogue ninja with a smirk that was all confidence. "Humph, you figured it out, huh?" The clone scoffed. "But you're wasting your breath on us. The Prime is on his way right now." The clone's grin turned feral. "And when he gets here, you're getting your asses kicked." Zabuza swung the executioner's blade with lethal force, aiming to bisect the arrogant clone in front of him. But before the steel could connect, the clone didn't dodge or block. It simply vanished. Poof! Zabuza stumbled slightly, his momentum carrying him through empty smoke. Around him, the remaining clones didn't attack. Instead, in a synchronized wave of white puffs, they all dispelled themselves at once, clearing the bridge in an instant. What the? The demon of the mist turned slowly, his eyes narrowing as the heavy fog parted at the end of the bridge. 3 figures walked out of the white haze, footsteps echoing on the stone. Naruto stood in the center, his hands held in the ram seal. Flanking him were Sasuke, looking grim and focused, and Kakashi, whose relaxed posture belied the killing intent rolling off him. "Sorry about that," Naruto called out, his voice echoing across the bridge. "My clones. They can be a bit diabolical. I figured I'd save you the trouble of popping the rest." Haku flickered across the battlefield, landing silently beside his master. Zabuza straightened up, resting his massive sword on his shoulder as he glared at the new arrivals. He scanned the area behind them, his brow furrowing. "So, the brats finally arrive," Zabuza muttered, his voice dripping with annoyance. "But where is the old man? I don't see the bridge builder cowering behind you." "The old man is at his house, well protected," Kakashi answered smoothly. He reached up, his hand grasping the metal plate of his forehead protector. "We decided that this bridge was becoming too crowded for civilians. This is between ninja now." Zabuza scoffed. "Confident, aren't we?" Kakashi pulled the headband up, unveiling the spinning red tomo of the Sharingan without hesitation. He wasn't going to make the same mistake of holding back again. "Naruto, Sasuke," Kakashi commanded, his voice dropping to a steely, professional tone. "You two take out the masked kid." He stepped forward, his single eye locking onto the demon of the mist. "I will handle Zabuza." Sasuke didn't wait for a signal. A feral smirk cut across his face, the adrenaline of battle singing in his veins. He channeled chakra into his legs, not to stick, but to explode. Boom! The concrete beneath his sandals cracked as he launched himself forward, closing the distance to Haku in a blurring streak of blue and white. "Heh? He got faster," Naruto remarked, his tone light but his eyes sharp as he tracked the movement. He watched the way Sasuke's chakra flared at his soles with every step. "He's using the tree-climbing principle to maximize his propulsion. Using the surface tension to launch himself. Interesting adaptation, Sasuke." Neither Kakashi nor Zabuza moved. They stood like statues, silently observing the proxy war between their students. Sasuke unleashed a barrage of taijutsu, but Haku parried with frustrating elegance, weaving through the strikes like water. Then, amidst the flurry of blows, Haku did something impossible. He stepped back, his right hand blocking Sasuke's kick while his left hand moved independently. "Ram, dog, snake." Naruto's eyes narrowed. One-handed seals. He's good. Really good. Moisture from the heavy mist instantly condensed around Haku, forming razor-sharp needles of water suspended in the air. Secret jutsu. 1,000 flying water needles of death. The water Senbon fired. Sasuke didn't panic. He smirked. He poured a massive surge of chakra into his feet, overloading the surface adhesion instantly. Crash. The section of the bridge he was standing on shattered into debris. Using the explosive force of the break, Sasuke vanished from the trajectory of the needles, reappearing instantly in Haku's blind spot. Too slow. Haku's eyes widened behind his mask. Before he could react, Sasuke delivered a punishing roundhouse kick to his ribs. Wham! Haku was launched backward, skidding across the stone until he came to a stop near Zabuza's massive sword. He crouched there, clutching his side, his breathing slightly labored. Zabuza didn't even look down at his subordinate. He kept his cold gaze locked on Kakashi, his voice low and dangerous. Haku, I think that's enough playing around. Haku straightened up instantly, the pain seemingly forgotten as he bowed his head.
Hai, Yabura-san.
The air on the bridge changed instantly. The heavy humidity of the mist seemed to crystallize, the temperature plummeting until their breath came out in thick white plumes.
Haku's stance shifted.
The hesitation was gone, replaced by a cold, sorrowful resolve. He brought his hands together, his chakra flaring. Not blue, but a chilling, pale white. I am sorry, Haku whispered, his voice carrying an eerie echo. I do not wish to kill you, but for Zabuza-san's dream, I shall do it. He performed a single, strange hand seal. Sasuke frowned, sensing the spike in danger. What is he doing? Suddenly, the water that had pooled on the bridge's surface began to levitate. It didn't spray or splash. It rose in solid, unnatural columns. Don't let him finish, Naruto shouted from the back. Sasuke, move! Sasuke reacted, inhaling deeply as he wove signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive sphere of flame roared from his mouth, aiming to incinerate Haku before the technique could complete. But as the fire collided with the rising water, it didn't evaporate. The water hissed, hardened, and expanded. Crack, crack, crack. The fire was snuffed out instantly. In its place, massive, rectangular slabs of ice rose from the ground, surrounding Sasuke in a tight, inescapable dome. Sasuke skidded to a halt, looking around wildly. He was boxed in. 12 mirrors surrounded him on the ground, and 9 more hovered above, creating a seamless prison of ice. Ice style, Sasuke breathed, seeing his own reflection staring back at him from every angle. Haku stepped forward, walking calmly toward one of the mirrors. As he touched the surface, he didn't shatter it. Instead, he sank into it like a stone into a pond. Instantly, Haku's reflection appeared in every single mirror. 21 Hakus looked down at the Uchiha, each holding 3 Senbon needles. Secret Jutsu, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Kakashi's visible eye widened, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. A Kekai Genkai, ice release. He knew instantly that Sasuke was outmatched. The Sharingan could track speed, but it couldn't counter an elemental bloodline limit of this caliber inside a confined space. Ignoring the threat in front of him, Kakashi pivoted, his feet bursting with chakra as he lunged toward the ice dome. Sasuke! Clang. A shower of sparks lit up the mist. Kakashi was forced to skid to a halt, his kunai locked against the massive, chipped steel of the executioner's blade. Zabuza loomed over him, a cruel smirk visible beneath his bandages as he blocked the path. Where do you think you're going, Kakashi? Your opponent is me. Kakashi grit his teeth, the metal screeching as he struggled against Zabuza's raw strength. He couldn't get past him without opening himself up to a fatal blow, but he couldn't leave Sasuke to die. Don't worry, Sensei. The voice cut through the tension. Kakashi flicked his gaze to the side. Naruto was already moving, a blur of yellow sprinting past their deadlock toward the prison of ice. You handle Zabuza, Naruto shouted over his shoulder. I'll handle the rescue. Getting a bandaged kunai out of his pouch, he said to himself, Can't believe I'm doing this here. Zabuza didn't even bother to chase the boy. He just chuckled, a dark, rumbling sound in his chest as he pressed down on Kakashi's blade. Humph, The brat is certainly full of himself, Zabuza mocked. It doesn't matter if he carries the blood of the Senju or not. No one has ever broken Haku's mirrors and lived to tell the tale. Kakashi shoved Zabuza back with a surge of chakra, creating distance between them. He settled into a fighting stance, glancing briefly at Naruto's retreating back. That may be true for others, Kakashi said coolly, his Sharingan spinning. But you really shouldn't underestimate him. They never noticed the mark implanted in the ground. Sasuke was living through hell. A relentless barrage of senbon rained down from every angle, the attacks moving faster than his eyes could track. It wasn't just speed. The enemy seemed to exist in all places simultaneously. I can't track him, Sasuke realized, gritting his teeth as a needle grazed his cheek. Suddenly, a shadow flickered beside him. Sasuke flinched, raising a kunai, but froze when he saw Naruto standing calmly in the center of the kill zone. The blonde wasn't looking at Sasuke. His sharp blue eyes were darting between the mirrors, analyzing the chakra flow. It mimics space-time ninjutsu, Naruto stated, his voice devoid of humor. He isn't cloning himself. He's using the mirrors to reflect his body at speeds invisible to the naked eye. He's essentially becoming light. Haku's voice echoed from the ice, tinged with genuine surprise. Impressive. You deduced the nature of my technique in seconds, but how were you able to step inside the formation so easily? Sasuke, shaking off his shock, glared at his teammate with disbelief. You idiot, Sasuke shouted, his frustration boiling over. If you figured it out, you should have destroyed the mirrors from the outside. Why the hell did you sneak inside? Sorry, Sasuke, Naruto said, his voice quiet but firm. He placed a heavy hand on his teammate's shoulder, offering a small, apologetic smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. But you won't be fighting here.
ZZ-zip.
There was no smoke, no sound of movement, no blur of speed. Sasuke didn't even have time to protest. One moment the Uchiha was standing there, and in the next fraction of a second, the space beneath Naruto's hand was empty. Sasuke had vanished into thin air. What?
Haku's breath hit.
His eyes darted frantically between the 21 mirrors, but the Uchiha was gone. The dome of ice was sealed shut. Nothing could have entered or exited without shattering the mirrors. How did he disappear? Haku thought, genuine panic beginning to crack his composure. That wasn't speed. He erased him from the battlefield. You see, Naruto spoke, his blue eyes piercing through the heavy mist to lock onto the real Haku. You aren't the only one who uses space-time ninjutsu. With a flick of his wrists, Naruto tossed 6 strange, bandaged kunai into the air. They didn't aim for the mirrors or Haku. They scattered in a perfect circle around Naruto, embedding themselves deep into the floor of the bridge with a sharp, metallic ringing sound. What are you doing? Haku demanded, sensing a terrifying buildup of chakra that made the air vibrate. Naruto said nothing. A shadow clone materialized instantly, standing back to back with the original. In each of their hands, a swirling sphere of condensed blue chakra roared to life, emitting a high-pitched screech that threatened to shatter the eardrums. We are doing that, boss? Naruto just sighed at his clone's antics. Yup. The chakra flared, yellow electrical sparks dancing wildly around the blonde ninja. Naruto looked up, his expression dead serious. You are dead. The hum of the Raisengans reached a fever pitch. Rasen Senko Cho Rinbuko Sanshiki. Kakashi had seen the technique countless times in his life. It was the signature of his teacher, the yellow flash of the leaf. It was a sight that always left him in awe, no matter how many times he witnessed it. But seeing it now, performed by his 13-year-old student, it made his breath hitch in his throat. One moment, the bridge was empty beside him. The next, space distorted, and Sasuke Uchiha materialized out of thin air, stumbling as he regained his balance. This was, Kakashi thought, his single eye widening in disbelief. He actually mastered this. That asshole, Sasuke roared, kicking the ground in frustration as he spun to face the ice dome. He's going to get himself killed in there. Sasuke was trembling, not from fear, but from the sheer humiliation of being tossed aside like luggage. And beneath the anger was a burning confusion. How on earth did he just send me here? What is going on? Zabuza growled, his guard raising as he looked between the mirrors and the Uchiha. How is the brat here? No one escapes the demonic mirrors. Kakashi didn't reply. He couldn't. There were too many questions, but now wasn't the time to ask them. If Naruto was pulling out that level of jutsu, Kakashi realized he couldn't afford to drag this fight out any longer. No need for you to know, Kakashi said coldly. He reached into his vest, pulling out a small scroll. He bit his thumb, swiftly smearing a streak of fresh blood across the paper. He looked up at Zabuza, his Sharingan spinning dangerously. Right now, it looks like I need to finish my battle as well. Naruto stood amidst the shattered remnants of the ice mirrors, the mist swirling lazily around his ankles. He stared down at the boy slumped against the railing. Haku's mask lay in fragments on the stone, revealing a face that looked far too gentle for a killer. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving with ragged, shallow breaths. The boy possessed incredible skill, a bloodline limit that could have dominated battlefields. But in the face of the flying thunder god and the raw, destructive power of the Rasengan, speed and mirrors meant nothing. Naruto tightened his grip on his kunai. There was no triumph in his eyes, only a heavy, cold acceptance. Haku had been a tool for Zabuza, yes, but they were mercenaries who had slaughtered innocents to prop up a tyrant like Gato. There were lines that, once crossed, left no road back. From the other side of the bridge, he heard weird loud sound. He knew it was Kakashi-sensei's jutsu. He could sense Kakashi-sensei channeling chakra. It's time to end this, Naruto decided. You! Haku wheezed, his eyes struggling to focus on the blonde looming over him. You are powerful. He coughed a wet, hacking sound. What makes you so strong? Naruto didn't hesitate. He didn't offer a speech about dreams or friendship. He simply looked at the dying boy with a gaze that held the weight of a veteran. I have my reasons, Naruto said quietly. In one fluid motion, the kunai flashed. Shing. It was quick, merciful, a single clean slash across the throat. Haku's eyes widened for a fraction of a second before the light faded from them forever. His body slumped forward, the silence of the grave finally claiming the tool of Zabuza. Feeling Zabuza's chakra disappearing, he just stared at sky and sighed heavily. Always the same feeling. The lingering mist finally evaporated, carried away by the salt breeze of the ocean. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, exhaled one final, rattling breath before his body went still, his eyes fixed vacantly on the gray sky. Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief, his body sagging slightly as the adrenaline faded. The threat was over. He watched as Naruto walked silently through the debris of the shattered ice mirrors. The blonde carried the slight, lifeless frame of Haku in his arms, treating the boy not as an enemy, but as a fallen warrior. With a solemn expression, Naruto knelt and gently placed Haku beside Zabuza, reuniting the tool with its master even in death. It was a moment of quiet respect, until it was violently shattered. A blur of blue motion crashed into Naruto. Sasuke grabbed the blonde by his collar, yanking him up and slamming him back against the steel railing of the bridge. You! Sasuke snarled, his face inches from Naruto's, his Sharingan fading but his eyes wild with frustration. Explain yourself. How did you send me outside that dome? And how did you defeat him? Sasuke's hands shook with a mix of rage and inferiority. That ice release had been impenetrable. Sasuke had been helpless against it, Yet Naruto had not only bypassed the barrier but obliterated the user in seconds. The gap between them wasn't just wide. It was a chasm. Naruto didn't flinch. He didn't look intimidated. He simply looked down at Sasuke's trembling hands with cold blue eyes. "I don't owe you an explanation, Sasuke," Naruto said, his voice dropping to a dangerous, low octave. He glared back, his killing intent spiking just enough to make the air heavy. "Now let go. Don't screw with me. You think just because. That's enough. Both of you." Kakashi's sharp command cut through the tension like a kunai. He stepped between them, his single eye narrowed not at his students, but at the far end of the bridge where the sound of heavy footsteps and clapping began to echo. "Break it up," Kakashi ordered, his voice grim. "We have something else to deal with." "Well done. Truly well done." The slow, mocking applause echoed against the steel beams, drawing the attention of the three-leaf ninja. From the thinning fog at the far end of the bridge, a short man in a business suit emerged, tapping a cane against the stone. "Gato," Kakashi muttered, his guard instantly rising. "You ninja really are useful tools," Gato sneered, adjusting his dark sunglasses. Behind him, the mist churned, revealing a veritable army of thugs, ronin, bandits, and mercenaries, numbering in the hundreds. They brandished swords and clubs, a wall of malice blocking the only exit. Gato glanced dismissively at Zabuza's corpse. "I see the demon of the mist is dead. Good. He was getting too expensive anyway. Why pay a monster when I can just have you kill each other?" He pointed his cane at the exhausted Konoha team. "Now kill them all, and chop the bridge builder into pieces." The bandits roared, surging forward like a tidal wave. Sasuke grit his teeth, reaching for a kunai despite his drained chakra. Kakashi prepared to unveil the Raikiri one last time. Shing. A high-pitched, piercing whistle cut through the roar of the mob. It wasn't the sound of metal slicing air. It was the sound of air becoming a blade. Before Gato could take a step back, his head snapped backward violently. Thwack. The cheering died instantly. Gato stood frozen for a horrifying second, a single kunai buried to the hilt in the center of his forehead. Faint, razor-sharp ribbons of wind chakra swirled around the metal handle before dissipating into the breeze. Slowly, the tycoon toppled backward, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Every eye on the bridge snapped to Naruto. The Senju stood 50 meters away, his arms still extended in the follow-through, his expression colder than the ice mirrors he had just destroyed. "You talk too much," Naruto stated flatly. The bandits stared at their dead employer, stunned silence stretching for a heartbeat before chaos erupted. He killed Gato. Forget the money. Kill the brat and loot the town. Charge." Greed and fear turned into bloodlust. The mob screamed, raising their weapons to crush the three ninja. "Stop right there." A thunderous roar erupted from the opposite side of the bridge, the land of waves side. The bandits faltered, looking past the ninja. Their eyes widened. Lining the horizon of the bridge was a different kind of army. Dozens, no hundreds, of villagers stood shoulder to shoulder. They held no katana or shuriken. They gripped pitchforks, hammers, fishing spears, and heavy wrenches. At the front of the formation stood Inari, clutching a crossbow almost as big as he was. Flanking him were Tsunami, eyes fierce with protective rage, Tazuna wielding a massive iron pipe, and Sakura, who had rallied them all. "If you want to touch these ninja," Inari shouted, his voice cracking but ringing with undeniable courage. He leveled the crossbow at the bandits. "You have to go through us first." "Yeah," the villagers roared in unison, slamming their tools against the ground in a rhythmic, intimidating beat. "Get off our bridge." Caught between a lethal, wind-wielding shinobi and an entire nation rose in rebellion, the bandits' morale shattered instantly. They all escaped immediately, making the villagers cheer in happiness. "Guys, you all safe?" Sakura asked loudly as she waved her arm. Naruto chuckled at his female teammates' antics. "Yeah, Sakura, we safe." The bridge stretched magnificently across the strait, a gleaming monument of steel and stone connecting the land of waves to the mainland, and to the future. The entire village had gathered at the entrance of the bridge to bid farewell to the Leaf Ninja. The air was filled with a bittersweet mixture of celebration and sorrow. Tazuna stood at the front, his eyes red-rimmed but his posture proud, while Tsunami held a handkerchief to her mouth. Naruto adjusted the strap of his backpack, his gaze settling on the small boy standing in front of him. Inari was trembling, his fists clenched at his sides as he fought a losing battle against the tears welling up in his eyes. Naruto sighed softly, a faint, affectionate smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward and lowered himself to one knee, bringing himself to eye level with the child. "I guess this is goodbye, Inari." The dam finally broke.
Nanitan.
Inari choked out, rubbing furiously at his eyes with his sleeve. He sniffled loudly, trying to look tough but looking every bit the child he was. I promise I won't cry anymore. I'm going to be strong. I'll protect Mom and Grandpa, and I'll protect this village." Naruto watched the boy's determination shine through the tears. The resemblance was uncanny. The stubbornness, the loud declaration of intent, the desperate need to prove himself. He really is just like Konohamaru, Naruto thought, his expression softening into a genuine smile. No wonder I had a soft spot for the kid. Naruto reached out, placing a firm, reassuring hand on Inari's head, ruffling the boy's hair. "I believe you," Naruto said, his voice steady and warm. "But remember, strength isn't just about not crying. It's about doing what needs to be done, even when you're scared." He stood up, towering over the boy once more, looking like the elite shinobi he was destined to become. "Be a good boy, Inari. Listen to your mother and your grandpa. Make them proud." Inari nodded vigorously, unable to speak, as he watched his hero turn and walk back to his team. As Team 7 began their trek across the bridge, leaving the land of waves behind, the villagers didn't just see ninja leaving. They saw the backs of legends who had given them their lives back. As the silhouettes of Team 7 faded into the horizon, the gathered crowd remained at the entrance of the massive structure, admiring the steel beast that had cost them so much sweat and blood. "It's finally done," Jichi murmured, wiping his brow with a grin. He turned to the master builder. "But Tazuna-san, we haven't decided on a name yet. What are we going to carve onto the stone tablet?" Tazuna leaned against the railing, looking out at the endless ocean. He thought about the battles fought here, the despair that had almost drowned them, and the spark that had ignited a revolution. He looked down at Inari, who was wiping his dry eyes with a newfound strength. It wasn't the ninjutsu or super techniques that had saved them. It was the unyielding storm of a single boy who refused to let them give up. "That boy, he created a bridge to our hearts before we even finished this one," Tazuna said, a gentle smile wrinkling his eyes. "He taught us that hope is something you fight for." He looked back at the villagers, his voice filled with pride. "We shall name it the Great Naruto Bridge." Inari looked up, his eyes shining. "The Great Naruto Bridge." He grinned, nodding firmly. "Yeah, this is perfect." Chapter 3. Flashback. 11-year-old Naruto. Naruto was well aware that his master was a pervert of the highest order. But this was a humiliating new low. He sank deeper into the hot spring until the water lapped at the bridge of his nose, his face burning red, not from the heat, but from sheer second-hand embarrassment. A few feet away, one of the legendary Sannin, the toad sage Jiraiya, was pressed uncomfortably close to the wooden partition separating the men's and women's baths, giggling like a schoolgirl as he peered through a small knot in the wood. "Oh ho ho! Yes, magnificent!" Jiraiya whispered loudly, drool practically forming at the corner of his mouth. The inspiration. It's flowing like a river. So much plot development. Naruto's left eye twitched violently. You aren't writing anything. You're just a creepy old man drooling through a hole in the wall. Jiraiya finally tore his gaze away from the partition, looking back at his apprentice with an expression of genuine offense. He scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest with renewed dignity. Humph, you uncultured brat. What would a child like you know about the complexities of literature? Jiraiya declared, striking a pose. My Aika Aika series is a masterpiece. It is the #1 bestseller in the Land of Fire, read by daimyo and kage alike. Naruto stared at him, his expression flat and completely unimpressed. A giant sweat drop formed on the back of his head. Congratulations, Naruto deadpanned. You sell porn. It is not porn, Jiraiya roared, splashing water as he stood up in indignation, his face turning beet red. It is high art erotica. There is a nuance. And you're just a dirty old pervert who peeps on women, Naruto screamed, his voice echoing off the stone walls and carrying perfectly over the wooden partition. The air in the hot spring froze. The splashing on the other side stopped instantly. Naruto blinked, realizing a split second too late that sound travels both ways. A pervert? A shrill voice shrieked from the women's side. Kai-ha! There's someone watching us. Get the buckets. Get him. The sound of furious splashing and heavy wooden basins being grabbed signaled imminent death. Jiraiya's face drained of color. The legendary Sannin, who had faced wars and tailed beasts without flinching, looked absolutely terrified. Naruto, you loud-mouthed idiot, Jiraiya hissed, scrambling out of the water with impressive speed for a man of his age. He grabbed his towel and clothes in a frantic bundle. Abort mission. We need to evacuate ASAP. Naruto mirrored his expression, pale as a sheet as he realized the magnitude of the mob forming on the other side of the wall. All right, Naruto stammered, scrambling for his sandals. Tactical retreat. The foliage near the border of the Land of Fire was dense, but the silence was shattered by a sharp, violent sound. Pop! The rubber ball in Naruto's hand didn't just break. It detonated. Shreds of rubber rained down onto the dirt path like confetti. Jiraiya stopped mid-stride, staring at the remnants in his student's palm. He couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corner of his lips. I only showed him the mechanics 10 days ago, the Toad Sage thought, shaking his head in disbelief. I expected him to struggle with the turbulence for at least a month. But to master the second step already? Minato, your son is a monster. He knew it was the right call to grab Naruto along his travels, while leaving Shadow Clone in the village. Heh, that's the second step down, Jiraiya-sensei. What's next? Naruto asked, his blue eyes shining with excitement as he dusted the rubber flakes off his jacket. You know, you really are exceptional, Jiraiya said, his voice thick with genuine pride. He reached out, ruffling the blonde's spiky hair. It took the 4th Hokage 3 years to create this technique. Took me 7 months just to master it. And here you are, clearing the second stage in 10 days. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. His expression softened, losing its competitive edge for a moment of quiet reverence. It is Tusan's jutsu, Naruto murmured, looking at his open palm. I have to honor him by mastering it. Anything less would be an insult. Jiraiya's smile lingered for a moment longer before it faded, replaced by the hardened expression of a veteran shinobi. He looked ahead, past the trees, toward the ominous gray sky hanging over the neighboring country. Good. Hold onto that determination, Jiraiya said, his tone dropping an octave. Because we have something more important than the Rasengan right now. We're crossing the border into the land of rice fields. Orochimaru's territory, Naruto whispered, his eyes narrowing instantly. Jiraiya nodded, the levity of the training session completely gone. The bastard has been plotting in this small nation for years. He's corrupted the daimyo and even established his own ninja village within its borders. Otogekure. Naruto blinked, tilting his head. Hidden in the sound? What does that even stand for? Beat me? Jiraiya shrugged, though his eyes remained alert, scanning the horizon. It's hard to understand the logic of a maniac. Naruto fell silent. He looked down at the last scrap of the exploded rubber ball on the ground, his mind drifting from the training to the man they were hunting. I wonder, Naruto thought, his fist clenching tight. Just how strong is this Orochimaru really? Flashback end. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood atop the Hokage Tower, the high-altitude wind tugging at his ceremonial robes. He wasn't looking at the bustling streets of the village he had sworn to protect. His gaze was fixed higher, locked onto the stone face carved into the mountainside. The fourth Hokage. The more skilled they are, the earlier they die, Hiruzen thought, a bitter grimace etching deep lines into his aged face. It was a cruel irony of the shinobi world. Minato Senju had possessed everything a Kage could dream of: unrivaled talent, a noble lineage, effortless charm, and a will of fire that burned brighter than the sun itself. Hiruzen had known, with absolute certainty, that he would never find a successor more perfect than Minato. He was supposed to be the pillar that held Konoha up for decades to come. But the Nine-Tails attack had shattered that future. In one night, Hiruzen had lost everything. He lost his beloved wife, Iwako. He lost his successor. He lost the student he had so proudly passed the hat to. If only I had gotten there faster, Hiruzen whispered to the wind, the old guilt gnawing at his gut. If only I had been enough.
Hokage-sama.
The sudden voice accompanied a swirl of leaves. Hiruzen didn't flinch, nor did he break his stare with the stone monument. Behind him, an ANBU operative knelt on one knee, head bowed in reverence. The Jonin are all present, the masked shinobi reported efficiently. They are awaiting your presence in the meeting hall. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a brief second, exhaling a long, weary sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the entire village. I will be there soon. The ANBU vanished with a flicker, leaving the third Hokage alone once more. Hiruzen took one last look at Minato's stone face, and inevitably, his mind drifted to the blonde boy who shared that same smile. The boy who was currently growing too strong, too fast. If only Naruto were just a bit older. Naruto strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, a careless tune escaping his lips. After a grueling month in the land of waves, the familiar sights and sounds of the Leaf Village felt like a warm blanket. He was dressed casually today. A simple orange hoodie, black pants, and standard shinobi sandals. But the heavy, crystal green pendant dangling against his chest hinted at a status far above his rank. Man, it's good to be back, Naruto thought, stretching his arms. But seriously. He paused, sensing a presence. Or rather, hearing the distinct scraping sound of a very conspicuous, square rock trailing him on the dirt path. This is the worst camouflage I have ever seen. Come on, guys, Naruto sighed, not even turning around. Just drop the disguise. As expected from the man I admire. Poof. A cloud of smoke erupted from the rock. 3 small figures posed dramatically as it cleared. Leading the pack was Konohamaru, finally sans that ridiculous aviator helmet, flanked by the bespectacled Udon and the bright orange-haired Moegi. Boss, where have you been? Moegi demanded, hands on her hips. Naruto smirked, unable to resist the ego boost. He folded his arms, puffing out his chest. Oh, just a mission outside the village. Dealing with rogue ninjas, saving bridges. The usual. Whoa! The collective gasp was audible. Stars practically materialized in their eyes. Just became a genin and you're already leaving the country? Konohamaru beamed, vibrating with excitement. That's so cool, Naruto-niken. Well, what can I say? Naruto grinned, rubbing his nose with his thumb. I'm kind of a big deal. So, Udon wiped his nose, looking up hopefully. Are you gonna play ninja with us today, boss? Before Naruto could answer, a teasing, melodious voice drifted from behind him. Who would have thought you, of all people, would still have time to play ninja with the Academy kids, Mr. Smartass? Naruto froze. His face heated up instantly as he spun around to find Sakura leaning against a fence, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. It's not what it looks like, Naruto stammered, waving his hands defensively. There's nothing wrong with mentoring the youth, Sakura. It's leadership training. Sakura giggled, covering her mouth. She enjoyed flustering him, he made it too easy. However, her laughter died down as her eyes caught the glint of green against his orange hoodie. I didn't know you were into accessories, she noted, tilting her head curiously. That's a pretty serious necklace. Naruto blinked, looking down. He grasped the crystal, feeling its cool weight in his palm. Oh, I'm not really into jewelry. This is just an heirloom. Usually, the word heirloom would end a conversation politely. But when Naruto said it, given his known heritage, it begged a follow-up. From who? Sakura asked. Naruto scratched his cheek, answering as casually as if he were discussing the weather. Well, originally it belonged to my grandfather, the first Hokage. Then it went to his granddaughter, Tsunade, and she passed it on to my father, the fourth Hokage. He dropped the necklace back against his chest. So, yeah, just family stuff. The silence was deafening. The three kids looked like they were about to faint from sheer hero worship. Sakura, however, just stared at him, her jaw practically unhinged. The fourth, Lady Tsunade, she whispered, staring at the priceless artifact hanging around the neck of the boy in the orange hoodie. Vuo. Say, boss, Konohamaru interjected, a sly grin stretching across his face. He nudged Naruto's leg and raised his pinky finger suggestively. Is this girl, your? Naruto fought the urge to facepalm so hard it would leave a mark. Beside him, Sakura turned a shade of red that put her own hair to shame. Oh, of course not, you stupid brat, she shrieked, waving her hands frantically. Konohamaru let out a loud breath of relief, nodding sagely. Phew, that's a relief, as expected from the boss. He looked Sakura up and down with critical, bratty scrutiny. I mean, look at her. She's got a forehead wide enough to land a hawk on, and 0 curves. She is way out of your league. The air temperature dropped 10 degrees in a split second. Naruto stared at his little disciple with eyes widened in genuine horror. This dumbass. Does he have 0 survival instincts? He felt it before he saw it. A wave of killing intent so potent it could have scared off a jonin. And now, Sakura, Naruto stammered, stepping between the girl and the boy, holding his hands up placatingly. He's just a kid, he doesn't mean. Out of the way, Naruto, Sakura whispered. Her voice was demonic, vibrating with suppressed rage. She cracked her knuckles, the sound echoing like gunshots in the quiet street. I'm just going to educate him. Konohamaru's face went pale as the realization of his impending doom settled in. I just remembered I have something to do. Get back here. Konohamaru bolted, leaving a cartoonish dust cloud in his wake. Sakura roared, launching herself after him with terrifying speed. Konohamaru-chan, Moegi squeaked, clutching her cheeks in terror. She's actually going to kill him. Naruto sighed, a long, suffering sound, and rubbed his temples. That kid really has a death wish. He looked at the remaining two, shaking his head. Come on, Udon Moegi. Let's go save that fool before she turns him into pulp. The playful energy vanished the moment Naruto arrived to the scene. His eyes narrowed. Ahead, Sakura was bowing apologetically to two strangers. A girl with a giant fan on her back and a boy in a black, cat-eared hood, wearing purple war paint. But what made Naruto's blood run cold wasn't the apology. It was the fact that the boy was holding Konohamaru off the ground by his scarf.
I am sorry.
It was all my fault, Sakura stammered, trying to de-escalate the situation. Sand ninja, Naruto thought, spotting the forehead protectors. What are they doing in the village? He stepped forward, his voice cutting through Sakura's panic like a blade. No need to apologize, Sakura. He walked past her, placing himself directly between his teammate and the foreign shinobi. He locked eyes with the boy in the war paint. Sand ninja, Naruto said, his voice calm but dangerously flat. Put the boy down. Kankuro scoffed, visibly annoyed by the interruption. He tightened his grip on Konohamaru's scarf, choking the boy slightly. He smirked, cocking his free fist. And what are you gonna do if I don't, Blondie? Behind him, Temari looked the newcomer up and down. Damn, she thought, a faint blush dusting her cheeks as she eyed the blonde. He's actually hot. I said. Naruto took a single step forward. Crack. The air didn't just get heavy. It felt like the sky had collapsed. Naruto didn't flare his killing intent. There was no malice, no bloodlust. It was just pure chakra. The ground beneath Naruto's sandal splintered, spiderweb fractures shooting out toward the sand siblings. Put him down.
And Naruto?
Sakura gasped, backing away as the very street cracked under the pressure of his chakra. Kankuro's smirk vanished. His instincts screamed at him to run. His fingers went numb, and he dropped Konohamaru instantly. The boy scrambled away, gasping for air, hiding behind Naruto's legs. Kankuro and Temari leaped backward, putting distance between themselves and the blonde, their eyes wide with shock. Temari's earlier blush had been replaced by cold sweat. What was that? Temari thought, staring at the cracked earth. That wasn't a jutsu. That was just his presence. This. Kankuro wiped a bead of sweat from his temple, his hands trembling. This pressure is even worse than Gaara's. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Then, just as quickly as it had arrived, the pressure vanished. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, letting out a loud, hearty laugh that echoed through the street. The terrifying aura was gone, replaced by the goofy grin of a sunny teenager. I might have overdone it a little. My bad. Sakura slumped, letting out a massive sigh of relief while sweat dropping at her teammate's instant mood swing. How can he be so carefree after nearly crushing us with chakra? Meanwhile, Konohamaru and his friends were cheering, stars in their eyes. Boss is incredible. That was impressive, Temari muttered, still staring at the fissure in the road. However, Kankuro, bruised ego stinging more than his fear, couldn't let it slide. He reached over his shoulder, grabbing the bandaged bundle on his back. Why, you think you can scare me like that? Kankuro snarled, his pride overriding his survival instinct. Temari's jaw dropped. She turned to her brother, dumbfounded. You dumbass, what are you doing? Kankuro's fingers twitched over the bandages, his pride stinging far worse than the fear radiating from the blonde. You think a little cracked earth is enough to scare me? I'll show you terror. He reached to unravel Crow, but before he could pull the cords, a small pebble whistled through the air. Thwack. It struck Kankuro's wrist with surgical precision. Gah! Kankuro yelped, recoiling as his hand went numb. He looked up, searching for the source. Perched high on a nearby branch, casually tossing another pebble in his hand, was a boy with raven hair and a high-collared blue shirt. He looked down at the sand genin with bored charcoal eyes. You're annoying, Sasuke Uchiha stated flatly, crushing the rock in his palm to dust. Get lost.
Sasuke-kun.
Sakura cheered, her hands clasped together, relieved that her crush was here to back them up. Not like they needed backup anyway, but she was glad to see her crush. Naruto just sweat-dropped at the Uchiha emo. It is a bit late to show off, don't you think? Sasuke scoffed, though his eyes lingered on the cracked ground around Naruto for a second too long. He did that with just raw chakra release, Sasuke thought, irritation bubbling in his chest. He's not even serious. Another one, Kankuro growled, veins popping in his forehead. First the blonde freak, now this guy? I'm going to kill you both. Kankuro. The voice was barely a whisper, yet it carried more weight than Kankuro's shouting. It was cold, dry, and smelled of blood. Kankuro froze mid-step. His face went pale, terror washing away his anger instantly. Stop it. A swirl of sand materialized upside down on the branch right next to Sasuke, so close that the Uchiha flinched, leaping away instinctively to the ground. Hanging there, defying gravity with arms crossed, was a boy with deep red hair, dark rings around his teal eyes, and a massive gourd on his back. Gaara, Kankuro stammered, his voice trembling. You are an embarrassment to our village, Gaara said monotonically. He dissolved into a swirl of sand, reforming instantly on the ground between Kankuro and the leaf ninja. Naruto's smile faded as his posture shifted. He could feel it. The sheer volume of chakra inside this guy was dense, like another source. Whoa, Ichibi, this might cause a headache. Gaara turned his head slowly. He ignored Sasuke. He ignored Sakura. His gaze locked directly onto Naruto. You, Gaara whispered, his eyes widening slightly as if seeing something invisible to everyone else. Your blood, it smells delicious. But your chakra, it feels powerful. Gaara, Kankuro warned nervously. We need to go. We can't cause a scene. Shut up. Gaara silenced him without looking back. He stared at Naruto, a twisted curiosity forming in his eyes. What is your name? Senju Naruto. Naruto replied simply. And you? Gaara didn't attack. Instead, a tremor went through his body, an excitement he hadn't felt in years. Sabaku no Gaara, he replied, the sand around his feet shifting restlessly. I look forward to killing you. Oh, Naruto replied simply, as if Gaara had just complimented his hoodie rather than threatened to murder him. He completely ignored the stunned silence that followed his dismissal of a death threat, tilting his head with genuine curiosity. Anyway, what are you guys doing here? We don't exactly get many tourists from the Wind Country. The tension snapped. Kankuro looked like he was about to have an aneurysm at the sheer disrespect. But it was Temari who stepped forward. She smoothed her skirt, trying desperately to compose herself, though the heat rising in her cheeks betrayed her as the blonde's piercing blue eyes focused solely on her. You live in Konoha and you know nothing? She asked, her voice a mix of snarky disbelief and a strange shyness. She fumbled for her travel permit, holding it up with a slightly trembling hand. We are here for the Chunin exams. Chunin exams? Sakura repeated, blinking in confusion. I didn't know they were happening now. Temari let out a short, incredulous huff, placing a hand on her hip. She looked at the group like they were particularly slow children, though her gaze softened, and her cheeks colored slightly when it landed back on the blonde. You guys seriously know nothing, she scoffed, flipping her fan onto her back. It's a joint exam held twice a year between the allied villages to promote genin. And this time, Konoha is hosting. Naruto's grin widened, a spark of genuine excitement lighting up his features. He cracked his knuckles, the sound crisp in the tense air. Chunin exams, huh? Naruto chuckled, the pressure he had released earlier seemingly forgotten. This will be interesting. I'm in. Sasuke remained silent, standing a few feet away, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward into a rare, sharp smirk. His dark eyes flicked from the redhead with the gourd, whose killing intent still lingered like a bad smell, to the blonde beside him who had just fractured the street with a mere temper tantrum. Chunin exams. Finally, Sasuke thought, the anticipation curling in his gut. No more weeding gardens or catching cats. Finally, worthy opponent. He clenched his fist, feeling the power humming in his veins. Gaara of the Sand, and Naruto. Finally, a chance to prove I stand above them all. Hiruzen let out a long, weary sigh, the smoke from his pipe curling around the brim of his hat. The migraine building behind his eyes was entirely the fault of the two men standing before his desk. With all due respect, Irika-sensei, Kakashi drawled, his tone bored but carrying a sharp, dangerous edge. They ceased being your students the moment they passed my test. They are my subordinates now. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly. I became a Chunin at 6 years old, the copy ninja thought, fighting the urge to roll his eye. And a Jonin by 13. Does he really think I would send them into the meat grinder if they weren't ready? This overprotective mother-hen act is getting tiresome. But Kakashi-san, Irika protested, desperation in his voice. They've only been genin for a few months. The exams are too dangerous. You can't possibly. That is enough. Both of you. Hiruzen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried the absolute weight of the professor. The room fell instantly silent. Irika, Hiruzen continued, his tone softening just a fraction. I understand your concerns. You care for them deeply, and that is to your credit. But Kakashi is right. A flower kept in a greenhouse will never survive a storm. They must face hardships to truly grow. Irika bit his lip, looking from the Hokage to the unyielding Jonin beside him. Finally, his shoulders slumped in defeat. If you say so, Sandaime-sama, Irika whispered, bowing his head. As the Jonin were dismissed, Hiruzen turned his chair to face the window, looking out over the village. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he thought of the blond boy who had inherited so much more than just the will of fire. The Chunin exams, Hiruzen mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let us see just how brightly you can burn, Naruto. Seriously, Naruto deadpanned, the vein on his forehead throbbing visibly as he stared at the paper in his hand. You made us wait here for 3 hours just so you could hand us some applications? Kakashi breezed past the complaint, his attention already drifting elsewhere. Report to room 301 at the academy tomorrow, 4 p.m. sharp. Don't be late, he added, before vanishing in a swirl of leaves and smoke, leaving his students alone on the bridge. Finally, Sasuke thought, clutching the application tight as he turned on his heel. He didn't say a word to the others. His mind was already racing with possibilities. The thought of the battles awaiting him in this exam sent a thrill of anticipation through his veins. He walked away, leaving his teammates behind without a backward glance. Don't be late? That guy has some nerve, Naruto mumbled, shaking his head. He turned, expecting Sakura to chime in with her usual complaints about their tardy sensei. Instead, he found her staring down at the paper in her hands, her expression clouded with hesitation, almost fear. Something wrong, Sakura? Sakura jolted, snapping out of her daze. She looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with worry, before letting out a heavy sigh. I'm not sure, Naruto. This might be too much for me. You saw those sand genin, right? Between them, you and Sasuke-kun, I'm completely outclassed here. Naruto scoffed, stepping closer to clamp a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Nonsense. Sure, you might not be a combat powerhouse or the most talented fighter. Sakura slumped slightly at the blunt assessment, but Naruto pressed on, his grin unwavering. But you're smart and you keep us in check. We're a team, Sakura. We're doing this together. Sakura blinked, then a genuine smile broke through her anxiety, mirroring her teammates' confidence. You're right. Next day. Naruto watched with a mixture of bewilderment and second-hand embarrassment as a boy in a violently green spandex suit got backhanded by the two teenagers blocking the door. He's even got the eyebrows to match the outfit, Naruto noted dryly. He let out a sigh as he saw Sasuke step forward, heading straight for the bullies with that signature arrogance. Of course, he really loves the drama, Naruto thought, a giant sweat drop forming on his temple. You better let us through, Sasuke announced, his voice cool and bored. And drop this stupid illusion while you're at it. We have business on the 3rd floor. A murmur went through the crowd of gathered genin. Illusion? So you figured it out, huh? One of the guards sneered, though his smirk faltered slightly. It was obvious, Sasuke scoffed. He paused, glancing over his shoulder. Right, Sakura? You were probably the first one to notice. Sakura blinked, caught off guard. Huh? Sasuke smirked, looking her in the eye. You have the sharpest analytical mind and the best genjutsu know-how in our team. You saw through this before anyone, didn't you? Naruto watched the interaction, a genuine, knowing smile crossing his face as he saw Sakura straighten her posture. Her uncertainty vanished, replaced by the confidence of a kunoichi who knew her stuff. Of course, Sakura stated, stepping forward with renewed resolve. This is obviously the 2nd floor. Naruto chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head as he stood in the back. He noticed she was still nervous and set that up just for her, Naruto thought, eyeing Sasuke's back. He tries to act cool, but he's actually a bit of a softie, isn't he? One of the guards wasn't done playing games. With a snarl, he lunged forward, aiming a punishing kick at the Uchiha. Sasuke didn't flinch. He pivoted instantly, chambering his own leg for a brutal counterstrike. But before either blow could land, a blur of green flashed between them. Thwack. The hallway fell silent. Sasuke's eyes widened. His leg was stopped dead in midair, caught in a vice-like grip by the very boy who had been groveling on the floor just seconds ago. He stopped my kick? Sasuke thought, his pulse spiking. And with his bare hand? Sakura gasped, her eyes darting between the 3 boys. So fast. I didn't even see him move. Naruto watched from the back, his expression shifting from amusement to keen interest. The boy in the green spandex, who bore a striking, almost comical resemblance to Might Guy, wasn't even breathing hard. Impressive, Naruto noted, his eyes narrowing as he dissected the move. He let himself get hit earlier to lower everyone's guard. He's fast and strong. Hey, the boy in green said, his voice completely different from the whimpering tone he used earlier. That's enough. Hey, that is not what we agreed on. A cold, monotone voice cut through the tension. You were the one who insisted on avoiding attention, yet here you are making a scene. A boy with long brown hair and pale, lavender eyes stepped out from behind the crowd. He moved with a stiff, calculated grace that screamed elite. A Hyuga, Naruto noted, his eyes narrowing slightly as he assessed the newcomer's chakra. And a strong one at that. The serious atmosphere shattered instantly when the boy in green turned to Sakura with a blinding thumbs up and a sparkly wink. My name is Rock Lee. You are Sakura, right? Please be my girlfriend. I vow to protect you with my life. Absolutely not, Sakura replied instantly, her face twisting in horror. Your eyebrows represent a safety hazard. Naruto giggled, covering his mouth to hide his amusement as Lee slumped in depression. However, the Hyuga ignored his teammate's romantic failure, locking his intense gaze onto the Uchiha. Hey you, Neji called out, his tone demanding. Over there. Identify yourself. Sasuke turned slowly, sliding his hands into his pockets with practiced nonchalance. It's common courtesy to give your own name before asking for someone else's. Niji's eyes narrowed, veins bulging slightly around his temples. He didn't like being talked down to. "You're a rookie, aren't you? How old are you?" "HN," Sasuke smirked, enjoying the irritation he was causing. "I'm not obliged to tell you anything." The air between them crackled. Sasuke was winding up for a staring contest, and the Hyuga looked ready to activate his bloodline limit right there in the hallway. Great, another ego clash, Naruto thought. If I don't stop this, we're going to be late. All right, save the intense staring for the arena. You too. Naruto stepped between them with a bright, disarming grin. Before Sasuke could protest, Naruto grabbed him by the back of his collar and snagged Sakura's wrist with his other hand. "Sorry to cut the bonding session short, but we've got an exam to pass. Let's go, team."
Haché.
"Let go, Naruto," Sasuke growled, trying to maintain his cool image while being dragged away like a naughty child. "See you later, green spandex guy," Naruto called over his shoulder, hauling his teammates toward the stairs before a fight could actually break out. "That blonde," Tenten muttered, eyes wide. "Isn't that him?" "Yes," Neji sneered, his pale eyes narrowing with disdain. "Senju Naruto, the village prince." So fixated on the Senju pulling his teammates, neither noticed the sudden breeze beside them. By the time they turned, Rock Lee was already gone. "Hey, you with the attitude, and you, the Senju." The team stopped as a green blur dropped from the balcony above, landing silently in their path. Rock Lee stood up, his determined gaze locked onto the two boys. "My name is Rock Lee," he announced, striking a pose. "You are Uchiha Sasuke and Senju Naruto. I wish to challenge you both right now." Sakura looked at her watch frantically. "Right now? We have the exam in less than 30 minutes. Sasuke, however, didn't check the time. A sharp, predatory grin cut across his face as he stepped forward. "You know my name and want to challenge me? You've got guts. I'll give you that." "I want to test my hard work against your genius," Lee declared, his fist tightening. Both the Uchiha and the Senju. Naruto, who had been watching with an amused smile, chuckled softly and raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Sorry, Lee-san," Naruto said, his tone polite but firm. "I'm flattered, really, but I'm gonna have to pass." Lee blinked, his intense eyebrows furrowing in confusion. "Pass? But do you not wish to prove your strength?" "I prefer to prove it in the exam," Naruto replied. He nodded toward his dark-haired teammate, who was already cracking his knuckles. "Looks like Sasuke here is dying to fight with you. I'd hate to interrupt." Sasuke scoffed, though he didn't deny it. "Stay out of this, Naruto. I can handle him alone. 5 minutes is all I need." Naruto, folding his arms, said, "Have at it. I'll be the referee." As the fight unfolded, Naruto's relaxed posture tightened. It wasn't a fight. It was a humiliation. Sasuke wasn't just losing. He was being systematically dismantled. Every strike Lee threw was a blur of green, bypassing the Uchiha's guard with terrifying precision. Sasuke, usually so composed, looked completely lost. "Incredible," Naruto thought, his blue eyes tracking the movements with sharp interest. "It's not genjutsu or ninjutsu. It's pure, unadulterated hard work. Even with the Sharingan, Sasuke's body can't keep up with that kind of speed." Suddenly, Lee blurred, kicking Sasuke high into the air before appearing instantly behind him in his shadow. Naruto's eyes widened, recognizing the stance immediately. The shadow of the dancing leaf. Is he seriously going to use a primary lotus on a teammate right before the exam? That's going too far. Naruto's chakra flared, his muscles tensing to flicker in and catch Sasuke. But before he could move, a colorful pinwheel whistled through the air, slamming into the wall and severing the connection between the fighters. "That is enough, Lee." The stern command froze the genin in his tracks. The trio turned their heads, expecting a severe jonin. Instead, they found themselves staring down at a small tortoise wearing a Konoha headband, slowly crawling into view. You were about to use that technique, weren't you? The tortoise snapped. Poof! A cloud of smoke exploded, clearing to reveal a man who was the spitting image of Lee. Same bowl cut, same thick brows, and a smile that literally pinged with a sparkle. You fool! Wham! The man punched his student squarely in the face, sending him skidding across the hall. But before Lee could even stop rolling, the man had him in a sobbing, snot-filled embrace. Lee, you are young, but you must not be reckless. This is youth. Sakura looked horrified. Sasuke, clutching his bruised cheek, looked absolutely traumatized by the sheer absurdity of the scene. Naruto, however, just let out a familiar sigh, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. Guy-sensei? The green beast whipped around, his tears instantly evaporating as he flashed a blinding thumbs up. Naruto, it is good to see you. I haven't seen you on the morning laps around the village lately. Your flames of youth must not dim. Just been busy with missions, Naruto chuckled, ignoring the jaw-dropped expressions of his teammates. You know him? Sasuke demanded, looking between the strongest guy in his class and the weirdest man he'd ever seen. Yeah, Naruto shrugged casually. We run into each other during morning training. He's Kakashi-sensei's rival. Guy's grin widened. Exactly. And speaking of rivals. Sasuke blinked. In the time it took his eyelids to close and open, Guy was gone. I hope you forgive Lee. I apologize on his behalf. The voice came from behind them. Sasuke spun around, his heart hammering against his ribs. Guy was standing behind the group, holding his signature pose. And no way, Sasuke thought, a cold shiver running down his spine as he realized he hadn't seen a blur, a shadow, or even a flicker. He is even faster than Kakashi. Now, Lee, don't make your teammates wait, Guy commanded, before turning his gaze to the blonde. And to you, Naruto, good luck. With a final, sparkling wink, the green beast vanished into thin air. Naruto just sighed, shaking his head slowly as he surveyed his teammates' battered state. Sasuke was still staring at the empty space where the green beast had been, his fists trembling at his sides. He's strong, Naruto thought, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched the Uchiha struggle to compose himself. But if he doesn't learn to pick his battles, his ego will be the end of him. Naruto resisted the urge to scoff as he pushed open the doors to room 301. Immediately, he was hit by a wall of hostility. Dozens of eyes locked onto them, heavy with killing intent and arrogant challenges. Why do genin always think glaring makes them look tough? He wondered, unimpressed by the posturing. But before he could analyze the competition, a blur of purple and blonde launched itself at him. Naruto, I knew you missed me. Naruto caught the projectile girl effortlessly, though he stiffened slightly. Ino Yamanaka was cute, objectively speaking, but her complete lack of personal space always managed to creep him out just a little. Yeah, Ino, he drawled. I was absolutely heartbroken without you. Ino didn't seem to notice the sarcasm. She pulled back slightly, her teal eyes scanning him up and down with sudden interest. Whoa, wait a second. Did you get taller? Naruto blinked, genuinely surprised. He hadn't hit a growth spurt. It was just 2 centimeters, finally reaching a respectable 5 feet 7 inches, 170 centimeters. How did you even notice that? Naruto asked with a faint blush. A girl notices these things, she chirped, winking. Hey, get off him, Ino pig, Sakura barked, stepping forward with a scowl. Ino just stuck her tongue out at her rival, tightening her grip on Naruto's arm to annoy her further. Troublesome, a lazy voice drawled from behind the clinging blonde. You guys are here too. Naruto raised a single, skeptical eyebrow, genuinely impressed that the Nara was actually standing in this room. He gently detached Ino's arms from around his neck and set her down, turning his attention to his lazy friend. Shikamaru, I didn't think you had the motivation to get out of bed before noon, let alone join a death tournament. Humph, like he had a choice, Ino declared with the voice of absolute authority, raising a threatening fist that made Shikamaru flinch. I wasn't going to let him sleep through our chance at promotion. What a drag, Shikamaru muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. I just wanted to watch the clouds, but someone threatened to tell my mom I was skipping training. Naruto chuckled. He couldn't blame the guy. Dealing with Ino on a daily basis was a mission rank all on its own. Well, look at this. A loud, familiar bark cut through the conversation, followed by a confident swagger. Kiba Inuzuka marched over, Akamaru perched on his head, with Shino and a shy-looking Hinata trailing behind. So the whole gang is here? Kiba grinned, flashing a sharp canine. Sorry to break it to you guys, but we're gonna win this thing. We've been training like crazy. Naruto scanned the group, the loud Inuzuka, the reluctant Nara, the snacking Akimichi, and the shy Hyuga. He felt a pang of sympathy. They were treating this like a class reunion, completely oblivious to the heavy, suffocating pressure radiating from the older ninja surrounding them. Yup, Naruto thought, his blue eyes hardening slightly as he felt the killing intent directed at their noisy group. These guys are dead meat. You guys might want to keep it down. The sudden voice made them all jump, except for Naruto, who had sensed the approach. A young man with silver hair tied in a ponytail and round glasses stepped out of the shadows, offering them a polite, yet slightly condescending smile. You're the rookies, right? Fresh out of the academy? He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the 9 of them. Acts like you're on a picnic. Look around you. The rookies fell silent, finally noticing the hundreds of cold, hard stares boring into them from every corner of the room. I'm Kabuto Yakushi, the stranger introduced himself. And if I were you, I'd stop making yourselves targets before the exam even begins. Turned out, Kabuto had participated in the exams 7 times over the last 4 years. The revelation made the hair on the back of Naruto's neck stand up. 7 times? A veteran like him? He's either incredibly unlucky, or he's staying behind on purpose. Damn, 7 times? Ino remarked, her voice brutally blunt as she looked the older boy up and down. You must really suck. Ino, play nice. Naruto interjected smoothly, stepping between them. However, his blue eyes didn't hold their usual warmth. They bored into the gray-haired teen with a sharp, critical gaze. Or maybe the exams are just that unforgiving. Isn't that right, Kabuto-san? Harsh, but fair, Kabuto chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a self-deprecating smile. But yes, Naruto-kun is right. The exams aren't just about strength. They're about mental endurance. Many quit before the first test is even over. He reached into his pouch, pulling out a thick deck of cards. However, my years of experience haven't been a total waste. I've managed to collect some interesting data. Data? Sasuke asked, his interest piqued. Ninja info cards, Kabuto explained, kneeling down to spread them on the floor. He tapped a blank card, infusing it with a sliver of chakra. Instantly, text and diagrams swirled into existence. I have detailed profiles on nearly every noteworthy participant, as well as the villages represented here. Naruto watched the display with a polite smile, but his mind was racing, analyzing the older genin. 4 years, Naruto thought, his gaze drifting from the cards to Kabuto's hands. Why would a guy like him even bother collecting data about others? You have information on individuals? Sasuke demanded, stepping closer. Of course, Kabuto smirked. Though, for now, you should worry about the big picture. He pointed to a map projected on one of the cards. Konoha, Suna, Aim. The major powers are all here. And then there are the minor villages like Otogekyur, the Sound Village. He waved his hand dismissively. Small, new, and frankly insignificant. No real data on them yet. Naruto felt a sudden spike of killing intent from the far corner of the room. He shifted his stance, his smile vanishing as he glanced toward 3 bandaged ninja who had just stood up. He's provoking them, Naruto realized, his eyes narrowing. On purpose. Do you have information on Sabaku no Gaara, Rock Lee, and... Sasuke paused, his dark eyes sliding sideways to lock onto the blonde standing beside him. Senju Naruto. The request drew a collective gasp from the rookies. Sakura blinked, looking between her 2 teammates in bewilderment. Sasuke-kun? She asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Naruto is standing right there. Why would you? It's fine, Sakura. Naruto interrupted, his voice smooth and unbothered. He offered Kabuto a sharp, challenging smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I'm actually curious myself. Let's see just how skilled Kabuto-san really is at gathering intelligence. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, maintaining his friendly facade. Internally, however, a cold calculation ran through his mind. This guy, he's testing me. You already know their names? Kabuto chuckled softly, pulling 3 cards from his deck. That takes all the fun out of the search, doesn't it? But very well. Well then, let's start with Rock Lee, Kabuto said, infusing a card with chakra. It spun in the air before displaying a graph with extremely skewed stats. He is a year older than you. His mission experience is decent, 20 D ranks and 11 C ranks. His squad leader is Might Guy. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he scanned the chart. His ninjutsu and genjutsu scores. Non-existent, Kabuto confirmed with a smirk. But look at his taijutsu. It's off the charts. He has completely abandoned other arts to specialize in hand-to-hand combat. A dangerous gamble, but against an unprepared opponent, devastating. He swiped the card away and pulled another. Next, Gaara of the Desert. The mood in the circle shifted instantly. The data on the card seemed to radiate a menacing aura. Completed 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank, Kabuto read, his voice dropping an octave. As a genin, that is unheard of, but the statistics aren't the scary part. He tapped the bottom of the card. It says here that he has returned from every single mission, including the B-rank, without a single scratch. What? Shikamaru muttered, his lazy demeanor vanishing. A B-rank without a scratch? That's impossible. Even Jonin get cut. He is monster, Kabuto whispered, adjusting his glasses, the light reflecting off the lenses to hide his eyes. Be very careful if you encounter him. Naruto remained silent, his arms crossed. He wasn't looking at the card. He was watching Kabuto's hands, noting the slight tremor, or was it excitement, as he reached for the final card. And finally, Kabuto looked up, his gaze locking with Naruto's. Senju Naruto. Senju Naruto, Kabuto began, reading from the card with a theatrical flair. Son of the 4th Hokage, descendant of the 1st and 2nd, related to the legendary Sannin Senju Tsunade. You are practically royalty in this village. The surrounding genin didn't react much. In Konoha, Naruto's lineage was common knowledge, a fact as mundane as the Hokage monument itself. Even the foreign ninja merely grunted, unimpressed by titles without action. Old news, Kabuto-san, Naruto said, his voice smooth and unbothered with a bored expression. Skip to the interesting part, if you have any. Kabuto smirked, the light reflecting off his glasses to hide his eyes. Oh, but I do. It says here your education wasn't left to the academy, or even regular tutors. He paused for dramatic effect, his voice cutting through the murmurs of the room. From a young age, you were personally mentored by the Toad Sage, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Silence. Absolute silence. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. Ino stared. Sasuke froze, His eyes snapped to the blonde, the pieces of the puzzle violently slamming together in his mind. The Sannin? One of the strongest ninja alive? No wonder the gap between us is so massive. He's been trained by a legend while I was playing ninja at the academy. The bored smile vanished from Naruto's face instantly. The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. He didn't yell. He didn't explode. He just stared. The playful, charismatic persona evaporated, replaced by a cold, calculating intensity that made him look terrifyingly like the second Hokage. You! Naruto took a single step forward. The killing intent wasn't projected outward in a wave. It was focused entirely, like a laser, on the gray-haired spy. The chatter in the classroom died instantly. That information isn't in the public records, Naruto said, his voice dropping to a whisper that carried more weight than a scream. How do you know about Jiraiya-sensei? Kabuto felt a cold drop of sweat slide down his temple. His throat went dry as those blue eyes, usually so warm, bored into his soul. Orochimaru-sama was right, Kabuto thought, his heart hammering against his ribs. This boy, he is no joke.
En Naruto.
Ino stammered, stepping back. Her hands hovered uncertainly, the earlier playfulness completely gone from her face. She looked at the boy she had just been teasing, suddenly terrified that he was about to tear the gray-haired boy apart right there in the classroom. I think that's enough. The air crackled. Naruto opened his mouth, likely to escalate, but a thunderous explosion of smoke at the front of the room cut him off. Quiet down, you maggots! A rough, scarred voice bellowed across the hall, instantly crushing the tension with a wave of pure authority. A man in a trench coat, his face a roadmap of torture scars, stood at the podium. Return to your seats immediately. The first exam is about to begin. Naruto didn't flinch at the proctor's arrival. He held Kabuto's gaze for one long, agonizing second. The killing intent receded, but the promise of violence remained. I'll be watching you, Naruto whispered, his voice low enough only for the spy to hear. Kabuto! He turned on his heel, his usual self sliding back into place as if nothing had happened, leaving the bespectacled teen to adjust his glasses with trembling fingers. Naruto stared down at the test paper, a bored expression settling on his face. Cryptography? Trajectory calculation based on wind resistance? Advanced chakra theory? He stifled a yawn. For the average genin, this was a nightmare designed to force them into using espionage techniques. But for someone who had grown up deciphering the fourth Hokage's sealing notes, it was barely a warm-up. I get it. The goal is to cheat without getting caught, Naruto mused, twirling his pencil as he watched a sound genin use sound waves to read a neighbor's paper. But why bother cheating when I can just answer them? He filled out the sheet with practiced ease and waited. Then came the real test. Ibiki Marino, the sadistic proctor, dropped the hammer. The 10th question. If you choose to take it and answer incorrectly, Ibiki announced, his voice dripping with malice, you will lose the right to take the Chunin exams ever again. You will remain a genin for the rest of your life. Panic swept the room. Teams started to fold. Hand after hand went up as the psychological pressure broke them. Naruto didn't flinch. He didn't even look worried. He just sat there, arms crossed, watching the weak weed themselves out. Is that all? Ibiki asked finally, scanning the remaining determined faces. A twisted smile cracked his scarred face. To those remaining, you pass. What? Sakura shrieked, slamming her hands on the desk. Where is the 10th question? There never was one, Ibiki chuckled. The choice was the test. A Chunin cannot abandon the mission just because the risks are unknown. Those who stayed, you have the guts to lead. His change in personality is more interesting than the exam itself. This place, Sakura mumbled, hugging her arms as she gazed up at the towering wire fences and the ominous, twisted trees beyond. It really creeps me out. It isn't called the Forest of Death for poetic effect, Sakura, Naruto replied, his voice devoid of his usual humor. He stared into the dark canopy with a grim expression. It is classified as one of the most hostile environments in the elemental nations. The brat is absolutely right. A woman with purple hair and a trench coat, Anko Mitarashi, smirked, stepping forward with a manic glint in her eyes. And you maggots are about to learn exactly why. Anko began her intimidation speech, laughing at the fear rippling through the crowd, but Naruto wasn't listening. His attention had drifted, snagging on a figure standing near the back of the crowd. It was a ninja from Kusagakure. The person was tall, their features obscured by the wide brim of a straw hat. Naruto's eyes narrowed as his sensory perceptions picked up on a faint, disturbing frequency. This chakra, Naruto thought, his gaze locking onto the stranger. I could swear I've sensed this signature somewhere before. Feels strikingly similar to someone, but it feels different here. Well, that was easy, Naruto murmured, weighing the earth scroll in his hand before tucking it securely into his pouch. It had barely been 30 minutes since the gates opened. A team from Amigakure had decided that the rookie squad looked like easy prey. Now, 3 bodies lay cooling in the mud at their feet. Did we? Sakura's voice trembled, her gaze fixed on the ground to avoid looking at the carnage. Did we really have to kill them? This isn't an academy spar, Sakura, Sasuke cut in coldly, wiping blood from his kunai on his pant leg. This is war between villages. It's kill or be killed. He's right, Naruto agreed, his tone gentle but firm as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Hesitation gets you dead out here. Now come on. We have the scroll. Let's head straight to the toe. His sentence died in his throat. His eyes widened, pupils constricting as a wave of malicious chakra washed over him. Pure instinct took over. Naruto didn't shove them. He lashed out, kicking both Sasuke and Sakura hard in the ribs to launch them away from their position. Boom! A gale of wind, compressed like a cannonball, slammed into the spot where they had been standing a fraction of a second ago. Since he had stayed behind to move them, Naruto took the brunt of the blast. Gah! He was lifted off his feet and hurled backward, crashing through 3 layers of dense foliage before vanishing into the darkness of the forest. Naruto! Sasuke shouted, skidding to a halt and scrambling to his feet. Cuckoo. A low, rasping laugh echoed through the clearing, sounding like dry leaves scraping together. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Don't worry about him. This boy won't die from a little breeze. Sasuke froze, standing on the branch above them. The grass ninja from earlier gazed down with unnatural, slit-pupiled eyes.
Sasuke-kun.
Naruto cursed under his breath as he pushed himself up from the dirt, dusting off his jacket. That was Daitapa, he analyzed, his mind racing. A C-rank technique, but the potency, it was far above genin level. Wind affinity is rare to begin with. His blue eyes narrowed into slits. It was that grass ninja. A hiss cut through his thoughts. The ground trembled as a massive snake, easily thick enough to swallow a man whole, slithered out from the underbrush, its jaws unhinged and ready to strike. Naruto didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. I see. No wonder that chakra felt familiar, he murmured, his voice dipping into a dangerous low. As the serpent lunged, blocking out the light, Naruto's hands blurred through a sequence of seals. Futon. Shinkaha. He took a sharp breath and exhaled. Multiple blades of vacuum-compressed wind tore through the air, slicing cleanly through the snake's scales, muscle, and bone. The giant reptile didn't even have time to shriek before it burst into a massive cloud of white smoke. Naruto landed softly, but his internal composure was shattering. That summoning, that specific chakra signature. Panic began to claw at his chest. That disgusting reptile. What is he doing here? He had to get back. Sasuke and Sakura were alone with a monster. Humph. No wonder he sent us to stall you. A mocking voice sneered from the trees. Looks like the snake wasn't enough of a distraction. Naruto spun around on his heel. The two other grass genin, the teammates of the snake user, were blocking his path, weapons drawn and smirks plastered on their faces. Out of my way, Naruto growled, his chakra flaring. Make us, little. There was no time for games, no time for mercy. Naruto flicked his wrists, launching two standard kunai directly at their faces. The grass genin scoffed, raising their weapons to easily bat the projectiles away. But the metal never made contact. Zap. In the microsecond before the kunai reached their guard, space distorted. The genin's eyes widened in sheer terror as Naruto materialized out of thin air, his hands already gripping the handles of the kunai mid-flight. He hadn't just thrown the weapons, he had ridden them. He was inside their guard before they could even twitch. With a fluid, merciless cross-slash, he severed both their throats in a single motion. The bodies hit the floor with a wet thud, but Naruto didn't wait to watch them fall. He didn't check for a pulse. He was already gone, a blur of black rushing through the trees, fear for his teammates driving him faster than he had ever moved before. Orochimaru had not expected to have this much fun. Having successfully removed the annoying Senju brat from the equation for a few minutes, he was free to toy with the Uchiha prize. While the boy was certainly no Itachi, and lacked the raw, terrifying potential of Naruto, he was still impressive. To stab oneself in the leg just to override the paralysis of fear. Exquisite. Stay away. Orochimaru's smirk widened as he watched the young Uchiha's desperation manifest in a flurry of kunai and fire style, incinerating the giant snake summon. Yes. Dance for me, Sasuke-kun. Show me the potential of the char. Crack. His internal monologue, and his jaw shattered instantly. A boot, heavy with chakra, slammed into the side of his face with the force of a battering ram. The impact sent the Sannin hurtling sideways, crashing through the thick trunk of an ancient oak tree in a shower of splinters. Tsuke, Orochimaru thought, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip as he righted himself. The annoying brat returns. Zap. Naruto materialized instantly in front of his teammates, his black jacket whipping in the wind. The sight behind him was grim. Sakura was trembling, tears streaming down her face, while Sasuke looked on the verge of a breakdown, his eyes wide with absolute, primal terror. Are you guys okay? Naruto demanded, keeping his back to them, eyes fixed on the dust cloud.
En Naruto.
Sasuke stammered, his voice cracking. This guy, he's not normal. We have to run. We have to get out of here right now. Naruto frowned, his heart sinking. This is bad. He's completely broken their spirit with just his killing intent. Well, look who decided to join the party. A raspy, chilling voice echoed from above. The dust cleared to reveal Orochimaru standing atop a massive snake head, peeling away the ruined face of the grass ninja like a mask. The pale skin and golden, reptilian eyes underneath gleamed in the dim forest light. It has been a while, hasn't it? The more you grow up, the more you look like Minato Naruto, Orochimaru said, using his usual annoying polite tone. I can imagine how proud Tsunade is. Naruto didn't flinch. He didn't look surprised. He simply sighed, a sound of pure, unadulterated annoyance, and tilted his head up to meet the Sannin's gaze. Orochimaru. The name hung in the air, heavy and dangerous. What are you doing here hanging around with Genin? Naruto deadpanned, his chakra flaring to shield his teammates. Orochimaru's smile stretched unnaturally wide, pure malice swirling in his golden eyes. I could say the same to you, Naruto. He formed a single seal. With a sudden puff of smoke, a shadow clone materialized beside him, both Sannin staring down with predatory hunger. As for why I am here, the clone licked its lips, locking its gaze on the trembling Uchiha behind Naruto. Sasuke-kun interests me. Chapter 4. Flashback. 11 years old Naruto. Creepy place, Naruto thought, walking carefully through the dark corridors of Orochimaru's hideout. He and Jiraiya had split up only minutes ago to cover more ground. What a waste of TI. Crash. Naruto instinctively threw himself backward. A split second later, a massive fist smashed through the wall, pulverizing the spot where his head had just been. Ha 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 ha, I will kill you. Naruto landed in a crouch, staring narrow-eyed. Standing in the rubble was a boy his age with orange hair, except half his body was transformed into gray, monstrous axe blades. He looked more like a beast than a human. The boy roared, drool dripping from his chin as he prepared to attack again. Naruto just blinked, stood up, and dusted off his jacket. Interesting chakra you have, Naruto murmured, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the energy radiating from the boy. It wasn't just dense. It was wild, heavy, and chaotic. It feels less like human chakra and more like nature itself, but corrupted. His analysis was cut short as the air displaced violently. The boy, no, the monster, blurred, appearing instantly in front of him. The massive axe arm swung down with enough force to cleave a boulder. Naruto didn't panic. In a fraction of a second, he drew a kunai, flooding it with wind chakra to reinforce the metal. Clang. Sparks showered between them as the small blade halted the massive axe. You are dead. What strength, Naruto thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as the ground beneath his feet cracked from the pressure. He gritted his teeth, pushed back, and flipped away to create distance. Stop running. Fight me! The monster roared, drool flying from his jaws. Naruto landed in a crouch, his eyes flashing. He's wide open. Perfect time to test it. He held his right hand out. Instantly, blue chakra began to swirl, compressing and rotating at breakneck speeds until it formed a volatile, perfect sphere. He was glad he kept training in the land of rice. D. Yugo lunged, but his target was no longer there. Zap. Naruto didn't dodge. He vanished. In the split second they had clashed earlier, Naruto's hand had brushed the axe arm. He hadn't just blocked, he had marked him. Yugo's eyes widened as a yellow blur materialized inches from his chest, inside his guard. Rasengan. Boom. The sphere ground into Yugo's abdomen, twisting the air itself before launching him backward like a cannonball. He smashed into the stone wall, creating a crater that buried him in debris. Naruto landed softly, shaking out his hand. He looked at the devastation with clinical interest. Incredible. No hand signs, instant activation. It really is a one-shot technique. He walked toward the rubble. Yugo was pinned, struggling to breathe, the transformation rippling unstable across his skin. Sorry, buddy, Naruto said, his voice void of malice as he raised a kunai, the wind chakra humming dangerously around the blade. But you know, it's not personal. I can't let you loose. He prepared to strike. My name is Yugo. Naruto froze. The monstrous gray skin receded like a tide, the axe melting away to reveal a trembling, bruised arm. The demonic eyes that had been filled with bloodlust were now soft, wet, and filled with terrifying clarity. Naruto's grip on the kunai loosened. He wasn't looking at a monster anymore. He was looking at a terrified child his own age. His blood boiled. That scumbag, Orochimaru. What is he doing to children in this place? Naruto lowered his weapon, the wind chakra fading.
Mines Naruto.
Yugo blinked, confused by the sudden mercy. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but a sharp tug in his gut stopped him. A summoning signal. Jiraiya-sensei. I must leave, Yugo, Naruto muttered. He looked at the boy one last time. A look of pity, not judgment. Then he vanished in a blur. Yugo lay alone in the dark, silent rubble, staring at the empty space where the blonde boy had been. This was the perfect chance, someone powerful enough to liberate him from this large prison. Why? Yugo whispered, a tear sliding down his dusty cheek. Why didn't he kill me? Orochimaru had not expected today to be so delightful. To stumble upon his old teammate in a place like this, a rare treat, and to catch him at such a disadvantage. It was practically a gift. Jiraiya was slumped against the cold stone wall, chest heaving, surrounded by the broken bodies of 30 failed experiments. The toad sage was exhausted, his chakra drained from the relentless assault. Orochimaru stepped over a corpse, the Kusanagi blade extending from his mouth, gleaming in the dim light. Any last words, Jiraiya? He asked, his voice dripping with malice as the blade tip hovered inches from his friend's eye. But Jiraiya didn't look afraid. He smirked. Orochimaru frowned. Why is he SM? Zap. There was no sound of movement.
No fortfalls.
Just the sudden displacement of air. A blur of yellow materialized between the Sannin and his prey. A small hand pressed firmly against Orochimaru's chest. Not a strike, but a touch, before a Rasengan exploded point-blank, blasting the snake Sannin backward into the darkness. Fast as usual, Naruto? Jiraiya breathed, finally letting his guard down. I'm just glad you finally swallowed your pride and actually signaled me, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto mumbled, though his blue eyes remained locked on the shadows ahead. I thought you'd rather die than rely on your student to save your ass. It's Orochimaru, Jiraiya said, his voice hardening as he stood up. There is no room for pride. From the shadows, Orochimaru rose, dusting off his robes. His golden eyes were wide, the pupils constricted to needle points. He was already pale, but now he looked like a ghost. He looked down at his chest. There, glowing faintly on his robe where the boy had touched him, was a seal formula. This is Hiraishin, Orochimaru thought, his mind reeling. The Kyuubi brat is 11 years old. How is this possible? He looked up at the small blonde boy in the black jacket. The stance, the cold eyes, the terrifying speed. Senju Naruto, Orochimaru hissed, a mix of fascination and dread curling in his gut. The boy reminded him of the man he hated, the man who stole his Hokage hat. It is like staring at a young Minato. No wonder Yugo stood no chance against you. Yugo is just a victim, Naruto replied, his voice flat. Zap. He was gone. Orochimaru barely had time to register the sound before Naruto reappeared instantaneously directly in front of him, guided by the mark on the Sannin's chest. A wind-laced kunai slashed upward in a vicious arc, tearing across Orochimaru's torso. Blood sprayed the walls. Damn! Jiraiya watched the scene, a cold shiver running down his spine. He marked him the moment he palmed his chest. He only mastered the jutsu 3 months ago, and he's already spamming it in combat just like his father. Orochimaru stumbled back, clutching the deep wound, coughing up blood. This was bad. This was catastrophic. For the first time since his encounter with Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru felt something foreign. Fear. Just as he had no answer for the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had no defense against a ninja who could teleport instantly to his location. He was being hunted by a ghost he couldn't touch. I have to leave. Now. Orochimaru's hands blurred through seals with desperate speed. Naruto saw the movement and vanished again, reappearing to decapitate the Sannin. Swish. His blade sliced through nothing but white smoke. The bastard! Jiraiya groaned in frustration. He used reverse summoning to escape. Rumble. Before Naruto could sheath his weapon, the ground lurched violently. Deep, rhythmic thuds echoed from the walls, followed by the screeching of metal. Self-destruct sequence. Jiraiya barked, his eyes widening. Naruto! Yes, sir. Naruto didn't hesitate. He grabbed Jiraiya's shoulder firmly. Zap. The air rushed into the vacuum where they stood, and a split second later, the corridor was consumed by fire and collapsing stone. Flashback end.
Sasuke-kun.
Interests me. This is bad, Naruto thought, his eyes darting between the Sannin and the newly formed shadow clone. He's splitting us up. He knows I can't protect Sasuke if I have to watch my own back against him. If Sasuke had been scared before, the revelation of the enemy's identity shattered him. He took a trembling step backward, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his kunai. Orochimaru? Sasuke breathed, the name tasting like ash in his mouth. One of the legendary Sannin? Why? What does he want with us? Naruto clicked his tongue, his expression twisting into open revulsion. Freaky as ever, he muttered, shifting his stance to shield his teammates. Don't you have a dark hole to crawl back into? Kukuku. Now, Naruto. Don't be so cold. Orochimaru chuckled, his long purple tongue flickering out to taste the terror in the air. How about we catch up? In a blur of motion, Orochimaru lunged. Naruto's eyes widened. The speed was blinding, but his stomach dropped when he saw the shadow clone break away, heading straight for the paralyzed Uchiha. Sasuke, move! Naruto shouted, turning to intercept. I am your opponent. The original Orochimaru was already on him, his neck elongated with sickening, unnatural speed, his head shooting forward like a striking cobra. His thick, muscular tongue lashed out, wrapping tightly around Naruto's waist and slamming him against a tree trunk before he could take a single step. Got you? Orochimaru hissed, tightening the constriction to crush the boy's ribs. Splat. The Sannin's eyes narrowed. Naruto didn't scream. Instead, his body dissolved into a thick, brown sludge that oozed between the coils of the tongue. Kawarimi. Orochimaru whipped his head upward. Naruto was floating in midair behind him, his black jacket billowing in the updraft as he finished a sequence of hand signs. His chest expanded, chakra visibly condensing in his lungs. Futon Atsugai. Orochimaru's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Naruto didn't just exhale air. He released a highly compressed sphere of superdense wind pressure. It hit the forest floor and detonated like a bomb. Boom! A catastrophic shockwave expanded outward, vaporizing the ground and pulverizing the surrounding trees into sawdust. The sheer force of the blast tore a massive clearing into the dense canopy of the forest of death, sending debris flying for miles. Naruto landed gracefully on a thick branch as the dust cleared, his blue eyes scanning the destruction. He wasn't disappointed or surprised to find that the Sannin wasn't dead. Instead, Orochimaru stood perched atop the head of a massive, newly summoned brown serpent, looking completely unscathed. He thinks a snake can stop me? Naruto thought, his gaze hardening. Then, realization struck.
No.
He's not trying to win. He's stalling. Hiss! The giant snake lunged, its jaws wide enough to swallow a house. Naruto didn't move an inch. He simply held the snake seal.
Rangisigami no Jutsu.
His blonde hair exploded in length and density, hardening into steel-like cables. The mane wrapped around the giant snake mid-lunge, constricting violently until the summon burst into shreds of light and smoke. But the hair didn't stop there. It surged forward, wrapping around Orochimaru and immobilizing him completely against a tree. Jiraiya surely has an eye for talent, Orochimaru laughed, his voice echoing with genuine delight despite being bound by the lion-like mane. The Senju bloodline is truly magnificent. You are a masterpiece, Naruto. Naruto ignored the praise, his sensory perception flaring. He glanced sideways. Sasuke was holding his own against the clone, having managed to trap it against a tree with wire strings and shuriken. Cut the crap, Orochimaru, Naruto barked, tightening the bind. What do you want with Sasuke? Orochimaru's grin widened, stretching the pale skin of his face until it looked like a mask on the verge of tearing. Come now, Naruto. You are a smart boy. You should have figured it out by now. Orochimaru licked his lips. You fought one of my prized specimens 2 years ago, didn't you? You remember him, Yugo. Suddenly, the Orochimaru trapped in the hair melted into mud. Naruto's eyes widened. The memory of the boy with the orange hair, the monstrous transformation, and the corrupted nature chakra flashed through his mind. Not surprise, but pure, cold terror washed over him. The puzzle pieces clicked together. The interest in Sasuke, the mention of Yugo, the testing of limits. He wants to brand him. He wants to give Sasuke the curse mark.
No.
Naruto abandoned his defensive stance, releasing his jutsu before exploding into a sprint toward his teammates. But he was too late. Sasuke, panting heavily, thought he had won. He had trapped the enemy clone in wire strings and was preparing to unleash a fireball jutsu to finish it. Got you, Sasuke yelled. He gasped in shock when the trapped clone dissolved into mud. A split second later, the real Orochimaru, who had switched places with the clone moments ago, emerged from the tree trunk directly behind the young Uchiha. You are mine, Sasuke-kun. His neck elongated, shooting forward like a striking viper. Fangs sank deep into the junction of Sasuke's neck and shoulder. Arg!
Sasuke-kun.
Sakura screamed, rushing forward as her crush collapsed. A blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. Sasuke convulsed violently as the vile chakra flooded his system. Sasuke! Naruto yelled, horror etched on his face as he watched Sakura catch the falling boy. The black pattern of the heaven seal began to burn itself into the Uchiha's pale skin, glowing like molten lava. Time to leave, Orochimaru thought, satisfied with his work. Before Naruto could reach them, the Sannin sank into the tree, vanishing without a trace. Naruto leaned against the cold, damp wall of the hollowed-out tree root they were using for shelter. He sighed softly, watching Sakura gently place a fresh wet towel on Sasuke's burning forehead. Her expression was a mixture of grief and exhaustion, a deep frown marring her features. This was bad, truly bad. Despite having already secured the necessary scrolls to pass, they were dead in the water. They couldn't move, not with Sasuke in this condition. The fever from the bite was ravaging him, his chakra spiking and crashing in volatile waves as his body fought the foreign power. These exams are becoming more trouble than they're worth, Naruto thought grimly, his gaze lingering on the ominous black seal searing into the Uchiha's neck.
En Naruto.
Sakura's voice trembled, breaking the heavy silence. She didn't look up from Sasuke's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What did that guy do to Sasuke-kun? Naruto's expression softened. He knew exactly what Orochimaru had done. He had seen the horrific results on Yugo firsthand. But telling Sakura that Sasuke might turn into a chakra-crazed monster or die from the rejection wouldn't help anyone right now. He forced a gentle, reassuring smile onto his face. He just hit him with some weird chakra, Sakura. It's like a bad fever. Naruto lied smoothly. He'll be fine. Sasuke is stubborn, remember? He's too strong to let a snake bite take him down. Sakura sniffled, wiping her eyes, and gave a shaky nod.
Yeah.
You're right. Naruto pushed himself off the wall and stood up, dusting off his black pants. Sakura's head snapped up instantly, panic flashing in her eyes at the movement. "Where are you going?" she demanded, her voice rising in pitch. The thought of being left alone in this nightmare terrified her. Naruto blinked, faking innocence as he pointed toward the cave entrance. "Relax, Sakura. I just need to take a leak," he deadpanned, scratching his cheek awkwardly. "Unless you want me to do it right here? But that wouldn't exactly be appropriate in front of a lady, would it?" Sakura's face went bright red. The tension in her shoulders dropped just a fraction, the crude humor grounding her. Idiot," she muttered, turning back to Sasuke to hide her blush. Just be quick, okay?" Naruto turned and walked out into the rain-soaked forest. Once he was certain he was out of Sakura's earshot and hidden by the dense foliage, the mask of the carefree teammate dropped completely. Naruto moved with efficient urgency, retrieving a small blank scroll and a travel ink brush from his pouch. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. "Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru is here. Target: Uchiha Sasuke. Be quick." Finishing the stroke, he rolled the scroll tight and tied it. He brought his thumb to his mouth, biting down hard enough to draw blood, and flew through 5 hand signs.
Cuchillose no jutsu.
He slammed his palm onto the muddy forest floor. A small puff of white smoke erupted, clearing to reveal a small, orange toad with blue markings.
Yo, Naruto.
"It's been a while," the toad chirped, blinking up at him. Naruto smiled slightly. He crouched down, meeting the toad's eyes. "Gamakichi, I need you to deliver this to Jiraiya-sensei. ASAP." Gamakichi crossed his arms, puffing out his chest. "Sheesh, straight to business? What happened to hello? And hey, if you want a favor, you gotta pay up. Where are my snacks?" Naruto's eyes narrowed. The playful banter he usually indulged in was gone, replaced by suffocating pressure. "Gamakichi," Naruto said, his eyes twitching as his voice dropped to a dangerously low octave. "The scroll. Now." The small toad froze and gulped. The look in his blue eyes promised consequences that were far worse than a missed meal. "Oh, of course. Right on it, boss," Gamakichi stammered, snatching the scroll with his tongue. "I'll get it to the old man in no time." With a nervous salute, the toad vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto let out a long breath, wiping the rain from his face. Finally! He turned to head back to the cave, but froze mid-step. His sensory radar pinged violently. 3 distinct, hostile chakra signatures were closing in rapidly on the hollow tree. One of them felt like sound itself. Naruto groaned, tilting his head back toward the stormy sky. "Give me a break." Sakura stood frozen at the entrance of the cave, her kunai trembling in her grip as she stared down the 3 ninja blocking her path. They were strange, bandaged, covered in fur, and radiating hostility. They had made their demand clear. They wanted Sasuke. "What do you want with Sasuke-kun?" she shouted. She tried to sound fierce, but her voice cracked, betraying her absolute terror. I know you're working for him. That guy, Orochimaru. He's pulling the strings, isn't he? What did he do to Sasuke? What is that mark?" The mention of the name froze the attackers in their tracks. The girl, Kin, gasped audibly, exchanging a panicked look with her teammates. "How does she know about him, Dosu?" The hunchbacked boy, whose face was almost entirely bandaged, narrowed his single visible eye. Dosu remained the most rational of the group, his mind racing to process the breach in secrecy. "Interesting," Dosu mused, his voice muffled. "We weren't told that our targets had prior knowledge. Just what is Lord Orochimaru planning?" But Zaku didn't care for analysis. He stepped forward, a cruel smirk stretching across his face as he raised his palms toward the trembling girl and the unconscious Uchiha. He was so blinded by his own arrogance and the thrill of the hunt that he failed to notice a critical detail. The team was supposed to have 3 members. Humph, who cares? Zaku scoffed, air pressure beginning to build in the tubes implanted in his arms. It doesn't change anything. I'm going to destroy you, little girl. And your precious Sasuke, too. Zaku barely had time to prime the air pressure in his arm tubes. There was a blur of yellow, and then a sickening thud. A boot slammed into his solar plexus with the force of a battering ram, lifting him clean off his feet. Zaku gasped, the air forced from his lungs, as he was hurled backward, crashing into the mud at his teammates' feet. Naruto, Sakura breathed, her legs nearly giving out. The sheer relief that washed over her was overwhelming. The sight of his back, broad and steady, was the only thing keeping her upright. Naruto didn't look back at her. He stood between the girl and the invaders, his blue eyes cold and sharp as steel. "I'll ask once," he said, his voice deceptively calm, though the killing intent rolling off him was suffocating. "What do you want?" "They are here for Sasuke-kun, Naruto. They work for that guy Orochimaru." Naruto resisted the urge to slap his forehead. Now he got it since they were wearing Otogekure forehead. Every fucking situation, you will find that bastard behind it. Dosu felt a cold shiver crawl down his spine. He had been watching earlier. He had seen what this blonde had done to the Sand Ninja using nothing but a flare of his chakra, paralyzing them with fear alone. He had marked him as a variable to avoid. But before Dosu could voice a retreat, Zaku scrambled to his feet, his face twisted in humiliation and blind rage. "You little," Zaku snarled, raising his palms, the tubes humming with dangerous pressure. "You will pay for that." "Zaku, wait, don't," Dosu shouted, recognizing the gap in power. It was too late. Zankaha! A supersonic blast of compressed air and sound waves erupted from Zaku's palms, tearing up the ground as it raced toward the blonde. Naruto didn't dodge. He scoffed, raising a single hand to form a half-ram seal. His chakra flared dense, refined, and sharp. Futon Rapusho. With a sharp exhale, he raised his palm and released a violent gale of wind. The 2 invisible forces collided in dead center with a thunderous crack, the opposing pressures grinding against one another for a split second before neutralizing completely, scattering dirt and leaves in every direction. He just stopped Zaka's blast," Kin muttered, her eyes wide. The blonde hadn't even shifted his weight. He just stood there, arm extended, looking bored. "So you manipulate sound waves? Typical for ninja from that pathetic excuse of a village, Otogekure," Naruto scoffed, lowering his hand. His glare hardened, boring into the 3 genin. "We don't have to do this. Just turn around and walk away. Now." Zaku began to shake. Not from fear, but from a humiliation so deep it burned. He had never felt this weak, this dismissed. How dare this brat mock him? How dare he mock the village Lord Orochimaru built? Dosu let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. "He's offering us an out. We should tack. You think you can humiliate us like this?" Zaku screamed, his logic consumed by blind rage as he aimed his arms again. "I will kill you." Naruto merely sweat-dropped, looking at Zaku like he was a particularly noisy insect. "Trust me, pal. There is no alternate universe where you are capable of killing me." But Naruto's dry amusement was cut off instantly. A spike of chakra, cold, vile, and terrifyingly familiar, erupted from the cave behind him. He whipped his head around. Sasuke was standing up. "Shit." "Sasuke-ku!" Sakura's chirpy cry of relief died in her throat. Sasuke stood hunched over, his body trembling. Flame-like black markings were spreading across his pale skin, glowing with a sickly, pulsating rhythm. But it wasn't the physical changes that froze Sakura's blood. It was the feeling, the cold, suffocating malice radiating from him. This wasn't Sasuke. Naruto frowned deeply, his body tensing. The chakra Sasuke was leaking was potent, certainly, but the sheer density of the hatred within it. It reminded him uncomfortably of the Kyuubi. Sasuke was already mentally unstable on a good day. Adding this corrupted seal to the equation? Ha! So you're finally awake, coward. Naruto spun back around, staring at Zaku with wide, incredulous eyes. The sound genin was grinning, completely oblivious to the apex predator that had just woken up behind them. Does this guy have an actual death wish? Naruto thought, shaking his head in disbelief. It is genuinely impressive how stupid one person can be. You guys wanted Sasuke, here you go. Sasuke didn't understand it. He shouldn't be standing. He should be writhing in agony, consumed by the fever. Yet, he had never felt clarity like this in his entire life. Power, raw, electric, and intoxicating, surged through every vein, overriding the pain, overriding his fear. Was this the gift Orochimaru spoke of? Sasuke wondered, flexing his hand as purple chakra rolled off him in waves. If this is the curse mark, then perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. His thoughts were interrupted by a grating, obnoxious voice. Ha! So you're finally awake, coward. Coward. The word echoed in Sasuke's mind, not as an insult, but as a trigger. The blood in his veins seemed to boil, the flame-like markings on his skin pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Who was this insect to address him? An elite, an Uchiha with such disrespect. He turned slowly, his eyes burning a vibrant, hateful red. Naruto, stay back. His voice was hollow, layered with a cold cruelty that hadn't been there before. Naruto merely nodded and stepped aside, his expression unreadable. He needs to vent, Naruto analyzed. No good will come by suppressing that corrupted chakra. Better he burns it off on these idiots. The fight, if it could even be called that, began instantly. To Sakura and the Sound Ninja, Sasuke had simply vanished. One moment he was standing by the cave entrance. The next he was behind Zaku. He's fast, Naruto noted, his eyes narrowing as he tracked the Uchiha's movements. Unbelievably fast. The seal is forcing his body beyond its natural limits. It's tearing his muscles, but the chakra is healing him simultaneously. It's a double-edged sword. Sasuke wasn't just fighting, he was dismantling his opponent. He dodged a supersonic blast with a tilt of his head, moving with the fluidity of water and the strike of a viper. Before Zaku could even process his missed attack, he was on the ground, face pressed into the dirt. Sasuke stood over him, planting a foot firmly in the center of Zaku's back. He reached down, gripping both of the boy's wrists and pulling them backward, straining the joints to their breaking point. You seem very proud of these arms, Sasuke whispered, a sadistic smirk twisting his face. You use them to blow people away, don't you? Realization dawned on Zaku, and his arrogance shattered into pure terror. And no, wait, stop. Crack. The sickening sound of bone snapping echoed through the clearing. Arg! Naruto winced slightly at the sound but didn't look away. That's excessive. Sasuke tossed the screaming boy aside like broken trash. He didn't even look at his handiwork. Instead, he slowly turned his head toward Dosu and Kin, his Sharingan spinning lazily, hungry for more. The killing intent spiked. It wasn't the focus of a ninja. It was the bloodlust of a monster. He's going to kill them, Naruto realized, his relaxed posture vanishing. He's lost control. Moving swiftly, he immediately appeared beside the Uchiha. His hand clamped down on Sasuke's shoulder with the weight of an anchor, halting the boy's advance toward the remaining two terrified genin. This is enough, Sasuke, Naruto said, his voice low but cutting through the silence like a blade. He tightened his grip. You are better than this. Don't let that thing turn you into a beast. Sasuke froze. He turned his head slowly, the tomo in his eyes spinning wildly as he fought the urge to strike Naruto down. The black flames on his skin pulsed, resisting the command. For a tense moment, they just stared at each other, red against blue. Then, Sasuke blinked. The malice in his eyes flickered and died. He gritted his teeth, a groan of pain escaping his lips as the cursed markings began to recede, slithering back toward the seal on his neck like retreating ink. The sudden withdrawal of power was agonizing. His knees buckled, and he collapsed forward, gasping for air as sweat drenched his clothes.
Sasuke-kun.
Sakura was there in an instant, dropping to her knees and catching him before he hit the mud. Her hands hovered frantically over him. Are you okay? Sasuke squeezed his eyes shut, his chest heaving. Yeah, Sakura. I'm fine. Naruto crouched down on Sasuke's other side, watching the seal go dormant. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and offered a small smile. I can't believe I'm saying this, Naruto quipped softly, but I'm glad to have the brooding, annoying you back. That other guy was a bit much. Sasuke snorted, but a small smirk was visible. But the moment of peace was short-lived. A scuffling sound drew Naruto's attention back to the pests. Dosu had hoisted the unconscious, broken Zaku onto his back. He stared at Naruto with a mixture of fear and calculated respect. Senju Naruto, Dosu said, his voice muffled by bandages but steady. Next time we meet, the outcome will be diff. There will be no next time. Naruto didn't shout. He didn't even stand up. He just whispered the words, but they carried so much cold, absolute certainty that Dosu froze mid-sentence. Naruto turned his head, fixing the sound genin with a glare that promised nothing but death. You should be thankful that you are leaving this forest breathing, Naruto said, his eyes narrowing. Now, take your friend and get out of my face before I change my mind. Dosu didn't need to be told twice. With a stiff nod, he grabbed Kin, and the three-sound ninja vanished into the trees, fleeing for their lives. Sighing in relief, Naruto turned back to his teammates and smiled. Now we go to the tower. If heaven does not possess earth, seek intelligence to prepare for the opportunity. If earth does not possess heaven, seek strength to prepare for the battle. Sakura read the script on the wall of the tower, her brow furrowed in confusion. What does it even mean? It's about balance, Sakura, Naruto explained, standing with his arms crossed over his chest. It means learn from everything around you and be prepared. If you lack strength, build it. If you lack knowledge, find it. Only when you have both can you open the path without wasting the chance. Oh, Sakura formed a small O with her mouth, staring at him. She was genuinely impressed. She had always prided herself on being the smart one, but lately, she was realizing that Naruto wasn't just instinct and power. He was a bookworm, perhaps an even bigger one than she was. He just didn't brag about it. Well, speaking of the path, Naruto retrieved the heaven and earth scrolls from his pouch. He tossed them into the air, crossing them in an X shape before they hit the floor. Open. Poof. A large cloud of white smoke erupted from the center of the room. As it cleared, a familiar figure with gravity-defying silver hair and a masked face stood there, one hand raised in a lazy salute. Yo! Kakashi-sensei? Sakura shrieked, jumping back. How did you just appear out of nowhere? It's a reverse summoning jutsu, Sakura, Naruto replied matter-of-factly, not even looking up as he dusted his palms. The scrolls contain a spatial formula linked to the proctors. When opened simultaneously, they act as a beacon to summon the assigned jonin to the team's location. He paused, feeling the weight of silence. He looked up to find both Sakura and Sasuke staring at him as if he had suddenly sprouted wings. Naruto blinked. What? It's standard theory. Kakashi sighed, his visible eye curving into a smile behind the mask. I can't even get impressed anymore, the copy ninja mused, shaking his head. I think I've finally developed an immunity to being shocked by him. Well, anyway, Kakashi said, stepping over the scrolls. I expected nothing less of you guys, but I have to admit, I'm surprised. To finish the second stage in less than 24 hours? Pretty impressive. He looked at them, pride evident in his stance. Go get some rest. There are rooms upstairs. You've earned it. The team relaxed, the tension of the forest finally bleeding away. But just as they turned to leave, Kakashi's voice cut through the air, sharp and serious. Sasuke. Sasuke tensed, freezing mid-step. He turned slowly as 3 pairs of eyes landed on him. What? Kakashi's eye lost its mirth. He wasn't looking at his student. He was looking at the bruised skin on the boy's neck, just visible above his collar. You will come with me for a moment. We need to talk. Sasuke hesitated, his hand instinctively going to the seal, but he nodded. Naruto watched them go, letting out a quiet, relieved breath. He didn't need to ask what it was about. Good, Naruto thought, heading toward the rooms. The situation is under control. 5th day. He had no idea how he was witnessing it. It felt like he was trapped in a broken record, forced to watch the same tragedy play out again and again. He knew Kyuubi was messing with him, but every time, he hoped it would be different. The altar rises. His mother collapses, her face pale and twisted in agony. His father rushes to her side, panic cracking his usually stoic mask. No, To-Usan. Don't. Naruto screamed until his lungs burned, but no sound came out. His mouth hung agape in a silent, terrified roar. He was a ghost in his own memory, unseen and unheard. The scene shifted violently. The massive, hateful form of the Kyuubi loomed over him, its claws raised to end his life before it had even begun. No. His parents moved. They didn't hesitate. They threw themselves between the monster and the crib. Schlick. No. The sound of flesh tearing was deafening in the silence of his mind. A single, massive claw skewered them both, suspending them in the air like broken dolls. Blood dripped down the claw, splashing onto the crying infant below. His mother was speaking, her lips moving rapidly, tears streaming down her face. Then his father spoke, his eyes filled with a heartbreaking mixture of love and regret. But Naruto couldn't hear them. The world began to dissolve into blinding white light. He strained his ears, desperate, begging the universe for just one sound. He needed to hear their final words. He needed to know what they said to him. Don't go. The light swallowed them whole. Don't go. Naruto shot up in bed, his chest heaving as if he had just run a marathon. Cold sweat drenched his shirt, plastering it to his shivering skin. He gasped for air, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He reached up to wipe his face and felt the wetness. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, hot and unstopping. He didn't try to wipe them away. He didn't try to be strong. He curled his knees to his chest, burying his face in his hands as the silence of the room crushed him. His voice cracked, a broken whisper in the dark. I just wanted to hear it. Chapter 5. Naruto walked through the dimly lit corridors of the central tower, the silence of the stone hallway amplifying the sound of his own footsteps. Only 5 hours remained until the deadline for the second exam, and he couldn't wait to leave this gloomy forest behind. However, the looming deadline wasn't what occupied his mind. It was his team. Sasuke had been whisked away by Kakashi the moment they arrived. His sensei had assured him that the curse mark had been sealed and that the Uchiha was resting in the infirmary, but the situation still sat heavy in Naruto's gut. Then there was Sakura. She needs to start taking this seriously, Naruto thought, a small frown marring his features. Since they had arrived, she hadn't left the infirmary door. She sat there, keeping a vigil like a worried wife. He understood that she cared for Sasuke, but they were ninja. This was an exam, a simulation of war. If she couldn't separate her emotions from the mission, she was going to get herself, or worse, them killed. What bothered him even more was that Sasuke never showed interest in her. Hey! Lost in his brooding, he almost missed the sharp, feminine voice calling out to him. Naruto stopped and turned his head. Standing a few feet away was a girl with sandy blonde hair tied in 4 pigtails, a massive iron fan strapped to her back. She stood with a hand on her hip, projecting an air of confidence and annoyance, but it was undercut by the faint, betraying blush dusting her cheeks. You could at least say hi, you know? You walked right past me. Naruto blinked. He honestly hadn't even registered her presence. My apologies, Suna-san, he replied smoothly, offering a polite, practiced smile. I was lost in thought. The formal address and the sudden charm seemed to catch her off guard. Her blush deepened slightly, and she cleared her throat to regain her composure. Just call me Temari. Senju Naruto. Yeah, I know who you are. Naruto tilted his head, genuinely confused. You do. Temari gave him an incredulous look, crossing her arms over her chest. We already met. Remember? You stood up to my brother before the exam started. You told him your name. The memory clicked into place. The intense redhead with the gourd. Ah, right, the redhead. Naruto nodded. So the 3 of you are siblings. Yup, the Sabaku siblings. Well, it was nice to meet you, Temari-san, Naruto said. He didn't wait for a response. He turned and continued his walk, his mind already drifting back to his fucked-up team and Orochimaru. He didn't have time for flirting, and despite how cute she was, a kunoichi from a rival village wasn't on his priority list. Temari was left standing alone in the corridor, her mouth slightly agape as she watched his retreating figure disappear around the corner. She was stunned. Back in Sunagakure, boys would have killed just to get a sentence out of her, mostly out of fear, sometimes out of admiration. But this Konoha genin? He had just brushed her off like she was part of the scenery. The nerve of that bastard, she thought, clenching her fist at her side. But as the anger faded, a different thought intruded. Still, he is tall. His shade of blonde is quite rare. He's handsome, and he has that confident, charismatic aura. She suddenly slapped her own forehead with a loud smack, groaning at her own thoughts. Get a grip, Temari, she hissed to herself, shaking her head. You are a proud kunoichi of the sand, not some squealing fangirl. Naruto stood in the formation, his blue eyes sweeping across the ragged line of survivors. To his genuine surprise and impressed relief, every single one of the rookie 9 was present. The Forest of Death was known for chewing up hopefuls and spitting out bones, yet his classmates stood unbroken. But his focus narrowed instantly when Sasuke stepped into line next to him. The Uchiha looked scrubbed clean, dressed in a fresh high-collared shirt, the grime and blood of the forest washed away. You're fine, Naruto asked, his voice low. He tried to keep the question casual, but a deep, worried frown marred his features. He couldn't help it. Every time he looked at Sasuke now, the image of the Uchiha was superimposed with the memory of Yugo. The gray, mutated skin, the mindless rage, the absolute loss of humanity. He was terrified that the seal on Sasuke's neck was a ticking time bomb waiting to turn his teammate into that. Sasuke caught the look, the searching gaze, the underlying pity, and his jaw tightened. He let out a sharp, irritated groan. I am fine, Naruto, Sasuke snapped, keeping his eyes fixed forward. Stop looking at me like I'm a patient. Just focus on the exam. Naruto studied him for a second longer, searching for any sign of the curse's influence. Finding none, he nodded once, letting the tension bleed out of his shoulders. Attention! The commanding voice silenced the murmurs in the hall. At the front of the room, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped forward. Smoke curled from his pipe as he surveyed the next generation with a grave expression. Naruto straightened his posture, pushing the worries about Orochimaru to the back of his mind. He turned his full attention to the old leader as Hiruzen began to unveil the brutal, diplomatic reality hidden behind the facade of the Chunin exams. Suddenly, a swirl of leaves interrupted the solemn atmosphere. A Jonin materialized in a puff of smoke, kneeling before the Hokage. He looked unwell. Pale skin, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and a katana strapped to his back. "Hokage-sama," the man wheezed, pausing to cover his mouth as a fit of coughing racked his frame. "Please allow me to cough. Take it from here, as the proctor of the third exam." Hiruzen nodded, stepping back to light his pipe. "Go ahead, heir." Naruto's sweat dropped, watching the new proctor hack his lungs out between every other word. "Is this guy okay?" Naruto wondered, eyeing the sickly man with genuine concern. "He looks like he's going to drop dead before the fights even start." Hayate straightened up, swaying slightly on his feet. "Now, cough. Before we begin, if anyone wants to retreat, cough. They must do it now." A silence hung over the room, heavy with tension. Then a hand shot up from the back. "Excuse me, I guess I'm out of here." The room turned. It was the silver-haired guy who had given them the info cards earlier. Hayate glanced down at his clipboard, squinting. "You are Yakushi Kabuto, right? You are dismissed. You may leave." Kabuto let out a sigh of feigned disappointment, his shoulders slumping. He turned to walk toward the exit, his face a mask of weary resignation. But he froze mid-step. He felt it before he saw it, a physical weight pressing against the side of his face. Slowly, instinctively, Kabuto turned his head. He found himself locked in a stare-down with a pair of cerulean eyes that were devoid of warmth. Naruto wasn't blinking. He wasn't smiling. He was glaring directly into Kabuto's soul. Orochimaru-sama was not wrong, Kabuto thought, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his temple. He nervously reached up to adjust his circular glasses, using the motion to break eye contact. His gaze is certainly intense. He senses something is off. Standing along with other Jonin, the disguised Orochimaru watched the silent interaction, a thin, cruel smile playing on his lips. He sees through the cracks, the Sannin mused, his predatory eyes gleaming. Looks like Kabuto will have trouble hiding his true nature from that one. Naruto leaned forward against the railing, a faint, impressed smile playing on his lips as he watched the conclusion of the match. Below, Sasuke had launched his opponent into the air. It was a sequence Naruto recognized instantly, the shadow, the positioning, the violent, rhythmic barrage of kicks. It was the Lion Barrage, an improvised adaptation of the technique Rock Lee had used to humiliate Sasuke just days prior. He didn't just get his ass kicked for nothing, Naruto thought, nodding in approval. He took the humiliation, analyzed it, and made it his own. That's the Uchiha way, I guess. With a final, devastating heel drop, Sasuke slammed Yoroi into the concrete floor, ending the fight instantly. "Winner, Uchiha Sasuke," Hayate announced, waving a hand. Up on the balcony, Naruto turned his head slightly. A few feet away, Rock Lee was gripping the railing so hard his knuckles were white. His thick eyebrows were furrowed in a mix of frustration and indignation. The genius had just stolen the fruit of his hard work with a single glance. "Well, Lee," Naruto said, his voice cutting through the bushy-browed Genin's fuming. Lee snapped his head toward Naruto, teeth gritted. Naruto gestured casually down at the victor. That is exactly what happens when you get hasty. You showed your hand too early in a meaningless skirmish. Lee's expression faltered, the frustration giving way to a dawning realization. You taught him something, Naruto pointed out, his tone not mocking, but teaching. And Sasuke? He never forgets a lesson. Kakashi eye-smiled at his student as the medic team carried the unconscious Yoroi away. That was a nice fight, Sasuke. HN? Sasuke grunted, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he leaned against the wall, trying to hide his heavy breathing. Across the balcony, Mato Guy watched the Uchiha with unusual seriousness, his arms crossed over his chest. Naruto was right, Guy thought, his gaze shifting between his own fuming student and the copycat. But the Sharingan is only a tool for observation. Cannot copy muscle density or physical conditioning. To execute a variation of the primary lotus midair after seeing it only once, impressive indeed. He reminds me of young Kakashi. Naruto watched the subsequent matches with keen interest. He was particularly invested in the fight between Shino Aburame and Zaku, the piece of shit from the forest. The outcome was brutal. I never knew Shino was that good, Naruto admitted, his eyebrows rising as he watched the Aburame calmly plug Zaku's air tubes with insects, causing his arms to blow out from the inside. Sasuke nodded silently, acknowledging the quiet lethality of the bug user. It's still kind of creepy, Sakura whispered, shivering as she watched a beetle crawl back into Shino's sleeve. Having bugs living inside you. The mood shifted drastically during the next match. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. Naruto leaned forward, his hands gripping the railing. While impressed by the Hyuga skills, he didn't like Neji's arrogance, nor the brutal, relentless way he dismantled his cousin physically. But more than that, Naruto was struck by the psychological warfare. Neji used words like senbon, picking apart Hinata's confidence before he even threw a punch. When Hinata finally collapsed, coughing up blood, Neji moved in for the kill, forcing the Jonin to intervene and restrain him. He won the match, but he looked like he wanted to murder her, Naruto thought, eyeing the vein bulging on Neji's forehead as the prodigy ranted about destiny. I wonder what makes him so angry? It's like he's fighting a ghost, not a girl. The board flickered again. Temari versus Tenten. The match was a one-sided massacre. Tenten's weapons were useless against the absolute defense of Temari's wind. Looks like you aren't the only wind user here, Naruto, Kakashi remarked casually as Temari summoned a gust that slammed Tenten into the fan. Still, Sakura asked, furrowing her brow. Why does she need that giant fan? You use your wind jutsu without any tools, Naruto. Naruto didn't look away from the arena, his eyes analyzing the flow of chakra. It's about application, not just skill, Naruto answered, his tone shifting into lecture mode. I use high compression wind for piercing power, sharp, fast, and concentrated. Temari is different. She uses the fan as a medium to amplify the volume of the wind. He pointed down at the arena floor, which was scoured clean by the gale. She sacrifices piercing power for area of effect. It allows her to control the entire battlefield and create massive gusts that don't require the precise shape manipulation I use. It's smarter for long-range suppression. So she lacks your skills? Sasuke asked. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Well, easier to say it this way. The electronic board flickered once again, displaying the next match, Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. If the previous matches had been displays of lethal skill, strategy, and bloodline power, what followed was an agonizing descent into mediocrity. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, his expression shifting from anticipation to a cringe of profound, second-hand embarrassment. He watched as his teammate and her childhood friend engaged not in a ninja duel, but in what could only be described as a glorified playground squabble. There was no tactical usage of chakra, no clever feints, just sluggish taijutsu, hair-pulling, and screaming matches. Naruto slowly raised a hand and dragged it down his face, letting out a long, suffering sigh. Beside him, even Kakashi seemed to be intently reading his orange book, likely trying to dissociate from the display, while Sasuke leaned against wall with closed eyes. When the two girls finally rushed each other for one last, clumsy strike, connecting simultaneously and knocking each other out cold, the entire arena seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Hayate looked down at the two unconscious bodies, seemingly debating whether to wake them up or just leave them there. Double knockout. It is a draw. Neither advances. Naruto watched the Asuma and Kakashi carry them back, his face devoid of sympathy. He didn't feel pity, he felt disappointment. Good, he thought coldly, turning his back on the arena. Luckily, it ended as a draw. Neither of them deserves to win. Neither of them is ready to be a Chunin. However, the next matchup shocked almost everyone. Senju Naruto versus Rock Lee. Oh boy, Naruto thought as he saw Lee almost beaming with joy. It looks like your beloved student is about to run into a wall, guy. The words were spoken softly, but the action that accompanied them spoke volumes. Kakashi snapped his orange book shut with a sharp thud, sliding it into his pouch. For the first time all day, his lone visible eye wasn't half-lidded with boredom. It was sharp, focused, and uncomfortably serious. Guy's usual boisterous grin vanished, replaced by a rare, grim frown. He crossed his arms, his muscles tightening beneath his green jumpsuit. You would do well not to underestimate Lee, Kakashi, Guy warned, his voice devoid of its usual theatrics. His hard work is not something to be taken lightly. I'm not underestimating him, Kakashi replied simply, leaning forward against the railing. Lee is strong, perhaps one of the strongest here. However, he paused, his gaze fixing on the blonde boy stepping into the arena below. Naruto is in a league of his own. Neji, standing nearby, felt his Byakugan activate involuntarily. He had been listening. A league of his own? The Hyuga prodigy narrowed his pale eyes, shifting his focus from his sensei to the blonde Senju in the arena. Let's see just how strong you really are, Senju Naruto. It seems you anticipated this, Naruto-kun. That is why you refused to fight me before the first round. Lee shouted, his excitement palpable. He extended his right hand, palm forward, and sank deep into his signature Goken stance. You were saving the true battle for the stage. Patience is a virtue, Lee, Naruto replied simply, shifting his weight into a relaxed guard. Those who wait are often rewarded. Lee didn't wait another second. He vanished. Konoha Senpu. The green blur materialized mid-air, delivering a spinning high kick aimed to decapitate. Naruto didn't flinch. He brought his forearm up in a rigid guard. Thud. The impact sounded less like flesh hitting flesh and more like a hammer striking an anvil. Dust puffed up from the concrete around Naruto's feet due to the sheer pressure. This weight, Naruto thought, a frown twitching his brow as he felt the bone-jarring density of the kick. It's unnatural. They exploded into a flurry of motion. Jabs, hooks, roundhouses, Lee threw everything he had, moving at speeds that blurred to the civilian eye. But Naruto matched him. He bobbed, weaved, and parried, his movements efficient and fluid compared to Lee's explosive power. As the exchange dragged on, Lee's excitement began to curdle into frustration.
Impossible.
Lee thought, gritting his teeth as Naruto swatted away a punch that could have shattered a rock. I am the taijutsu specialist. I train day and night, yet he is keeping up with me in close quarters? He does not even look winded. Lee feinted a low sweep, then snapped a kick toward the chest. Naruto read it instantly, countering with a sharp knee check. Lee gasped, forced to abort his attack and backflip away to create distance. He landed gracefully atop the statue's stone fingers, crouching to reassess. But before he could formulate a new plan, Naruto's voice cut through the air, blunt and dismissive. "Stop wasting my time, Lee." Lee froze. Naruto lowered his guard, standing completely relaxed in the center of the arena. "You cannot win against me while wearing those weights. If this is truly all you have to offer, then you better surrender now." Lee's eyes widened in genuine shock, his grip on the stone tightening. He noticed. Lee realized with a jolt. He felt the extra mass the moment he blocked the leaf hurricane. What a guy, Guy thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple despite his stoic posture. He realized Lee was handicapped instantly, and to be able to keep up with Lee's base speed in pure taijutsu. Amazing! Naruto is not even using ninjutsu. Sakura, having recently woken up from her double knockout nap, leaned over the railing, her eyes wide. She remembered how terrifying Lee had been when he challenged Sasuke. To see Naruto matching that same intensity without even breaking a sweat was incomprehensible. Sasuke stood beside her, his Sharingan spinning slowly as he tracked every movement. His hands gripped the metal railing until the steel groaned under the pressure. Lee had demolished him in seconds. Lee had made him look like a helpless child. And here was Naruto playing with him. Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth, the inferiority complex burning in his gut like acid. I'm still too weak. While I was thinking I was catching up, he was already miles ahead. Kakashi noticed the Uchiha's turmoil and chuckled internally. Looks like Naruto is making him uneasy. I can't blame him, though. He is unbelievably talented. It's not fair to compare anyone to him. However, Naruto's comment from the arena floor caught Kakashi's attention. He turned his head slightly toward the spandex-clad Jonin beside him. "You make your student wear weights continuously?" Kakashi asked, raising an eyebrow. "That's a bit of an old-school cliché, isn't it, Guy?" Guy ignored his eternal rival's dry remark. His eyes were fixed on his student, burning with the fire of youth. He thrust his arm forward, giving a dazzling thumbs up. "Lee, take them off!" Guy roared, his voice echoing through the tower. "I give you permission." "Lee, take them off. I give you permission." Naruto watched with narrowed eyes as Lee sat down, unbuckling the orange leg warmers. He recognized the training method immediately. Resistance training was standard for taijutsu specialists. Boom! The entire tower shuddered violently. Naruto's jaw dropped. Two massive craters exploded into the reinforced concrete floor where the weights had landed, sending plumes of dust and debris rising to the ceiling. It wasn't a thud. It was an impact tremor. What the hell? Naruto's composure cracked, his eyes widening in genuine disbelief. He was moving that fast with literal boulders strapped to his legs? Now! Lee's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Naruto blinked, and the boy in the green jumpsuit was gone. He didn't flicker, he didn't dash. He simply ceased to exist in the space he had occupied a microsecond ago. Whoosh! A vacuum of air exploded behind him. Naruto's sensory instincts screamed. He didn't turn. He ducked and spun, throwing his forearm up blindly to cover his blind spot. Crack. The impact of the kick skidded Naruto across the floor, his boots carving grooves into the stone. He barely stabilized himself before Lee was there again, in his face, then to his left, then above him. For the first time since the exams began, the bored, analytical expression on Naruto's face vanished. A wild, feral grin split his face. Adrenaline, hot and electric, flooded his system. "This is it, Lee," Naruto shouted, his voice thick with passion as he caught a fist mere inches from his nose. "Now we fight," he retorted with a hook that broke the sound barrier. Lee blocked it, but the force sent a shockwave rippling through the arena. To the spectators in the stands, The match had become a ghost story. Where did they go? Kiba yelled, his eyes darting frantically around the empty arena floor. I can't see anything. They're too fast, Niji whispered, his Byakugan veins bulging as he strained to track the movement. Even with his dojutsu, he was seeing afterimages. The arena was filled with the thunderous clapping of fists meeting flesh, creating vacuum pockets of air that detonated like small bombs. The audience couldn't see the fighters. They could only see sporadic sparks and two blurs, one green, one yellow, tearing through the air like warring comets, defying gravity and logic alike. I can't believe you are actually keeping up with me, Naruto praised, the sound whipped away by the wind of their movement. He skidded back, eyes shining with genuine thrill. You really are something, Lee. Lee landed opposite him, his chest heaving like a bellows. Sweat dripped from his brow, sizzling as it hit the floor. He stared at the blonde in disbelief.
Impossible.
Lee thought, his mind reeling. I have shed the weights. I am moving at my absolute physical limit. Yet he is matching me step for step. He does not even look tired. Speed alone is not enough, he realized, his chest heaving as he stared down the blonde across the arena. To execute the primary lotus, one must be overwhelmingly faster than their opponent to secure the bind. That is not the case here. He is matching my every step. What should I do? Lee glanced up toward the balcony, desperate for guidance. His eyes met his sensei's. Mato Guy stood tall, his arms crossed, a gleaming, toothy smile on his face. He didn't speak a word, but his eyes screamed the command loud and clear. Do it. Lee's heart soared. Thank you, Guy-sensei. He turned back to Naruto, his posture shifting. The exhaustion seemed to evaporate, replaced by a terrifying intensity.
Naruto-kun.
You are undeniably strong, Lee declared, his voice vibrating with a strange, harmonic resonance that seemed to shake the very air in the arena. I admit that. However, he crossed his arms in front of his face, assuming a rigid, defensive charging posture. His muscles coiled tight, veins bulging against his skin like steel cables. This time, I will end it. Boom. The atmosphere in the tower shifted instantly. It became heavy, suffocating, as if gravity itself had doubled. Visible waves of blue chakra began to erupt from Lee's body, swirling around him like a violent, unruly tempest. The pressure was so intense that the concrete beneath his feet groaned, cracks spiderwebbing outward as pebbles levitated into the air, suspended by the sheer force of his energy. Naruto took a step back, his eyes widening, not in fear, but in pure, unadulterated astonishment. Why, you can't be serious, Naruto muttered, his breath hitching. He recognized the symptoms immediately, the cerebral inhibitors unlocking, the rampant, overflowing chakra pushing the muscular system past its biological breaking point. He had read the theory in the deepest archives of the village, regarded as a technique of suicide. The 8 inner gates? Naruto shouted, his voice cracking with awe. You actually intend to open them? The first gate, the gate of opening, Lee roared, his chakra flaring wilder. Open. Boom. A shockwave blasted outward, knocking the wind out of the spectators. Up on the balcony, Kakashi's visible eye widened to its limit, his lazy slouch vanishing instantly. He gripped the railing so hard the metal warped under his fingers. He turned sharply to face Guy, his voice losing all traces of calm. Guy, Kakashi barked, sweat forming on his brow. You couldn't have taught him that. I did, Guy replied, not looking away from his student, his face set in a grim mask of pride. Are you insane? Kakashi snapped. That isn't just a technique, Guy. It removes the body's limiters. For a genin to use that, he could destroy himself. He has a dream, Kakashi? Guy whispered, watching the aura around Lee shift. And he is willing to die for it. In the arena, Lee didn't stop. The second gate, the gate of healing, open. Lee's skin began to darken, flushing a deep, angry red as his blood pumped at speeds that would rupture a normal heart. The blue chakra turned violent, thrashing against the walls of the arena. Naruto stood frozen, mesmerized. He was watching a human being transcend their mortality in real time. It was terrifying. It was suicidal. It was magnificent. Amazing, Naruto whispered, unable to tear his eyes away. To think I will witness such a thing here. The third gate, the gate of life, open. Lee's eyes went purely white. The red skin turned crimson. The chakra exploded around him, not just cracking the floor, but pulverizing it into dust. Lee vanished. He didn't flicker. He didn't dash. He simply ceased to exist in the visual spectrum. Smash. Naruto didn't even have time to blink. A force like a freight train slammed into his chin, launching him vertically into the air. He couldn't track it. He couldn't sense it. Bam! 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 The air became a kill zone. Lee was ricocheting off the invisible air currents, striking Naruto from every angle simultaneously. To the onlookers, it looked like Naruto was being assaulted by a red pinball, suspended helplessly in midair by the sheer frequency of the impacts. This is Lee, Neji thought, his Byakugan trembling as it failed to keep up. When did he become so powerful? The air screamed. It wasn't a metaphor. The sound of Lee tearing through the atmospheric resistance created a high-pitched, wailing shriek that pierced the ears of everyone in the tower. Naruto felt like he was caught inside a meat grinder. He couldn't fall. Every time gravity tried to claim him, a crimson blur slammed into his ribs, his spine, his face, launching him back into the center of the kill box. Lee, his skin now the color of a boiled lobster, gritted his teeth as his muscles began to tear under the strain. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The fifth gate, the gate of limit, open. He appeared directly above the falling Naruto, grabbing the sash with one hand and winding his free arm back, channeling every ounce of his remaining life force into a single, devastating blow. He drove his fist into Naruto's chest, riding the momentum all the way down. Hidden Lotus. He struck. A single punch to the gut. Naruto's eyes bulged, the air forcibly expelled from his lungs in a spray of blood. The impact was so severe it bowed his body in half. Boom! The impact was cataclysmic. A column of dust and debris erupted from the arena floor, blasting upward with enough force to rattle the teeth of the spectators on the balcony. The shockwaves slammed against the walls, cracking the masonry, and the floor of the exam hall disintegrated into a massive crater. Lee rolled away from the impact zone, tumbling several times before skidding to a halt. He lay on his back, his chest heaving violently, his skin slowly fading from the angry crimson back to a bruised, pale hue. His muscles twitched uncontrollably, broken and spent. He did it, Guy whispered as he gripped the railing. The entire hall was silent, save for the settling dust and Lee's ragged breathing. Sakura leaned over the rail, her hands trembling, refusing to believe what she had just seen. Naruto. As the thick cloud of pulverized concrete slowly began to drift away, the silhouette of the body in the center of the crater became visible. It lay crumpled, broken, motionless. Lee struggled to lift his head, a weak, triumphant smile gracing his lips. The pain was unbearable, but the victory was sweet. He had defeated the prodigy. But then, a sound cut through the silence. Poof! Lee's smile froze. The body in the crater didn't bleed. It didn't groan. It erupted into a cloud of white smoke. What? Lee whispered, his voice cracking with despair. The white smoke cleared, leaving nothing but an empty crater.
No.
Guy breathed, his face paling as he leaned dangerously over the rail. It can't be. Kakashi closed his visible eye for a moment, letting out a long breath. Akage Bunshin. He took the full force of the hidden lotus, with a clone. But when? Niji demanded, his Byakugan searching frantically. Lee was moving faster than sight. When did he have the time to weave signs? That was terrifying. The voice came from behind Lee. Rock Lee froze. Slowly, agonizingly, he turned his head. The real Naruto was standing near the wall, completely unharmed. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't mocking. He was staring at the destruction in the center of the arena with genuine, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The moment you opened the third gate, just before you dashed forward, that was when I created the clone. Naruto spoke quietly, his gaze shifting from the decimated crater to the trembling figure of the boy who had caused it. He wasn't boasting. He was simply stating the mechanics of his survival. To think you would be able to open 5 gates at our age. Naruto shook his head, a look of genuine respect crossing his face. You are a monster, Lee. I can't believe it, Guy thought frantically, his hands gripping the railing until the metal screamed. The sheer pressure of the gates usually paralyzes a genin with fear. How did he have the composure to weave signs and execute a perfect clone in that fraction of a second? On the floor, Lee's broken body twitched. His will was not yet extinguished. Through the haze of pain and exhaustion, he forced his head up, his lips parting as he struggled to speak. I can still. Naruto didn't let him finish. He knew that Lee would fight until his heart exploded. He knew that words would not stop him. So Naruto stepped in, moving with a fluid, merciful grace. He delivered a sharp, surgical chop to the side of Lee's neck. Lee's eyes rolled back instantly. His body went limp, finally allowed to rest as he slumped into unconsciousness at Naruto's feet. Naruto whispered, "You've done enough." He exhaled a long, heavy breath, his shoulders slumping slightly as the adrenaline from facing the 8 gates began to fade. He turned his back on the fallen boy, taking a step toward Hay 8 to hear the official declaration. Scrape. The sound was faint, but in the dead silence of the arena, it sounded like a gunshot. Naruto stopped. Hay 8's eyes widened in disbelief. Slowly, impossibly, Rock Lee was moving. Despite the exhaustion of the gates, despite the cataclysmic impact of the hidden lotus, and despite the precise chop to the carotid artery Naruto had just delivered, Lee was rising. His limbs trembled violently. His breathing was a ragged rattle in his chest, yet he forced his broken body upward. He raised his fists, his bloody knuckles white with strain, drifting instinctively into his taijutsu stance. "Lee, this is enough," Naruto yelled, spinning around, his voice cracking with sharp frustration. He was no longer calm. He was angry at the boy's sheer disregard for his own life. "You already proved yourself. Stop this." Up on the balcony, Kakashi's patience snapped. He turned on his heel, facing the frozen Jonin beside him. "Guy, this is enough," Kakashi barked, his voice losing its usual composure. "He's going to kill himself. End this match right now." Guy didn't move. He didn't speak. He just wept, his tears falling freely onto the metal railing. "He isn't listening. Kakashi?" Guy choked out, his voice thick with heartbreak and pride. Look at him." Naruto, preparing to defend himself against the incoming strike, froze. He stepped closer, his guard dropping as he got a clear look at Lee's face. The eyes were open, but they were completely white. There was no focus, no recognition, no consciousness. He was asleep. The realization hit Naruto like a physical blow. The neck chop had worked. Lee was unconscious. He wasn't standing because of strategy or chakra or stamina. He was standing purely because his body refused to accept defeat even after his mind had shut down. He's out cold, Naruto whispered, his voice trembling. The frustration vanished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of sorrow and profound respect. Naruto stared at the boy who had no bloodline limit, no ninjutsu, nothing but pure, unadulterated will. Naruto closed his eyes for a brief moment. A single, solitary tear escaped, cutting a clean path through the dust on his cheek before he could stop it. He walked forward, ignoring the defensive stance of the unconscious boy. He reached out and gently grabbed Lee's shoulder, steadying the trembling figure before it could collapse. "You really are," Naruto whispered, his voice thick with emotion as he supported his opponent. "An amazing shinobi, Lee." Kakashi watched the scene below, his visible eye softening. He looked at Naruto, who was gently lowering Lee to the medics who had just arrived, treating his opponent with the care one would give a brother. "He truly is a splendid ninja," Kakashi said softly, not looking at Guy, but speaking directly to his heart. "You raised a good student, Guy." Guy didn't answer. He couldn't. He simply sobbed with a mixture of devastating heartbreak and overwhelming pride for the boy who had proven that hard work could indeed rival genius. "They are all monsters, just like him." Kankuro swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his face paint as he cast a nervous glance sideways. Beside him, Gaara stood motionless, but the air around him felt heavy, suffocating. The redhead was vibrating with a terrifying, suppressed energy, his sea-green eyes wide and fixated on the carnage below. He was radiating pure bloodlust. Kankuro couldn't blame him, really. Gaara had been denied his own feast earlier when the boy with the mutt, Kiba, had surrendered the moment their names were called. Now, watching the sheer violence of these gates thing, the monster inside Gaara was getting excited. On the other side, Temari let out a long, shaky exhale as she finally accepted that Lee was truly unconscious. Her gaze shifted from the broken martial artist to the blonde victor, who was now carefully handing him over to the medics. Temari just sighed as she realized Lee was truly unconscious. She shifted her focus to the blonde, watching with a calculating gaze as he wiped a stray tear from his cheek. She narrowed her eyes, intrigued by the sharp contrast between his lethal efficiency and his sudden gentleness. "Senju Naruto. Quite the softy, isn't he?" Sakura let out a sigh of relief as she sank against the wall. Glad Naruto did not take that hit. Phew. Thought he would die right there. Sasuke said nothing, but his body screamed the tension his voice suppressed. He gripped the railing until his knuckles turned bone white, the metal groaning under the strain. His Sharingan spun wildly, frantic and unable to process the reality before him, while a bead of cold sweat rolled down his temple. Lee did all that, Sasuke thought, his mind reeling in disbelief. He used forbidden jutsu, he sacrificed his very body, and he still couldn't win? How powerful was Naruto? Next day. Kakashi Hatake was a man prepared for most eventualities. Enemy ambushes, sudden mission recalls, Guy bursting through his window to challenge him to a thumb wrestling match. These were all Tuesday occurrences. But Naruto Senju politely knocking on his front door at 7 a.m.? That was a statistical anomaly. Naruto. "Good morning, Kakashi. We must talk." Naruto didn't wait for an invitation. He stepped past the jonin, letting himself in with the casual confidence of someone who owned the place. However, he paused, looking back over his shoulder with a raised eyebrow. "Wait. Why are you wearing the mask inside your own apartment?" "I have my reasons," Kakashi deflected smoothly, closing the door, "though I never expected visitors at this hour. Do you want tea?" Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "No tea. We must discuss something. It's related to Sasuke." Kakashi moved to sit on the edge of his unmade bed, his posture relaxing, though his visible eye sharpened. "What do you mean?" Naruto didn't sit. He stood by the wall, his expression dead serious. This Gaara, he is absolutely nuts, Naruto said bluntly. And I don't mean just unstable. I mean he is a ticking time bomb. Not to mention, he is a Jinchuriki. The air in the room instantly grew cold. Kakashi's eye widened. The Ichibi? Naruto nodded grimly. Shikaku of the sand. But it's not just the bijou. There is something wrong with the boy's mind. Even his own siblings are terrified of him. If Sasuke steps into that arena unprepared, he won't just lose. Naruto looked Kakashi dead in the eye. He will be slaughtered. Kakashi frowned, the gravity of the situation settling heavily on his shoulders. He had suspected the Sand siblings were dangerous, but a Jinchuriki with a loose seal? That bad, huh? Worse, Naruto said. He pushed off the wall and began walking toward the window. Just make Sasuke as powerful as you can, Kakashi. Don't hold back. Teach him something valuable. And what about you? Kakashi asked, watching his students back. What will you do for the next month? Naruto simply turned his head, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. Sensei is in the village. Before Kakashi could ask for clarification, the air shimmered. There was no puff of smoke, no sound of movement. Naruto simply ceased to exist in that space, vanishing instantly. Kakashi sat there in silence, staring at the empty spot where the boy had stood. Even after years, seeing that jutsu, Minato-sensei's signature move, never ceased to amaze him. Sensei is in the village, Kakashi thought with a soft, self-deprecating snort. So Jiraiya-sama gets the title of sensei, and I'm just Kakashi, huh? He glanced at the framed team portrait on his bedside table, his gaze lingering on Minato's bright smile, then shifting to the smiling blonde boy standing next to him. Well, Kakashi murmured to the empty room, scratching the back of his head, as long as he loves me, I guess it's fine. For the great Toad Sage, life was a delightful balancing act of wandering the world, penning his masterpieces, and gathering intelligence for the sake of his village. It was a good life, a free life. Yet, though he would never admit it aloud, the road felt a little quieter lately. He missed the brat. He missed Naruto traveling by his side. But birds must fly, and children must leave the nest. That was simply the way of the world. Mu Jiraiya-sama, you are quite funny. Gwahahaha, right? Right? Jiraiya bellowed. His face flushed red as he downed a saucer of warm sake in one gulp. He had two beautiful women in their mid-30s hanging off his arms, giggling at his every word. Life was good. Life was very good. Poof. A cloud of white smoke exploded directly in the center of the table, shattering the atmosphere instantly.
Yo, Jiraiya-sama.
Got an urgent message from the boss. The music stopped. The women froze. Then, they looked down at the orange amphibian sitting amidst the spilled sake cups. It's talking. A monster. The two women shrieked in terror, scrambling over the tatami mats and fleeing the room as if the Kyuubi itself had appeared. Wait. Ladies, please, he's a trained professional. Jiraiya called out desperately, reaching for them in vain. The door slammed shut. Silence returned to the private booth. Jiraiya slumped, a dark cloud hanging over his head. My research, gone. He turned a glare on the intruder. Gamakichi, look what you have done. Do you have any idea how much that sake cost? Gamakichi just sweat dropped, scratching his head with a webbed hand. Yeah, sorry about the mood kill, I guess. But Naruto said it's urgent. Like really urgent. I've never seen him look so serious before. The name snapped Jiraiya out of his self-pity instantly. The playful, lecherous drunkard vanished. His spine straightened, his flushed face cleared, and his dark eyes sharpened into the gaze of a Sannin. Naruto sent you? Jiraiya asked, his voice low. If that boy, who usually handled everything with seriousness, was sending a summons via Toad. It was a crisis. Give me the message. Gamakichi hopped forward and offered the small scroll. Jiraiya unrolled it. There wasn't much to read. It was barely a sentence. But as Jiraiya scanned the familiar, meticulous handwriting, his eyes widened in genuine shock. The weight of the words was heavier than any mountain. Orochimaru is in the village. He marked Sasuke. What the fuck? Jiraiya didn't waste a second. He moved with a speed that belied his size, tearing across the landscape toward Konoha with the urgency of a man on a mission to save the world. However, upon arrival, he was surprised to find the streets bustling with foreigners and strange chakra signatures. Ah, the Chunin exams, he realized, slowing his pace as he blended into the crowd. Perfect cover. So, naturally, he did exactly what a professional ninja of his legendary status would do to gather the lay of the land. He went straight to the hot springs. He, Jiraiya giggled, his cheeks flushed and a perverted grin stretching across his face as he peered through a conveniently placed hole in the wooden fence. Such high-quality inspiration. The lighting is exquisite. You there. I'm sorry, mister, but as a gentleman and an elite educator, I cannot allow you to keep doing such shameful things. Jiraiya blinked, his research interrupted by the sound of rushing footsteps and a surge of self-righteous chakra. He lazily turned his head, spotting a man in a jonin vest and dark sunglasses charging at him with a kunai in hand. Ebisu, Jiraiya thought, recognizing the special jonin immediately. I really don't have time for him. He didn't even bother to turn his body fully. He simply bit his thumb and slammed his palm onto the wooden walkway.
Cuchillose no jutsu.
Poof! A medium-sized toad erupted from the smoke. Before Ebisu could even react, the toad opened its mouth and unleashed a long, sticky pink blur. Thwack! The massive tongue lashed out faster than the eye could follow, wrapping tightly around the charging tutor. With a violent yank, the toad slammed Ebisu into the ground, knocking him unconscious instantly. Anyway, Jiraiya muttered, not even glancing at the elite tutor currently wrapped in toad slime as he turned back to the fence. Where was I? Can you not do this in Konoha? People actually know me here. Jiraiya blinked, the familiar, unimpressed voice cutting through his perverted haze. A wide, genuine grin overtook his face as he turned around to find Naruto standing there, staring at him with a look of deadpan resignation. Naruto, my prized student. Naruto held the stern look for a moment longer before his shoulders dropped. He sighed, the deadpan shattering into a warm, welcoming smile. Hello, sensei, Naruto greeted softly. He then glanced down at the toad that knocked down the unconscious elite tutor. Hello, Gamatora. The toad bowed its head respectfully.
Naruto-sama.
Now, can we talk somewhere before Ebisu-san wakes up? That disgusting snake freak, Jiraiya muttered, his face twisting in genuine revulsion. He tore a dango off the stick with aggressive force, chewing as if he were crushing Orochimaru himself. So, how is the Uchiha brat? Naruto sighed, staring down into his cup of green tea. The steam curled up, obscuring his reflection. I don't know. Kakashi sealed the curse mark, but is that really enough against someone like him?
No.
It's not, Jiraiya answered instantly, his voice dropping to a serious rumble. A seal is just a lock. If the person inside wants to open the door, or if the person outside has the key, it won't hold. He shook his head, physically dispelling the dark mood. But enough about the snake and the Uchiha. How have you been doing? Gamakichi tells me you're in the Chunin exams. Yeah, I reached the final round. Naruto didn't smile. Instead, a frown etched its way onto his face. Honestly, sensei, I feel like a cheater. Jiraiya paused mid-chew. A cheater? I'm not really a genin nor chunin, am I? Not in terms of skill, Naruto murmured, his hand tightening around the ceramic cup. If I hadn't participated, maybe things would be different. Maybe Rock Lee would be preparing for the next round right now instead of lying in a hospital bed with his career hanging by a thread. Was staying in the academy a mistake? Jiraiya scoffed loudly, waving the empty skewer dismissively. Don't be an idiot. This is expected. The old man kept you in the academy to protect you, not to hold you back. You're a shark swimming in a pond of goldfish, kid. Sometimes the goldfish get knocked around. That's the ninja world. Maybe, Naruto whispered, sipping his tea to hide his conflict. Jiraiya watched him for a moment, his expression softening. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Also, I met up with Tsunade about 6 months ago. She was asking about you. Naruto froze. The cup stopped halfway to his mouth. She misses you, kid, Jiraiya said gently, a hopeful glint in his eye. Don't you want to go see her? Naruto slowly lowered the cup. The melancholy in his eyes hardened into cold iron. She wants to see me? Naruto asked, his voice dangerously calm. Then she can come to the village. I will not tolerate her behavior anymore, sensei. She runs from her past, drinks her guilt away, and as if that isn't enough, she drags poor Shizen around like a piece of luggage. I won't chase her. Jiraiya raised his palms in surrender, sweating slightly at the sudden intensity. Damn, relax. You both are so hot-headed. Even Minato was stubborn like this. I guess it really is a Senju thing. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes, taking a deep breath to center himself. He wasn't here to argue about his absentee family. Anyway, Naruto said, pushing the topic aside, I want your help, sensei. Oh, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? Naruto looked up, a sharp, confident smirk finally breaking through his gloom. There is a jutsu I'm developing, Naruto said, his eyes gleaming, and I need a master to help me perfect it. It was already night by the time Naruto made his way back into the heart of the village, and for the first time, he really noticed the transformation Konoha had undergone for the Chunin exams. The streets were alive. Shops that usually shuttered at dusk were wide open, their lanterns casting a warm, inviting glow. The air was filled with the scent of street food mixing with familiar chatter. It felt less like a military evaluation and more like a festival. After a grueling day of training with Jiraiya, Naruto decided he had earned a reward. Ichiraku. A genuine smile tugged at his lips as the familiar fabric flaps of the stand came into view. Now that he thought about it, it had been a while since he'd sat on one of those stools. The broth was legendary, of course, but he also missed the warmth of Tucci and his daughter, Ayam. Anticipation rumbling in his stomach, Naruto stepped up to the entrance and slid the Norin curtains aside with a cheerful grin. Tucci-san, 1 miso chashu, extra. His voice died in his throat. He blinked, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. There, sitting on his usual stool, was a familiar figure. The giant iron fan leaning against the counter was the first clue. The 4 distinct pigtails of sandy blonde hair were the second. She was hunched over a steaming bowl, aggressively slurping noodles with a focus usually reserved for combat. Naruto stared. Temari. Temari had decided to wander the village, needing a desperate escape from the suffocating atmosphere of her own team. Being around Gaara right now felt like sleeping next to an unpinned grenade, and Kankaro's nervous sweating was starting to grate on her nerves. She walked through the illuminated streets, her eyes scanning the Leaf Village nightlife with a mixture of awe and bitterness. Konoha was irritatingly wonderful. It was lush, green, and bursting with life. Laughter spilled from open taverns, children were running around despite the late hour, and the air smelled of peace. It was a paradise compared to the harsh, scouring winds of Suna. A pang of cold guilt twisted in her gut. It's beautiful, she thought, watching a family walk by, oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows. Too bad we're going to burn it all to ash in a month. Her stomach growled, interrupting her dark musings. She spotted a small, unassuming stall tucked between two larger buildings. Ichiraku ramen. It looked basic, commoner food, but it would do the job of filling her up before she had to return to the hotel. She sat down and ordered a standard bowl, expecting nothing more than warm sustenance. She took the first sip of broth. Her eyes widened. What is this? She took a bite of the noodles. An explosion of flavor, rich, savory, and inexplicably comforting, flooded her senses. It wasn't just food. It was a revelation. All thoughts of the invasion, the exams, and her monster of a brother vanished. She dove in, abandoning her usual cool composure, slurping the noodles with an enthusiasm that bordered on aggressive. Suddenly, the fabric curtains behind her were thrown open with a burst of high-energy chakra. Tuchi-san, 1 miso chashu, extra. The voice cut off abruptly. Temari froze mid-slurp. Slowly, dreading the interaction, she turned her head. Her cheeks were stuffed comically full of noodles, making her look like a sandy blonde chipmunk, and broth was glistening on her lips. Standing there was the blonde boy from the preliminaries, the one who had defeated the boy with a bowl cut. The one she had secretly admitted to herself was quite attractive. Naruto blinked, his brain stalling as he looked at the terrifying Suna Kunoichi, currently looking completely undignified. Temari? The name hung in the air, freezing the moment. Temari's eyes bulged. In a moment of pure panic, she abandoned all dignity and forced the massive mouthful of noodles down her throat in one violent gulp. She slammed the bowl down, coughing slightly as she tried to recover her deadly kunoichi persona, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Oh, hey," she managed, her voice an octave higher than usual. Before the awkwardness could fully settle, the chef behind the counter leaned forward, his face lighting up.
Naruto-sama.
"Long time no see. Where have you been hiding?" Temari blinked, her internal monologue screeching to a halt.
Sama?
He's just a genin. Why is the shopkeeper addressing him like he's nobility?
Naruto-sama.
What a surprise. I am, the owner's daughter, chirped happily from the back, wiping her hands on her apron. "We missed you." Naruto sighed, his shoulders dropping in a display of affectionate exasperation. He walked up to the counter, taking the seat next to the stunned Suna girl. "Come on, Tuchi-san. I've been coming here since I was 5 years old. How many times do I have to tell you to stop with the Sama stuff? It makes me feel old." Tuchi chuckled heartily, already reaching for a fresh ball of dough. "Nonsense. Respect is respect. Anyway, I'll get your usual started immediately." Naruto shook his head in amusement as the chef turned away. He then swiveled on his stool to face Temari, a teasing glint in his blue eyes. "Looks like you were enjoying yourself," he noted, glancing at her empty bowl. Temari's blush returned with a vengeance. She felt utterly humiliated to be caught stuffing her face by the very guy she had been analyzing. Well, it's delicious, I guess." "I imagine," Naruto said, leaning an elbow on the counter. "Food in Sunagakure was never that good. No offense, but everything tastes like dust and preserved jerky over there." Temari blinked, her embarrassment suddenly replaced by confusion. You've been to Sunagakure?" "Twice," Naruto replied casually, holding up 2 fingers. "The desert has always interested me. Since I'm a wind release user, the air currents there are perfect for training." Tamari's eyes widened, her mouth parting slightly. You are a wind user?" Naruto stared at her for a second, then blinked as realization dawned on him. Ah, right? He muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. I fought Lee using only taijutsu and shadow clone. I never actually used a wind jutsu in the prelims. No wonder you didn't know. Yeah, Temari mumbled, regaining some of her composure but keeping her eyes on the counter. Looks like you're a person full of stories. Naruto chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that seemed to rumble in his chest. I suppose I am, though I'm not usually the type to talk about myself. He paused, glancing sideways at her empty bowl. By the way, you want another one? Temari blinked, looking down at the porcelain void where her ramen used to be. The heat rushed back to her cheeks, and she waved her hands frantically. And no, I'm fine. Really, Nonsense. Naruto cut in smoothly. He didn't even look at her, simply raising a hand with practiced ease. Bring Temari another bowl. On me. Coming right up. Chirped from the back. Temari sat there, stunned. The way he speaks, she observed, watching his profile. He didn't ask, he just decided. But it wasn't arrogant. He has this natural authority, like he's used to people listening to him. And the way these two treat him, it's as if he were the Hokage himself. Her curiosity finally overpowered her pride. She shifted on the stool, looking at him intently. Hey, sorry for prying, but why does Tsuchi-san call you Naruto-sama? You're just a genin, aren't you? Before Naruto could form an answer, Tsuchi slid 2 steaming bowls onto the counter with a heavy thud. The old chef puffed out his chest, looking visibly offended on his favorite customer's behalf. Just a genin? Ah! Tsuchi grinned, gesturing to the boy with a ladle. Young lady, Naruto-sama here is the son of the 4th Hokage, not to mention the great-grandson of the 1st, and grandnephew to the 2nd and related to Lady Tsunade. Temari's jaw practically hit the counter. Vuo, she mumbled, staring at the blonde boy who was now sheepishly avoiding eye contact by drowning himself in his broth. She processed the lineage royalty, essentially, but then the last name registered. Her eyes snapped wide, sparkling with a sudden, intense light. She leaned in, invading his personal space. Wait, you're related to Lady Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. What is she like? Naruto's sweat dropped, leaning back slightly. The terrifying, stoic wind user from the exams had vanished, replaced by a wide-eyed fangirl. What is she like? Naruto murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He looked at Temari, really looked at her. The blonde hair and pigtails, the fierce temper, the commanding presence, the undeniable strength. Actually, now that I think about it, Naruto mused, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. She reminds me a hell of a lot of her. You know what, Temari? Naruto said, his eyes crinkling with amusement. I'm in a good mood tonight. Eat up, and I'll tell you all about her. Speaking about his most precious person, the taste of the ramen, the laughter of a beautiful girl, and the pride of his sensei. It had been a perfect day. For a few hours, Naruto had felt light, but that lightness evaporated the moment he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his apartment was gone, replaced by damp stone, ankle-deep water, and the oppressive, rot-filled air of the sewer. He stood before the massive golden gates, the seal burning faintly in the darkness. Behind the bars, 2 slit pupils the size of houses glowed in the gloom. Naruto couldn't describe the depth of the loathing he felt for this creature. What do you want? Naruto asked, his voice dripping with the coldest annoyance he could muster. The giant fox shifted, its massive tail swishing behind it, creating ripples in the water. A low, rumbling chuckle vibrated through Naruto's chest. The Kyuubi wasn't just looking at him. It was smiling. You only come here when the shadows get too long. The Kyuubi purred, its voice a deep baritone that scraped against the walls. When your dark thoughts accumulate, you always end up here, What is it this time, Naruto? Naruto's eyes widened, his fists clenching at his sides. The fox knew, could taste the guilt souring his chakra. The image of Rock Lee, broken, unconscious, potentially crippled for life, flashed through Naruto's mind. If I had insisted on graduating, if I hadn't stayed a genin for so long, maybe things would have been different. This is none of your business, Kyuubi, Naruto yelled, the sound echoing endlessly in the void. And never speak to me with such familiarity. You are not my partner. You are a prisoner. You are here for the power balance of the village. Nothing more. The fox's smile widened, revealing rows of serrated teeth. The rejection didn't sting. It amused him. Can you really live your whole life like this, Senju? The roar was sudden, a physical blast of wind that whipped Naruto's hair back. How can you sleep at night, knowing that the taijutsu brat will likely never be a ninja again because you were too slow to act? Shut up. I am the only one you cannot lie to, the Kyuubi hissed, leaning closer to the bars. You swore 5 years ago that you would break the chains of your destiny, that you would become better human. But what have you actually done? The fox raised a massive claw, ticking off the failures. The Uchiha is marked by the snake. The Lee boy is crippled. Even your precious aunt doesn't care enough to step foot in the village to see you. Something inside Naruto snapped. Kyuubi, I told you to shut up. Naruto roared, his composure shattering. His blue eyes bled into a violent, slit-pupiled red, and a surge of crimson chakra exploded from his body, boiling the water around his feet. Seeing this, the Kyuubi simply smirked. The provocation had worked. He closed his massive eyes, settling back into the darkness, satisfied. Naruto stood there, panting heavily, his chest heaving as he fought to wrestle control back from the beast. Slowly, the red faded from his eyes. He glared at the giant cage one last time, hatred burning in his gaze. Realizing the fox had baited him, Naruto scoffed, turning his back on the seal. I don't know why I'm amusing you, he muttered, walking away into the darkness as the fox's low laughter followed him out. Chapter 6. Flashback 6 years before the Chunin exams. Tsunade rested her chin on her palm, a soft, melancholy smile gracing her lips as she watched the boy beside her demolish his bowl of noodles. The older he got, the more the resemblance became undeniable. He was Minato's legacy, breathing, laughing, and eating right in front of her. You really do breathe that stuff in, don't you? Tsunade teased, her voice warm. Naruto lowered the bowl, a faint blush dusting his whisker-marked cheeks as he wiped his mouth with napkins. Well, it's the best food in the world, especially with pork. I still can't cook it perfectly at home yet. Oink, oink. Naruto blinked, looking down to see a small pig in a pearl necklace glaring daggers at him. Oh, sorry, Tantan-chan. Naruto waved his hands frantically. I meant non-ninja pigs. You know, the regular kind. Naruto-sama, you really aren't making this any better. Shizen sighed, a massive sweat drop sliding down her temple. Tsunade's smile faltered slightly, her brow furrowing as the reality of his words settled in. I still hate the idea of you living alone in that cramped apartment, Naruto. At least let me hire someone, a housekeeper, just to clean and cook for you. Naruto shook his head vigorously, his stubborn independence flaring up.
I'm fine, Obasama.
You know I hate that stuff. I'm a shinobi, not some pampered daimyo's kid. You are 7, she stated flatly. Whatever, Naruto muttered, immediately burying his face back into his broth to escape the lecture. Tsunade let out a short, airy laugh, the sound tinged with nostalgia. You really are just like your father, shutting me up when you don't like what I have to say. I bet you love that idiot Jiraiya more than me, too. Naruto choked on a noodle, looking up at her with genuine incredulity. I don't like Jiraiya-sensei more than you. You are both. You're both precious to me. Humph. That's exactly what Minato used to say to get out of trouble. Tsunade chuckled, though her eyes shimmered with a sudden glassiness. She sat up straighter, her expression shifting from playful to solemn. Anyway, you were leaving soon, so I wanted to give you this. She reached up, unclasping the crystal pendant that rested against her collarbone. The clear stone caught the light of the ramen stand, glowing faintly as she held it out to him. Naruto's eyes widened. This was our grandfather's necklace, she whispered, the memory heavy in her voice. He passed it to me, and years ago I passed it to Minato. He should have been the one to place this around your neck. But... Her voice trailed off. Naruto gazed up at her, seeing the raw, unhealed grief in her eyes. He stopped eating, his small hands resting on the counter.
Oba-sama.
It is my duty now, she said, her voice trembling slightly as she leaned forward and fastened the heavy crystal around his neck. She pulled back, looking at the stone resting against his orange shirt. It's yours, Naruto. Naruto looked down, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the first Hokage's necklace. He could feel the weight of it, the history, the love, and the expectation. He looked up, his blue eyes fierce and wet with emotion. I will cherish it, he vowed, clutching the stone tight. I promise. Flashback end. Tsunade groaned, digging the heels of her palms into her throbbing temples. The morning sun slicing through the shoji screen felt less like light and more like a physical assault on her retina. Was it the cheap sake that had dragged these memories to the surface? Or was it just the guilt, waiting for a moment of weakness? All these years, she thought, a bitter taste rising in her throat that had nothing to do with the alcohol. And I still haven't visited his grave. Perhaps it was denial, a desperate, childish refusal to accept the truth. Minato, the yellow flash, the man who seemed untouchable, invincible to everyone who knew him, was truly gone. To visit the stone was to admit the reality, and she wasn't sure her heart could take another crack. Bang! Her morbid introspection shattered as the sliding door was thrown open with violent force. Shizen skidded into the room, clutching Taunton to her chest, her face flushed with absolute panic.
Tsunade-sama.
The moneylenders. They found us. She gasped for air, looking around for their travel bags. They're downstairs. We have to relocate now. Tsunade didn't move. She didn't reach for her coat. She didn't channel chakra to her legs. She just sat there, the weight of the past heavy on her shoulders. She was tired of running from debts, from memories, from herself. Pay them, Shizen, she said, her voice flat and exhausted. The room went dead silent. Huh. Shizen froze, blinking rapidly. She gaped at her master as if the Sannin had suddenly started speaking in tongues. Tsunade scowled, massaging the stiff muscles in her neck. I said, pay them. I'm too hungover to outrun them today. Just give them what we owe. Shizen's expression didn't change. She stared at Tsunade, then slowly looked down at the empty wallet in her hands. She turned it upside down. A single moth fluttered out. Actually, ma'am, Shizen said, her voice trembling. We have no money. Tsunade froze. Her hand stopped massaging her temple. She looked at Shizen. She looked at the moth. Huh. 1 week before Chunin exams. Naruto placed a small bouquet of wildflowers on the sterile white nightstand, the splash of color looking painfully out of place in the plain room. He lingered for a moment, watching the slow, rhythmic rise and fall of Rock Lee's chest. The bandages were thick, wrapping the boy who was usually a blur of green energy into a still, broken statue. Rest well, Lee, Naruto whispered, his smile failing to reach his eyes. He turned to leave only to stop dead. Standing in the doorway, blocking the light, was Might Guy. But the green beast wasn't striking a pose. His shoulders were slumped, his usual blinding grin replaced by a small, tired smile. "Hey, Naruto." "Guy." Naruto shifted his weight, glancing back at the bed. How is he really?" Guy hesitated. The silence stretched, heavy with the smell of antiseptic and old blood. Finally, the Jonin let out a long, suffering sigh that seemed to deflate his very spirit. "The doctors, they are not optimistic," Guy admitted, his voice cracking. "The bone fragmentation, the muscle tears. The damage to his chakra network is catastrophic. They say his days as a shinobi might be over." Naruto's blood ran cold. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. I. Naruto bent at the waist, snapping into a deep, 90-degree bow, his trembling hands clenching his pants. "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to. I never wanted to take his dream away." "Stop it." The command was sharp, cutting through Naruto's spiral of guilt. Naruto looked up, startled, to see Guy staring at him with fierce intensity. "Do not apologize, Naruto. You did nothing wrong." "But I..." "You fought him." Guy stepped forward, placing a heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder. "It was a duel between men. Lee opened the gates because he respected you. He put his life on the line to prove his nindo against a worthy opponent. If you pity him now, if you regret your victory, then you are spitting on his resolve." Naruto grit his teeth, the words striking him like physical blows. "But, Guy..." "No buts." Guy squeezed his shoulder, his eyes burning with a mixture of grief and pride. "Lee understood the risks. To blame yourself is to say his sacrifice was a mistake. Honor him by holding your head high." Naruto said nothing. He nodded slowly, accepting the lesson. But as he walked past the Jonin and into the cold hallway, the heavy stone in his gut didn't move. He looked down at his own hands, the hands that had broken a friend. "What have I done?" Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the middle of the Hokage Tower's roof, the morning breeze ruffling his wild white mane. He smiled softly, his gaze fixed not on the village below, but on the great stone monument carved into the mountain across from him. His quill scratched rhythmically against the paper, a soothing sound against the distant bustle of the awakening village. It was this view, this specific feeling, that always drew him back to this spot. The imposing stone gazes of his teacher and his student seemed to challenge him. They fueled a quiet, desperate need inside him, a need to achieve something truly great, something that could, perhaps, balance the scales against a lifetime of failures. "So, this is where you were hiding." Jiraiya blinked, the sudden weight of a hand on his shoulder snapping him out of his trance. He turned to find his student standing there, the morning sun catching the blonde of his hair. Naruto was smiling, but his eyes held a knowing look. "What are you doing up here? Sulking like an old hermit?" Jiraiya chuckled, turning back to his scroll. "I'm not sulking, Naruto. I'm seeking inspiration." Naruto raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting from amusement to mild disgust. He looked from Jiraiya's notebook to the solemn faces of the Hokage monument. "You're using the honorable Hokage faces to get inspiration for your smut?" "It is literature," Jiraiya scoffed, swatting at the air defensively. "And no, I'm not writing that right now. I'm writing, well, call it a diary, or a tale of my life." Naruto's expression softened, the disgust replaced by curiosity. "I see." He sat down next to the Sannin, his gaze shifting between the Hokage stone faces. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the only sound the wind whistling through the high architecture. "Isn't today the final round of the Chunin exams?" Jiraiya asked, not looking up from the stone face of the fourth. "Yeah," Naruto replied quietly, his gaze following his master's. It is. The weight of the day hung between them. It wasn't just a tournament. It was a precipice. Jiraiya set his quill down, the ink drying on the page. He looked at the profile of Minato carved into the cliff, then at the living, breathing legacy sitting beside him. Naruto, Jiraiya started, his voice rougher than usual. He hesitated, searching for the words he had never allowed himself to say. I've never been a father. I chose a life of wandering, so I can't say for sure how it truly feels. But he looked Naruto in the eye, his expression stripped of all its usual goofiness. Between you and Minato, if the two of you were my sons, I think I would have been the proudest man on earth. Naruto's eyes widened. The wind seemed to stop. He looked at the old sage, seeing the vulnerability behind the paint and the bravado. A genuine, warm smile slowly spread across Naruto's face. And we, Naruto said, his voice steady and sure, are proud to have a great man like you as our sensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a breath that rattled deep in his chest, the sound heavy with the weight of decades. Slowly, with trembling but deliberate hands, he lowered the wide-brimmed hat onto his head. The red kanji for fire sat against his brow, yet today it felt heavier than a mountain. The shadows were lengthening, and the signs were written in blood. Height Gecko was dead, silenced before he could speak. The Yakushi boy had been exposed as a viper in their midst, and somewhere out there, hidden beneath a skin that didn't belong to him, walked his greatest failure. Orochimaru. The professor knew better than to believe in coincidences. The board was set, the trap was sprung, and the storm was already here. It was just waiting for the first thunderclap. He straightened his back, the joints popping in protest, forcing his aging body into the posture of a ruler. He adjusted the brim of his hat, his eyes sharpening into the hard, flinty gaze of the third Hokage. Let it begin, he whispered to the silence. No matter what darkness rose to challenge them today, he would stand. He would defend Konoha until his very last breath. The roar of the Colosseum was deafening. Standing at the absolute center of the Konoha arena, Naruto let his blue eyes sweep across the sea of spectators. It was impressive, no, it was intoxicating. The entire village, dignitaries from across the nations, even the daimyo, everyone was watching. But beneath the excitement, a splinter of unease pricked at his instincts. He counted the line of finalists. One was missing. The mummy guy from Sound, Dosu, was nowhere to be seen. And then there was the proctor. Where was Height, the sickly guy with the chronic cough and dark circles? He had seemed determined to see this through, yet here stood a completely different Jonin. What happened to Height-san? Naruto wondered, his smile faltering for a split second. Whoa! Naruto breathed, shaking off the thought as the crowd cheered louder. He threw a wide, enthusiastic wave to the stands. Now this is a crowd. Beside him, a familiar groan cut through the noise. Troublesome. Shikamaru Nara stood with his hands jammed deep in his pockets, slouching so hard he was practically horizontal. He looked at the screaming masses with the enthusiasm of a man facing a firing squad. I can't believe I actually let myself get dragged into this, Shikamaru muttered, his eyes darting toward the exit. Too many people. Too much noise. Naruto chuckled, nudging the Nara with his elbow. Oh, quit the act. You're quite competent when you actually try. Who knows? If you show off enough today, they might just promote you to Chunin. Shikamaru looked at him with genuine horror. Don't even joke about that. Before Naruto could twist the knife further, a shadow fell over them. The new proctor stepped forward. A man with a bandana worn askew, a sunbon needle rolling lazily between his lips, and a relaxed confidence that demanded attention without raising a voice. All right, zip it you too, the man said, his voice cutting through their banter effortlessly. The audience is waiting. He turned to address the line of genin, shifting the senbon to the corner of his mouth. My name is Genma Shiranui. I'll be taking over as proctor for the finals. The rules are simple. Fight until one of you goes down, gives up, or dies. But his eyes narrowed slightly, scanning them. When I say stop, you stop. Immediately. Am I clear? Genma scanned the line of determined faces, accepting their silent nods of confirmation. He shifted the senbon to the other corner of his mouth, his expression hardening into professional focus. All right then, Genma announced, his voice carrying effortlessly over the hum of the crowd. We're starting immediately. He gestured between the blonde and the brunette, the tension in the arena spiking instantly. First match, Senju Naruto versus Hyuga Niji. The crowd roared at the names, a battle of heavy lineages right out of the gate. The rest of you, Genma commanded, jerking his thumb toward the stairs without looking away from the combatants. Clear the floor and head up to the waiting balcony. Now. The noise of the crowd seemed to dull into a distant, muffled hum as Naruto and Niji stood across from each other in the center of the arena. Niji's pale, veinless eyes locked onto Naruto, his expression one of calm, almost pitying arrogance. He broke the silence first, his voice smooth and carrying effortlessly across the gap. I must admit, fate has a strange sense of humor to bring us together here, Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes, his stance shifting slightly. You talk too much, Niji. Naruto cut him off, his voice low and dangerous. Save the speeches. We fight. He didn't give the Hyuga prodigy a second to retort. Naruto's hand was a blur. He snapped his wrist, launching a single shuriken that whistled through the air. But the moment the steel left his fingers, his hands were already weaving signs, moving with a speed that made the chunin in the stands blink. Tiger, boar, ox, dog. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The air around the single projectile distorted violently. Poof! With a sound like a cracking whip, the solitary star multiplied. 1 became 10. 10 became 50. In a heartbeat, a veritable wall of steel was raining down on Niji's position, blocking out the sun. Niji's Byakugan flared, the veins around his eyes bulging as he tracked every single trajectory. High-level duplication. Niji analyzed instantly. I could rotate, but showing my hand this early would be foolish. Instead of blocking, Niji moved. He channeled chakra to his feet and launched himself vertically, soaring high into the air, letting the storm of shuriken bury themselves harmlessly in the dirt where he had stood a fraction of a second ago. He was clear, or so he thought. As Niji reached the apex of his jump, a shadow fell over him. His eyes widened in genuine shock. Above him, silhouetted against the blinding sun, was Naruto, already in position, his leg chambered for a strike. Naruto slammed his heel down. Crack. The kick connected squarely with Niji's guard, but the force was overwhelming. Niji was launched out of the sky like a stone, crashing back down into the hard earth of the arena with a cloud of dust. Kagebox. Hiruzen chuckled softly, a puff of smoke curling from his pipe as he watched the arena. That Naruto, starting right away with my jutsu. I must say, the Kazekage murmured, his single eye glinting behind the veil. To see him wield your signature technique so casually, impressive, Hokage Dano. Indeed, Hiruzen replied, his voice even. But beneath the desk, his grip on the pipe tightened. A cold shiver crawled down his spine. This tone, why does he feel so familiar? Stands. Hiraishin Hyuga leaned forward just an inch, a massive breach of composure for the rigid clan head. His active Byakugan flickered, analyzing the perfect chakra distribution of the A-rank technique scattered across the ground. Shuriken Shadow Clone, Hiruzen-sama signature move, Hiraishin noted, his stoic mask cracking ever so slightly. To master such a complex manipulation at this age, the rumors were not exaggerated. Beside him, Hanabi watched with sharp, calculating eyes, devoid of the timidness her sister usually displayed. She studied the blond boy who had just outmaneuvered their clan genius with a critical, almost eager gaze. "So that is the Senju prodigy," Hanabi murmured, her voice tinged with a competitive spark. "Niji-Nizan actually looks surprised." Niji skidded across the dirt, his feet carving deep trenches into the arena floor to kill the momentum. He brushed the dust from his shoulder, his expression darkening as he realized the gap in their opening exchange. "He fooled me. He is really impressive." Impressive, Niji. To react to a blindside attack with that level of precision. Naruto straightened his posture, dusting off his sleeve as he studied the Hyuga. "You truly are a genius." He paused, his expression shifting from combat focus to curiosity. "But before we continue, I have a question." Niji narrowed his eyes, thrown off by the sudden pause. He remained in his stance, wary of a trap. "Speak. Why did you try to kill Hinata?" Naruto asked, his voice devoid of anger but heavy with implication. "She has no malice in her heart. Yet, your killing intent during the preliminaries was genuine. That implies a motive beyond a simple tournament match." Niji stared at him for a long moment, surprised by the directness. He saw not a hot-headed brawler, but an analyst looking for a root cause. Slowly, he exhaled, his guard lowering just a fraction. "Life is determined at the moment of birth, Naruto." Niji began, his voice taking on a detached, lecturing tone. "Destiny is immutable. A failure will always remain a failure. It is like a bird born in a cage. Even if you were to open the door, it would not fly. It does not know how to be free." Naruto raised an eyebrow. He didn't immediately reject the philosophy. "An interesting worldview," Naruto admitted. "But you're dodging the question. Fate didn't tell you to kill her. You did. Why?" "It was her own doing," Niji replied, his voice devoid of warmth. "She tried to defy the immutability of her station. If she had simply accepted that a failure is born a failure, she would not have needed to suffer. She provoked her own destruction." Naruto's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing. "That's a convenient philosophy, but I saw your face during the preliminaries, Niji. That wasn't just fate correcting a mistake. That was personal. You hate the main house, don't you?" Niji's eyes widened, cracking his stoic composure. "How do you know about the main house?" "I like to read." "I see," Niji muttered as he smirked. "You are right, I might try to defy my fate. But, look at yourself. You, the Senju heir. Do you truly believe your strength is a product of your will?" He gestured to the crowd, to the Hokage monument looming over them. "Your greatness was written the moment you were conceived. If you were born a nameless nobody, do you really believe you would be standing here, daring to dream of the Hokage's seat? You are merely walking the path your bloodline paved for you." Naruto frowned, his jaw tightening. "You're deflecting again." "Perhaps," Niji whispered, his eyes widening as veins bulged around his temples. "But words are meaningless now. This ends here." Naruto's breath hitched as Niji dropped his center of gravity, his arms spreading in a fluid, terrifyingly precise motion. The chakra in the air suddenly felt heavy, viscous. 8 trigrams. The air inside the arena seemed to solidify, a green chakra circle expanding beneath Niji's feet. The pressure was suffocating. 2 palms. Niji moved. It wasn't a run. It was a vanish. He reappeared instantly within Naruto's guard, his fingers striking with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. Naruto didn't panic. He shifted his weight, his body becoming a blur of yellow motion as he slipped past the strike by a hair's breadth. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. The strikes came in an exponential torrent, each one faster and heavier than the last. To the mesmerizing crowd, the two boys were nothing but streaks of light, white and yellow, clashing and separating in a high-speed dance of death. Niji's Byakugan widened in disbelief. He's dodging them? At this range? Naruto's eyes darted frantically, reading the flow of chakra, his movements fluid and efficient. He weaved, ducked, and twisted his body in midair, avoiding the devastating taps aimed at his vital organs with terrifying reflexes. 32 palms. Niji's rhythm reached a fever pitch. He stepped in for the kill, his palm charged with enough chakra to shut down Naruto's heart. 64 palms. The final strike launched forward, a spear of pure chakra. Naruto realized in a split second, I can't dodge this one. He didn't retreat. Instead, he made a calculated sacrifice. He threw his right forearm up, intercepting the lethal strike meant for his chest. Crack. The impact was sickeningly loud. Naruto was blasted backward, skidding 10 meters across the dirt before digging his heels in to stop. Silence fell over the arena. Niji stood panting, his Byakugan straining as he stared at the boy who was still standing. I can't believe it, Niji breathed, his composure rattling. You dodged the entire sequence. Naruto straightened up, a dry chuckle escaping his lips. His right arm hung completely limp at his side. The nerves deadened and the chakra points sealed shut, but his eyes were sharp. Yeah, I managed to avoid most of them, Naruto said, wincing slightly as he glanced at the useless limb. But I guess my right hand is useless now. Kagebox. He avoided the lethal blows, but with a useless arm, his ninjutsu is sealed. The Kazekage murmured, a faint, mocking rasp burying itself in the words. Hiruzen didn't look away from the arena. He will find a way. But beneath the desk, his hand clenched tight. There is no mistake, Orochimaru. Do you truly think I have gone so senile that I wouldn't recognize you? Stands. Damn it! His arm is dead weight. Ino gripped the railing, her voice rising in panic. He can't use ninjutsu without hand seals. Sakura didn't look away from the fight, her frown deepening. Not out of worry, but concentration. Calm down, Ino. It's Naruto. He wouldn't be standing there if he didn't have a plan. I've sealed the tenketsu in your right arm, Niji stated, his voice devoid of pity. Without the ability to weave hand seals, your ninjutsu is effectively dead. You are finished. I'll figure something out, Naruto replied, shaking his numb limb as if it were merely asleep. But more importantly, I want to know, why do you hate the main house? Niji blinked, his Byakugan flickering with genuine confusion. You are surprisingly calm for a man standing at death's door. I've been through worse, Naruto said simply, his gaze unwavering. Niji narrowed his eyes, his frustration mounting. Why? Why do you persist in asking? Because I can see the anger rotting your technique. Naruto shot back, his voice cutting through the arena's tension. Call it curiosity. Or maybe I just hate watching a genius like you fall into darkness without even realizing it. Niji's eye twitched. The statement hit a nerve. He glared at the blonde, searching for mockery, but found only a maddening, honest clarity. With a heavy, suffering sigh, Niji reached up. Very well. He untied the black cloth of his forehead protector, letting it fall to the dust. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the stark green cross emblazoned on Niji's pale skin. Is that? This is the caged bird seal, Niji whispered, his fingers hovering over the mark. A curse that binds us for life and vanishes only the moment we die. What is its purpose? To protect the secrets of the Byakugan, and to keep the branch family in absolute servitude. Niji looked at Naruto, a strange, reluctant respect forming in his gaze. We barely know each other, Naruto. But you are different. I will tell you everything. Niji tells his story like canon. Minutes. Niji spat, his voice trembling with a lifetime of suppressed rage. If my father had been born just a few minutes earlier, he would be the one standing. But fate doesn't care about fairness. His destiny, and mine, was sealed the moment we drew breath. Naruto listened, his expression softening into a sad frown. The weight of the story settled between them, but his resolve didn't waver. I understand the pain, Niji. Truly, Naruto said quietly, but that doesn't give you the right to direct that hatred at someone who actually cares about you. Hinata calls you brother with respect, yet you blame her for ancient customs written by ghosts long dead. Niji's composure shattered. The veins around his eyes bulged as he snapped. Stop lecturing me. How could you possibly understand? Niji roared, pointing an accusing finger. You are the village's prince. You had status, power, and a legacy the moment you were born. You walk in the light while we rot in the dark. Naruto closed his eyes. For a heartbeat, the arena faded. He saw the flash of yellow, the crimson of a dying mother's hair, and the cold, oppressive darkness of a cage much stronger than any social stigma. The fox's malice, the loneliness, the weight of a village's expectations. I have my own cages, Niji, Naruto whispered, opening his eyes. They were clear, devoid of the hatred Niji expected. I have my own scars, but unlike you, I chose not to let them define me. He shifted his stance, the dust swirling around his feet. Now, we've made the crowd wait long enough. Let's continue. Niji scoffed, regaining his arrogant sneer. You are delusional. I told you your right arm is useless. You cannot weave signs with one hand. Your ninjutsu is dead. Is it? Naruto raised his left hand, his only active hand, and held it vertically in front of his chest. Watch closely. To the absolute shock of the entire arena, Naruto's fingers began to move. Ram, boar, bird. They moved with a dexterity and speed that blurred the eye, weaving a perfect sequence with a single hand. Niji froze, his Byakugan widening in genuine horror. The impossible was happening right in front of him. One-handed seals? Niji's mind reeled, panic finally setting in. Is this even possible? Kagebox. Hiruzen leaned forward, his pipe forgotten in his hand as the realization struck him. One-handed seals? So he took the hit on purpose just to make the boy speak. Hiruzen's eyes crinkled with amusement. You get more terrifying by the day, Naruto. Beside him, the Kazekage remained statue still, but beneath the veil, his expression twisted into a scowl. This brat, he's becoming a problem, Orochimaru hissed internally, watching the display of pure skill. The realization tasted like bile, but he couldn't deny it. I can't kill him now. He is already stronger than I am. Participants box. Man, what a drag. Shikamaru leaned over the railing, his usual slouch abandoned as he stared down in genuine disbelief. Seriously, how is he even doing that? Shino adjusted his dark sunglasses, the movement precise. It requires absolute chakra isolation. To mold energy with a single hand. Logically, it should be impossible for a genin. However, I doubt if Naruto is actually a genin. Temari didn't say a word. She just rested her chin on her iron fan, a soft, intrigued smile gracing her lips. She watched the blonde, strong, yet surprisingly gentle with a broken opponent, and found herself unable to look away. He really is charming. Wind style, drilling air bullet. Naruto's single hand snapped into the final seal. A sphere of hyper-compressed air, screaming like a jet engine, launched from his palm. The ground tore apart in its wake, the sheer pressure threatening to pulverize anything in its path. Niji's Byakugan widened. I can't dodge this. He had no choice. He had to use the ultimate defense. Rotation.
Neji Spoon.
A massive, swirling dome of blue chakra erupted around him, grinding the earth to dust. The drilling air bullet collided with the spinning barrier, shrieking as it was deflected into the sky, dissipating harmlessly. Naruto lowered his hand, his eyes shining with genuine admiration. You team guy really are something else. He took a breath, his chakra spiking again. But this ends now, Neji. His left fingers blurred. Rat, rabbit, dog. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Dozens of invisible, razor-sharp projectiles fired from Naruto's mouth. Neji's Byakugan tracked every single one, but the spread was too wide to evade. He's trying to overwhelm me with numbers, Neji analyzed, grit his teeth. But it won't work. Rotation. Once again, the blue dome expanded, spinning with centrifugal force strong enough to repel steel. Neji felt the wind bullets bouncing off his shield. He was safe. He was untouchable. And then a flicker. Inside the impregnable dome of spinning chakra, right in the calm eye of the storm, space distorted. Neji's eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated horror. Less than an inch from his face, a yellow blur materialized. Naruto was inside the rotation.
WW hektarów.
Crack. Naruto's fist, driven by the momentum of teleportation, connected squarely with Neji's chin. The force was catastrophic. The rotation shattered instantly, the blue chakra dissolving into mist as Neji was launched backward, crashing into the arena wall with a bone-jarring thud. Ganma froze. The sunbon fell from his mouth, unnoticed. That was the fourth Hiraishin, the proctor thought, his composure utterly destroyed. Silence reigned in the arena. Naruto walked slowly toward his fallen opponent. Neji coughed, struggling to push himself up on trembling arms, blood trickling from his lip. How? Neji wheezed, staring at the blonde prodigy. How did you bypass my Kaiten? Naruto didn't boast. He simply pointed. Check your left shoulder. Neji blinked, looking down. There, burning faintly on the fabric of his shirt, was a complex formula script. What is this? The Hiraishin formula, Naruto explained quietly. A space-time ninjutsu that allows me to teleport instantly to anything I mark. I imagine you can guess when I placed it. Neji's eyes widened as the realization hit him like a physical blow. When I used the 8 trigrams, when I struck your arm. I let you hit me, Naruto confirmed, his voice soft. I needed close contact to apply the seal. I sacrificed the arm to win the fight. Neji slumped back against the wall, defeated not by power, but by a tactical genius he couldn't comprehend. Why? Why go through all that pain just to listen to my story? You could have finished me instantly. Naruto knelt, his expression losing its combat edge, replaced by a gentle, profound sadness. Because it bothered me, and because, Neji, I have a darkness inside me, too. Do you know the truth of what happened 13 years ago? The Kyuubi attack, Neji whispered. 13 years ago, the 4th Hokage had a choice, Naruto said. He didn't kill the fox. He sealed it. He tapped his own chest right over his heart. He sealed it inside his own son. Neji stopped breathing. The entire stadium seemed to vanish. He stared at Naruto, the jailer of the world's strongest calamity. But, I thought, Neji stammered. That he took it with him? That's the story? Naruto said, a bitter smile touching his lips. But doing that would have upset the power balance of the nations. So he made a choice. Maybe my destiny was to be a sacrifice. Or maybe my father defied destiny and trusted me to be strong enough to hold it. He looked up at the Hokage monument, his blue eyes reflecting the stone face of the man who gave him this burden. I'm in a cage too, Niji. A cage made of flesh and bones. But I decide how I live in it. Niji was silent. Slowly, he tilted his head back. High above the arena, a single bird broke away from the flock, soaring freely into the endless blue sky. If he can carry that burden and still smile, Niji thought, then maybe even a bird in a cage can still dream of the sky. Winner! Genma's voice cracked. Then he cleared his throat, shouting to the masses. Winner! Senju Naruto! The arena exploded. The roar was deafening, a tidal wave of applause and cheers. Naruto stood up, blinking as the sound washed over him. A faint blush dusted his cheeks, and he raised his good hand, waving shyly to the village. Kagebox. That Naruto! Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head with amused resignation. Spilling the village's darkest secret to his opponent like it's nothing. Well, perhaps it's better this way. A spectacular finish, Hokage Dano, the Kazekage murmured, his visible eye narrowing behind the veil. But is it wise to let a Jinchuriki speak so openly of his burden? Hiruzen waved the concern away with a casual trail of smoke. Naruto is no longer a child, Kazekage Dano. He is strong enough to handle his own. Participants box. He holds the nine tails? Kankuro swallowed hard, a cold bead of sweat sliding down his temple. He glanced sideways at his little brother, whose expression was twisting into a mask of terrifying delight. I knew it. They really are all monsters. Mother wants his blood. Gaara's sand shifted restlessly in his gourd, his grip on the railing cracking the stone. Senju Naruto, I will kill you, and I will finally feel alive. Temari, however, was far more pragmatic. She watched the blonde ascend the stairs, her eyes narrowed in calculation. That wind style, to generate that kind of pressure with a single hand without a fan or catalyst. He's terrifying. He might even be better than me. Man, things are always such a drag when you're involved. Shikamaru sighed as Naruto stepped into the participant box, though his eyes held a morbid curiosity. By the way, what's it look like? The fox. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling dryly. The Kyuubi? Honestly, it's mostly just grumpy and loud. Shino adjusted his dark sunglasses, the light glinting off the lenses. The creature is irrelevant. The tactical application of the seal to bypass the rotation was flawless. Congratulations, Naruto. Naruto smiled at his stoic classmate, the tension leaving his shoulders. Thanks, Shino. All right, I get bored writing canon, so everything happens the same. Now we start with after dispelling the genjutsu. The world was a sea of green, an endless field where tall wheat danced with the wind. The air smelled of summer, of peace, of a home he had never known. He inhaled deeply, the sweet scent filling his lungs. Naruto. The voice was a melody he had yearned for his entire life. He spun around. Standing on the horizon, bathed in light, were two figures. The white cloak of the fourth Hokage fluttered majestically beside a cascade of fiery red hair. Tusan, Ka-san. Joy, pure and unadulterated, flooded his chest. He laughed, taking a step forward, desperate to run into their arms. Squelch. His foot didn't meet the firm earth. It sank into something soft, something yielding. The smile froze on his lips. The golden light seemed to dim. Slowly, dread coiling in his gut, he looked down. It wasn't grass. It was a face. Glazed, lifeless eyes stared up at him from a pool of spreading crimson. Naruto! The scream shattered the world. The golden field dissolved into gray stone and choking smoke. Reality snapped back with the violence of a whip crack. A shadow loomed over him. A sound ninja, sword raised for the execution. Naruto didn't think. He didn't breathe. His body moved on pure, drilled instinct. Wind release. His kunai hummed with a high-pitched whine as invisible vacuum blades coated the steel. He spun, slashing upward in a blur. Shing. The sound ninja stiffened, his weapon clattering to the floor as a thin red line appeared on his neck. He collapsed dead before he hit the ground. Dynamic entry. A green hurricane crashed down beside him. Might Guy descended like a meteor, his legs sweeping out in a devastating arc that caught 3 approaching enemies in the chest. Crack. The 3 shinobi were launched into the arena walls, crumpling into broken heaps instantly. You froze, Guy noted, his voice losing its usual boisterous edge as he crushed a sound ninja's ribs with a single efficient strike. This is very unlike you, Naruto. Sorry, just resting my eyes, Naruto replied. He didn't even look as another enemy lunged. He simply stepped inside the guard, driving his kunai into the man's throat with a dull thud. No wasted movement. No anger. Just work. Guy, Naruto said, his back to the Jonin. Go to Kakashi. Secure the stands. The civilians are sheep in a slaughterhouse right now. And Hokage-sama? Guy pointed toward the roof, where purple flames licked the sky. We must aid him. Naruto looked up. The heat from the barrier distorted the air, heavy and suffocating. We can't, Naruto said, his voice flat. That is a cage for monsters. If we touch it, we burn. Hiruzen-sama fights his own war now. He turned toward the gaping hole in the arena wall, the path the Sand siblings had taken. Where are you going? To hunt the Sand brat, Naruto said, his eyes cold as steel. Naruto cut through the burning streets, a blur of yellow motion against the gray smoke. He didn't slow down. His left hand rose. Half-ram. 10 clones exploded into existence, matching his speed instantly. Scatter, Naruto ordered, his voice cold iron. Find the sand. Find the sound. He didn't look at them. Kill them all. The clones peeled off into the chaos. Naruto pressed on, the screams of the village fueling a rage that felt less like fire and more like ice. They brought this hell to my home. How dare they?